This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Good morning. 12 teams, 6 days of action, 30 matches, and it comes down to match number 7, finals day here in Dreux. 4 teams will come, but only one will be crowned the champion. I'm Rico Full, you're watching European cricket. It's our last day on tour here in France, in Dreux. Welcome, bonjour to finals day, France, Dreux. Really exciting day, looking forward to this. As I say, 4 teams will come here with one hope, with one desire, with one wish, and that's to be crowned the champions. Will we see a new champion? Will Dreux be toppled from their throne? Well, we'll have to wait and see. First up, of course, is the Eliminator, PUC, but their place here comfortably with a 4-1 record. But we had to wait till the final match of the day yesterday, the end of Group B, to see who will be joining them. And it was AC Star who came from nowhere to pip the Stallions to this second spot in Group B. So they will take part in this Eliminator. It's going to be a cracking match. Plenty to tell you about this one as well. But first, let's see what happens at the coin toss. I know that Ula is there, the captain of the Star, and also Ali Gupta Gulami is there as well, the captain of PUC. Of course, with Stefan Gooch, let's go to the coin toss.
AC Stone to call.
Head.
Heads is the call. It's tails.
We'll bet first.
Ready? Yes. Good luck. Have a good game, guys. All the best. All the best. PUC won the toss. They're batting.
Thank you very much to Stefan Gooch. So it is Gupta Ali Gulami, the captain of PUC, that has won the toss, and he's decided to have a bat first. I understand and like his move because you can probably see from the surroundings that once again, first thing this morning, it is very dewy. So the grass is very wet, and I think that is going to cause a few issues for the bowlers. And let's face it, though AC Star, they have got 2 very powerful batters in their side, they did have a few issues with the ball when it came to the bowling and the fielding. So that could be an issue for them this morning. I'm pretty sure they're pumped up for this because they're a lively bunch of guys. A little bit on the weather before I go any further. So as I said, dewy at the moment. There was a lot of fog around as we came into the ground, but that is all supposed to clear. Today is probably going to be the best day that we've had so far during this series. So temperatures currently around 8, will go up, and by midday we're going to hit 20s and it's going to be sunshine. So the temperatures will change pretty quickly. I don't think we're going to have any issues with the weather, and I think we should have a cracking final under the sunshine. Let's talk about these 2 teams. So PUC are going to have a bat first. One thing I think the Paris University Club have going for them is after they finished the Group A matches, they've had a bit of a break, and they needed that because a lot of their players were involved in those internationals against Sweden. So for example, their captain, I think Gulami, is looking forward to being back in action. He's had a bit of a break. He was in good form as well. Another guy to mention definitely for them would be Faisal Safi, somebody else who I think was just starting to look a little bit ragged towards the end of their group matches. So those 2 certainly will be a lot better for that break. But one man who did really well for them, and in fact, when Muqtali Gulami and also Faisal Safi weren't clicking, it was Usman Shahid that came good again for his side at the top of the order. So keep an eye out for him. But we know that PUC, though they've got a very good all-round balanced side, it's the spinners that they have that caused the issues for a lot of the other teams. William Singh was in fantastic form, and Zafar Iqbal is certainly one to watch out for. Their opponents, they're new, they're fresh, They're lively, they're vocal, and who knows, they could cause a bit of an upset. Of course, a couple of players really to watch out for them is Niazula, their captain. Remember, he has scored a century, and somebody who came pretty close yesterday was Masbu Shaju. He got 98, came very close, but their captain will be inspired by his team's performance, and particularly something like the under-19 Tanbir Aziz, who really came good yesterday when it mattered. I think we're going to have a really exciting and very vocal and vibrant start to the day in this eliminator. I know one man who's really looking forward to it and really looking forward to this finals day in general is Danny Hudacek. Danny, bonjour. And the news here from the middle is that PUC will have a bat first.
Merci Rico et bienvenue à Dreux in lovely France. As you can see, a little bit of fog today. It was a bit the same as what it was on Friday, wasn't it? So that was a pretty chilly day. As we see, a recap of yesterday, Dreux with another win. Not quite as convincing this time, 133 to 93. Dreux beat Evry by 40 runs. Well, they're already in top spot. Evry ended up winless, but it was Ramatullah Mangal with a 47 to pump up the score a little bit. And Mohamed Rafa, he's in good form at the moment with a bat with 50 off 13. So it was match 26 here from this European Cricket Series in France. Match 27. Star, they were 9 for 69. They fell in a bit of a hole, did Star. They were well beaten the day before by Dreux. And the Sanani Stallions, they managed to get the extra point as well, getting that total quite comfortably in 6 overs. Then we had Dreux again, 166. Again, Mohamed Rafa, as I mentioned, in top form, 86 off 23. So 86 not out, and ended up against CSPT Sarcelles, 124. It's the only time that Dreux, I think, didn't get 4 points out of a game, but still did easily enough to clinch top spot. So Sarcelles still had a bit of a chance to get into the final series. Now we're up in second place until this match where Sanani Stallions beat Evry, and it was Noor hit 28 and Mangal 27 from numbers 10 and 11. Evry gave themselves every chance of winning that game, but unfortunately they couldn't bowl the Stallions out, and that late flurry with the bat meant that Evry couldn't quite get to the total of 120 to win. And it's a bit of a feature of Evry, new club and very short on batting, but it was a good 52 from Jubaid Ahmad. All right, and the final game of the day was a fascinating affair. It was the team we're going to see here, AC Star, 170 for 5. They needed not only to get the 4 points, but they needed to keep Sarcelles, or PFC Sarcelles, down below 94, and they managed to do it. It was Rabbani Khan with 2 for 6, but it was also Misbah Saju with 98. But I think Tanbir Aziz with a ball and the bat is going to be vital for Star. He's only was under 19s for Star, emerging talent, and he was really good with the bat and the ball. So yeah, that's the end of Group B. The 2 teams qualifying. Dreux, of course, in top spot, and Star just sneaking into that second place. The unfortunate Stallions just missing out on run rate. And as the players come onto the field, this will be a good game. We haven't seen PUC for a while, but they'll be opening up with Mukhtar Ghalami, who's their captain and a very good player. He plays for France, as does Faisal Safi. Let's see who's going to be opening. It will be Usman Shahid as well, opening with Mukhtar Ali Ghalami. And as I say with Star, well, Tanbir Aziz. Have a look at Tanbir Aziz. with the ball. He's probably the quickest of the star bowlers, and bowls a nice short length delivery. PUC favourites. Star, they're a new team, but full of good young talent, especially with the bat. That's their strength. So PUC will look to score something which is unreachable for Star. The problem is, I don't think anything really is unreachable for Star as long as their top three start to connect with the ball. They are very, very talented with the bat, are Star. So this is an eliminator, as both teams came second in their groups. The winner goes through to play the loser of the next game between Dreux and Royal 94, who did very, very well to win that group, Group A. And the loser will sadly go home, as a lot of other clubs have in this this tournament. We're in finals day, and it will be Mohammed Shimu to open the bowling. Just about ready for a start. And it's a little bit dewy. There's one of those dreaded white vans was circling the ground, taking off a little bit of the surface moisture. It's just been held back a little bit. So it will be a little bit slippery to start with. Ball should stay dry for first over or two. Shimu comes in short and going to be called a wide, and it's one for the over. Doesn't quite know what happened. Maybe lost his footing a bit. Shimu have to bowl it again. This is nicely hit, and that is 4 runs. And of course, there are the field restrictions. It's Ismail Shahid who just leant back on that one and just whacked it over the infield for 4. So only 2 players are back. There's Saju here, just in front of us at mid-off, and sorry, at long off, and there's now a long on coming in. Well, it comes in again, and whipped across the line, and it'll be 4 more. Nice shot. Dragged it from outside off stump. And well, it's a pretty bright start here for PUC. The birds singing in the background. It's a misty morning in Dreux. And a bright start, though, from PUC. Bit short, and it's going to be called a wide. Now, I don't think... Was it over the shoulder? It's called a no ball. Yep, called a no ball. Free hit, and too short, and too wide by Shimu. Not a good delivery. Have to re-bowl it. Second wide of the over. Second one for, well, it wasn't really wide. That's the second wide of the over. The other one was a no ball because of height. Just going to say hi to a few people in the chat. Hi to Rob Thompson. Wayne is in the chat. SkyQuest, good to see you. I'm sure John Gray's there somewhere. Terry Richmond, good to see you as well. And the ECN Supporters Club of Australia is there as well. So hello to you. And Vinny's in there as well, watching from wherever he is in the world. Back in Prague, I think. Jeffrey Mobbs. It's not the greatest start here. Just getting back to the cricket. Bit of Anderson's in the chat as well. Good to see you. And let's look what the next delivery comes. Oh, it's poor fielding, but won't cost him anything. He's got a little bit of backup. So I'm joined in the igloo by my good friend Rico Full. Rico, what do you make of the start from from these two?
It's I think you got a team that's going to be fresh, PUC, and then AC Star. I know, speaking to some of them, they said they were a little bit tired coming in this morning. So it's a good start at the moment, though, from the batters of the Paris University Club. That's the first boundary there to the captain, Muqtali Gulami. He looked ready to go here today. And Shemu, yeah, look, this is why I thought it was probably a good toss to win. Yeah, a lot of dew on the ground, and you can see that Mohamed Shemu just struggling a little bit with some of that dew, especially transferring that moisture from the shoes onto the pitch. He's just not feeling confident when he's planting his front foot. It's a better delivery, but they will take a single, so it's a good start. 17 of the first over there from PUC. And before we go further, I just want to say that today, of course, a big day that a lot of people celebrate around the world, but particularly, of course, in South Africa, it, of course, is Freedom Day. The day reminds South Africans of the immeasurable sacrifices made by individuals and nations to break them away from the chains of unjust and segregation. Of course, also they celebrate Nelson Mandela as we will celebrate some fantastic stats. 6,500 runs almost now on this series. The maximum rate's been very healthy, almost at 13. And even the 4 rate, 7.3, that's very high. And even the number of wickets actually that have fallen, we've touched on that several times, haven't we, Danny? But about 6.3 per innings, that's high, normally around about 4.
Yeah, look, it's been strange. We had two teams bowled out in the same game. We've had lots of 9 wickets and 8 wickets going through the innings, and in 10 overs, that is a lot. It just shows that they're taking risks, I think, and sometimes they're coming off and sometimes they're not. We've had a couple of hat-tricks as well.
Yeah, we have done. This is a special player. I know that I touched on him in you as well. Now, one thing I found out talking to AC Star is that this guy's a real athlete. He's only just come to cricket. He's at the moment part of the under-19 setup here. He's a sprinter, 100 meters, and he does represent the local sort of area as a 100-meter sprinter. He's also plays football and plays for, I suppose, FC Star. So what a good athlete he is. And now here he is, steaming in, but that one is going to be smashed out of here. That's a big hit. Gets a swivel on this proper. A little bit of the old early MJ. Oh, this one goes a long way. Lovely shot.
Yeah, nice shot from Usman Shahid. And just a fraction short. He's a very good bowler, Aziz. He did score quite a few runs in that total of 170 yesterday. And looking very, very good as an all-rounder and a good prospect for the future for Star.
Yeah, he definitely is. Right, what's the comeback ball here? And he goes a little bit slower, but that's a delightful shot, and it skids through this slippery, dewy surface for 4 more runs. Usman Shahid, he did come good towards the end of the group stages. We saw him score a fine 80 not out of 23 balls in a 6-over-a-side match against Mitri. And yeah, he's in good form at the moment. And then he scored 37 not out in the win against Akote in their last match. So he's come to form at the right time, has Shahid.
He has indeed. And well, both their teams looking to get into the final. Nice shot there by Shahid. He looks in sparkling form this morning.
Wonderful hit, really is. A little bit too short this time as this, and that one gets put away as well. Nice, firm, solid hit, clearing the long on rope by some way. Tanbir Aziz goes back to his mark. Got to try and get through this one ball. It's gone for 17, the same as the first. 34 without loss. PUC
looking for another ball. This one's another grizzly in the haunted forest.
That one's obviously made its way through the fences, so another one will come out there, which might work out well for the bowler, because at least this one will be dry for the time being.
Yeah, it's a thing, isn't it? With this dewy outfield, the ball's going to get wet can be difficult to grip, but also it'll stop swinging. So hopefully this one will swing. Let's have a look. Good delivery. It's a missing leg. Just be a leg by though.
Yeah, it's a better delivery. This one sort of kind of skids through. So probably beats Shahid with pace, and also I think he was expecting to bounce a bit higher, but yeah, we'll see here that, yeah, it's a couple of things. I think it is going to miss leg stick, but probably too high as well. End of the over with that leg by 18 will come off it. 35 with that loss after 2.
Yeah, it's a bright start for PUC. Of course, they've had a couple of days break. Star had that emotional win yesterday. You see here, Royal 94, who played out of their skins to qualify first. I'm looking forward to seeing them in the next game. They have a tough game against Dreux though, and PUC I think have got a good chance of making this final if they can get past Star.
Just another fan club appearing on our chat, and this time it's the ECM Bangladesh Fans Club. Welcome to you all, and of course, great to have so many different groups out there. That's a better delivery, a bit of movement away, nicely bowled. This is Rabbani Khan.
He bowled very well yesterday afternoon, Rabbani Khan. He took a bit of stick in one of the earlier games, but yeah, he was very, very good yesterday. And he's not really a spinner. He's, I think he's just bowling outswing. And it's outswing, and it's swung hard by the batsman. That'll go towards the boundary. It'll be 6. How many times have we seen thick edges go over the top there for the over the boundary, Rico, this week? It's been pretty amazing.
Yeah, I think it's just that one is swinging away a little bit wide. Big hard swing from Usman, and if he gets a fair chunk of bat on that, he's going to fly all the way. So he's a little bit unlucky. He is the bowler, Rabbani, but you can see he's getting genuine movement here.
Yeah, quite a bit of outswing. That one's just a little bit too wide. He needs to start it closer to the off stump. So I'm going to look. Oh, it's going to be short. It's in the air. Player going back. Can't go back far enough. And that's another 6.
Just too short. And this time, see Usman Shahid just stood and delivered. Hits it straight down the ground. Few would have thought he was in the hunt for this for a moment, but it clears him quite comfortably. So Rabbani just got to get this fuller. He's getting the swing, got to go swinger. And got to go a bit fuller. This time, I think that's a missed opportunity for Shahid. It was still a little bit short. And when you have a look at the field set as well, especially on that leg side, mid-wicket, square leg, and the 45, all in the circle. So anything that's short is asking to be put away.
Rabbani again. Just been prodded to the man at long off just for a single. We've got a couple of pets today, a couple of visitors that are in the. we have moths.
We have moths. We have a nice little spider that's keeping an eye on Russ.
On the moth. But the moths are just here, just hanging out, just chilling on the wall of the igloo. It's
good delivery. That one is much fuller. And Gulami plays that out for a single. It brings the 50 up. Inside the power plays at 50 without loss. It's a good, solid start for PUC. I think PUC in the back of their mind, they're not going to focus on the 2 matches that we know that AC Star lost. They're going to focus on the 2 that they won. Both of them were 160 plus scores. So I think that's what they're thinking here. They're feeling that they certainly do have to get to kind of a 150 score and then hope that their bowlers, particularly their spinners, can contain the hard-hitting AC Star batters.
We know that Star, their strength is their batting, but they don't. They've got they're pretty brittle after they get past the top 4. The 2 times that they've really not fired the top order, they've been bowled out for under 70. So, but we've seen Nazib Ullah with the only 100 of this tournament so far. And Sarju yesterday
came very close,
with a 98. So they do have a lot of batting, and they do score quickly as well.
Right, like this guy, Shahan. And starts in good areas, and they're just going to have to get their skates on to complete the single. They do. You see Mukhtar Ali Gulami just a little bit disappointed he doesn't do better with that, but It's bat on ball to take the single, and Usman Shahid back on strike. He has just been in glorious form at the moment. This will be a good battle between Shahan and Shahid. It hits it on the up, and it's going to get past the fielder. He was just a little bit straight, coming across. If he had been positioned there, Shaju, he probably would have had a play on this. But again, it's a beautifully placed shot. You've got to give the credit to the batter. Hits it in the up, gets himself in a good position, inside out, over the top, and that's 6 runs.
Yeah, that is 6 runs, and they've swapped him around. It's the 18 Saju who's moving to the long on, and it's the fake number 18, number 118, Nahid Hassan, who's replaced him in that position.
And plays the pull shot. There is a fielder back there, and that'll just be a single, so doesn't quite get that one out the middle.
It's been pretty good over here from Shahan. He opened the bowling yesterday afternoon, and it was quite impressive. He's been put on just after the power play, so still need 4 players within that 30-metre circle. Shahan comes in again. Good ball.
Yeah, that's good areas. That's where you want to be, off-stump corridor. And let's see if they can get a few more in that area. But these two have made a good, solid start. You still have got Nazibullah to bowl. I think he normally comes on the bowl sort of once the 5 over mark's completed. He's good, tidy bowler, the captain. It's another one that, well, the bowler is protesting and the umpire's having none of it. I like the way the umpire doesn't call it and the bowler starts to have a little say to him, and then the umpire says, well, actually, I think it is a wide, and calls it.
I wonder if he told him. I think it's wide.
Maybe it was the bowler said, umpire, there's a wide, and he said, all right. And that's a first. Right, here we go. High and mighty bowl, bolle, Ginnazona Shakalagia. Well, that one ends up inside the PUC tent. And, well, first they get out of the way, and then they applaud. Another big hit. And this time it's the captain, Muqtali Gulami, that finds the range with the hit. 6 to him.
It's a bit ominous when Gulami starts hitting the ball like this, because he is a destructive batsman when it gets going.
And he goes high. Where's this one going? Gone. 6 more. Shakalagia. Says Kirit Asmaz, and that over will go magical. 21 will come on Shahan, and he's one of their better bowlers, as Paris University put 71 on the board after just 4 overs.
Look, this is looking like it's going to be a big total at this stage. We did say that I think it's a little bit thin on the ground with the bowling for Star. Good move to bring Rabbani back, though. I think he bowled very well yesterday. It wasn't a bad first over for him today. Of course, as we have a look here, it's sort of plateaued after the first over, and the run rates continued, going at just under 18 and over. Let's see if Rabbani can get a wicket.
Well bowled. This time we said that he needs to go just a little bit straighter. The last over he just offered a little bit, perhaps too much width. So that's a good start from him.
Hi to Chris Smith, who's in the chat. Good to see you. Thomas Martinez as well.
That's going to disappear, isn't it? It's a good hit. Here's a fielder out there who's trying to keep that one in play, and it's our man, Atambit Aziz. Well, he's a great athlete, but he's not Superman. He can't stop that. That's well struck. It's another boundary, and yeah, you're right. Even Mukhtar Ali Gulami, the captain, he started to get into his flow. Remember the last few times we saw him and also Faisal Safi, they did look tired after a long stint playing the internationals and Group A matches. So they've had a bit of a rest, and you can see that they've taken the time to relax and compose themselves and focus on this big day for them. Finals day here in France and Dreux. This is the eliminator. 1 team will survive. 1 we say goodbye to.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good at the moment for PUC. But remember, that batting lineup for Star is very, very dangerous. Oh, just past the bowler. It's coming to us, Rico.
Come on, get down, Dan. Oh, Danny.
Just going to let it go through.
Oh, watch the cables, Danny. Danny. Well, I suppose it is early morning, and in all fairness, Danny Hudacek hasn't really got through his first coffee of the day, so a bit slow getting down there. But that's the third one that's coming here while we've been together. No, Danny had an unpleasant one on day one that smashed his, partially smashed his computer. But that was a beautiful stroke.
It did. If you look at the dent on the back of it, because it's got a metal back on it, the dent is just at the very top. There, Rico, just there.
Yeah.
It almost missed. It almost missed. But it was an international game, and so the quality of the batting was just too good for my laptop.
Right, this is a chance. First opportunity, high up in the air and dropped. Well, they say you have to get hands to it to drop them, so you can't even class it as a drop from Shahan. And Usman Shahid gives a chance. It doesn't get taken. And Usman, by the way, has now moved past the 50, but he should have been gone on 50. Moves to 51.
Never looked like taking that. Unfortunately, that was Mohammad Shahan. He got into a good position. It looks like he was there, but then the ball just landed in a different spot.
Well played, 6 runs. It goes for the fuller ball this time, Rabbani, but it ends up being a full toss on the leg side, and that's beautifully put away. PUC are rocking and rolling this morning on finals day here in Drew. It's a good opportunity for us to say bonjour to you, Rico Full.
Bonjour.
Hello, everybody. And, Rico Full and Danny Hudacek here in the Igloo. What a cracking start.
Fantastic start for PUC, and you can see the quality of the batting they have at the top. But I think they've got depth. If anyone's going to challenge Drew as far as just a full team performance, I think PUC are the team.
Yeah, I would agree with you. And the one thing that excites me about PUC is that they've got 2 very good spinners. And I think with a lot of the teams that they're going to come up against, they're hard hitters, and good example here with AC Stir as well. I think the spinners might be the ones that can tame them. We'll have to wait and see, but we're going to see a bit of a change here. As this is going to be Mohammad Shahid, who is going to get absolutely pounded out of here. That is a massive hit. And, well, I was saying that Danny is trying to get through his first coffee of the day. Well, the coffee station almost gets wiped out here as that one almost enters and brings everything to a crashing halt.
Yeah, that's. We had a very nice mint tea yesterday, and I hope that doesn't get spoiled by a grizzly. It is our friends who give us a lift to the hotel as well. That are in the mint tea station. They have lots of other goodies in there.
Yeah, they certainly keep all of the supporters well watered and well fed. I think they make crepes in there as well. Do they? I saw the crepe machine the other day. All right, Shahid needs an answer. They need a wicket badly here to AC Stir. 6 more. That's going into the jungle. Oh, that's in the jungle. Don't go in there. Leave it be. Leave it be. Those danger signs aren't there for anything. Yep, he comes back. He sees the eyes all looking at him. And he says, I'm not going anywhere near there. That is gone. What a shot from Usman Shahid. This was the shot of the lot. Let's have a look at this again. This was just spectacular. 6 over point. Ooh la la la. That is a biggie.
That's a biggie. It's a beautiful shot. As you can see, disappearing into the haunted forest. Somebody else has disappeared in there as well. They're trying to. I was trying to get in there.
Dude, can I just say, Vasu went in there yesterday. Guess who's not here today?
Oh, yeah.
Vasu ain't come back. He didn't come back out of there. Vasu's gone missing. Marzi put out the search party. Marzi should be used to getting in there. Wolfie Marzi. He should be all right with the wildlife. That's hit pretty well as well. Oh, what a stop. Well, Ronaldinho, eat your heart out. How about this for a bit of footballing skills? All he needed to do was trap it and volley it back to the bowler.
That was good. The fact that he's still got an ankle is also better, I think, for him. We did see a player get smashed on the ankle.
That's one way to do it. Say he's 4 maybe. Who knows? Right there. New batter, but so wonderful. That's our man Aziz, I'm sure it is. Well, you can see why he's a super athlete. Aziz keeps his one in play. So let's have a look at this again. I mean, I think he takes off fine. Well, they're running still. The game ain't, the play ain't over yet, and it is now. There's the stop. Oh, well. What a leap that is. That's an incredible leap. Can we see it again? Because can we see it a bit more from the beginning? I want to make sure he does actually take off fine. But that's a sensational leap. Watch him here. Oh, magnificent. Magnificent. That's a great save.
It is a great save.
They do come back, and did they get 2 there in the end? How many did they get there?
No idea. I think they must have run 3. I think Gulami hit it.
Yeah, they must have. I think that's got to be 3. I think the scorers are trying to work that one out as well. I think that's 3. I think they take 2, then the overthrow makes it 3 because Gulami is still on strike. Oh, wow, it's all happening here. The 100 has come up. We've still got 2 balls to go. There's 6th over.
It's Shahid on strike. It's just confused everyone, Rico. This is going to go to the boundary. Footwork again.
Sign him up, somebody. Sign him up. There's got to be a club around here that are looking for a midfielder. Because how about this? Well, first he makes the trap. This time he says, little back heel, and I think let's see, it's hard to tell about that foot. I mean, does the rope move here or not? It's very difficult to tell.
I think he's okay. Yeah,
you've got to be 100% sure. Do that's the 3rd umpire. That's Vignesh, who's having a look at that, along with Stefan Gooch, I'm sure.
By the way, there's a white van alert. I hope it's full of coffee pods. We only have, it is 4.
Giving us 4. So that was quite a delightful shot, actually, from Shahid. After all the butchering we've seen, he goes with class, and now he goes back to the big hit, and nicely done out there by 10 Beer. Gets the throw in. This time, it's a little bit more accurate. It's the end of the over. PUC muscling the ball to all parts of the ground at the moment. 112 at the end of 6 overs.
Yeah, it's well, they needed early wickets to get these 2 out there. Both very, very good batsmen, and they haven't picked up a wicket yet. But there's still a long way to go in this game.
I'm just looking at the over-by-over score. So it started pretty well the first 3 overs going at the teens, but the last 3 have all gone magical. 21, 20, and 21. So yeah, PUC from here, they could be looking at a 180 kind of score. I mean, if they keep going at 20s, they'll get the 200, but surely not. Right, who's next to have a go? They're going to go with Mohammed Munajir. See if he can find a way to stop these 2.
Got another pet, Rico.
Oh, wow. Goodbye, Polota. Adios. That is out of here. 6 more. And, well, we're getting through a few balls this morning. That one is another one that may not come back. What have you found? What you got?
Oh, it's like a daddy long legs type thing. It's like a giant mosquito.
Oh, it's above your head now.
Is it?
I see it. Is that the one, or
no,
is that little brother?
Yeah, it could be a little brother. It was one was big, but they're all friendly. I think it's 2 moths in that one. Looks like I think it may be 1 moth. I'm not sure. I thought it might have been 2 moths getting friendly.
It's spring. Slower delivery, but down leg side. It's a long chase. It just slows up, but of course the problem with this one is our ball is now going to come back. And it's going to be like a bar of soap. It's going to be pretty wet and slippery. And what I'm noticing here, though, from AC Star, well, maybe it's a little bit inexperienced from him, but they don't really have a proper ragman. I know there's something come out of the pocket there from Munajir, but they need really somebody who's doing that job properly.
But there's nowhere near the bowler. So normally that would be like a mid-off. But there's no one within about 40 metres. Actually, the keeper is the closest person to the bowler, apart from the non-striker.
Another wide here. This one gets down the leg side. It's kind of a wristy sort of bowler. You can see there's very little in the arm action, but in the last moment the wrist comes into play. But he's got Got to direct it in the right area, and that's not the right area, and he gets a top edge on this, and that will go for an outstanding 6 as well. It wasn't the best of balls. Gets a little bit of luck, actually, I think, with the shot. There's Usman Shahid. Let's just talk about Shahid here for a moment.
Back of the bat. He hit it off the back of the bat.
It's going to go for 6 runs. He now moves to the 80s. He's 81. 81 or 28. He has got so much time here. Am I going to say it? Yeah, I'm going to say it. You can blame me if he doesn't get there, but he's certainly on not just a 100 watch, but if he stays there and bats all the way through, he can end up with a huge score here, Usman.
Yeah, he's batting well. I think he put the mockers on him though. He's going to go to the
Well,
ball.
let's see. Let's see if the commentator. Well, I'm trying to do AC Shad a favour. Here we go. And it's not out because probably going down the leg side again. Yeah, all right, AC start and their supporters around the world, around the globe. I've said it. I'm trying to help you out. Usman Shahid on his way to a century. Let's see. You can all thank me later if he doesn't get to the century.
Munir's getting a bit of in-swing as well, which is something that, well, it's in the hitting arc of the batsman. They're both good batsmen, but still that little bit of movement in the air might help him. Or not.
Straight down the ground, 6 runs. Problem is, Danny, with this inning so far, I think I can count on one hand the number of balls that have been bowled outside the off stump. They just haven't got the ball in the right areas. I think if you do get the ball in the right areas in these sort of conditions, then you're going to get a bit of movement, some assistance. They'll be either bowled too short or too straight, and the batters kind of know what's coming. As Mukhtar Ali Gulami, the captain, eyes up a half century for himself as well. Ball to go in this one, 134, already on the board.
I remember one outside off stump, and that I think we've lost someone looking for a grizzly in the forest.
Oh, the rag goes down, and well, what umpire is?
It's a no ball.
I don't think it's no ball can't be because of the rag. Surely,
I think it could be, you know.
No, I mean, they don't call a no ball for a rag coming off.
Well, it does
not normally. I mean, you could call it a dead ball, but the batter would probably say, hey, I'm all right with it. It's gone to the boundary. So I don't think, if it was for a foot fault, fine, but I don't think you can go with a no ball for the rag coming out. Let's see what they decide here.
Yeah, it does distract the batsman because there's something that is visible that shouldn't be there.
Yeah, he hit it. Yeah, let's see what they decide here. There's a bit of conversation happening here at the moment. Normally, I know if that happens, they normally would say, right, it doesn't affect the batter. He's hit it for 4, give it with 4, and call it the end of the over. But let's see what they do here. Well, looks like they are. Yeah, they've called. I think that's the right call. That's what we're used to seeing.
Yeah.
I think if you bowled him there, they would have said, yeah, no ball. The batter's been put up by the rag. Bowl it again. So it will be the end of the over. Let's have a look at what's the pattern of the day. So you're watching the eliminator at the moment with the PUC, 138 without loss after 7. They're looking to put a big score on the board against AC Star. One of these two teams will then play again in qualifier number 2, and that will be against the loser of the qualifier number 1, Royal 94. Take it on Drew. That also promises to be a high-scoring tussle between two very good teams. And, yeah, it's all to play for at the moment. But yeah, I don't think Royal 94 Drew would fancy taking on whoever the winner is of this match, because both teams can cause a big upset. And at the moment, it looks like PUC are in the driving seat.
Oh, that could be close, you know.
I think the foot could be in the air
I
here.
think it might be.
It doesn't look like, from that little shot there, it doesn't look like his foot was inside the line. This could be interesting. I wonder if his foot is up in the air here. So Usman Shahid, let's have a look. How much of this we're going to see? Where's that foot here? Oh, no.
Can't tell.
Have we got another angle of this? Maybe camera 4. What do you think? Is that foot down?
Let's have a look.
Let's see if we can see anything here, Danny, because it's a big call here. Is the foot down? Oh, it's a close one. You're going to have to go with umpire's call here, I feel.
I think you can't tell if he's dragging his foot along the surface or if he's got it in the air. Just cannot tell.
Yeah, we won't see anything here because of the body in the way. But does that foot go down there or not? I think the call will be from the third umpire, Vignesh, to say, hey, standing umpire, it's your call, because we can't see enough of that, or there's nothing conclusive.
Well,
and now that umpire's going to have to make a call here. And
he's got him.
He's going to say it's out. So there you go. That's going to be, there you go. AC Star, don't say to me that Rico Fool does nothing for you. The commentator's curse is a proven fact. And that's going to be the end of Usman for 81.
It is good innings, though. Got them off to a fantastic start with Galami. I think Galami will start to hit as well. Abdullah Anwari is the new batsman. He's coming out to play. The coffee's starting to hit Rico. Feeling much more normal now.
Nazib Ullah. I said he would come on to bowl sort of after the halfway mark. Gets the wicket, and now, well, he floats that one up. It's met well by the batter. Just a single taken. It's Abdullah Anwari, who's come out number 3, gets a single, gets he's captain on strike straight away. So a battle of the 2 captains.
White van drives away, could be gone too.
Gone. Good catch taken. I think that's Rabbani. And high fives all around. He's been hit pretty hard by Gulami, but unfortunately with no pace on the ball. That's the difference. He doesn't get it to go the distance. Well, it takes the fielder down, but he holds on to it. So it's 2 wickets in the over, and both the openers being removed. And now that 180, well, let's see what happens. 180 was a predicted score when Shahid and Gulami were going well, but now 2 new batters going out there. I would imagine that it's Faisal Safi who go out at number 4, and if it is the left-hander, if he gets going, boy, he could be useful. But in fact, it's actually Zafar Iqbal who goes out. So one of the spinners. I think this is all about the sending batters out now that can probably score runs quickly. He plays that away, but we'll find the fielder who's backpedaling, but keeps himself in the field of play.
Very significant over here, and those 2 wickets. It's only gone for 2 as well. It's changed the whole momentum of this this innings. It's still looking likely to get a very, very good score. And could be another. No, he's put it down. Or has he?
Well,
I thought he put it down. It's
free
a
hit.
free hit.
There's no ball as well here.
Well,
so it wouldn't have counted anyway.
I didn't know whether he'd caught it. He's claimed the catch. Doesn't really matter anyway. What's the no ball for? Must be front foot. Good catch.
Here.
I thought it dropped out there, but it's actually his hand that's underneath. So that's what I thought. I saw a loose ball, but it was a nice catch, but unfortunately not out.
Well, they are taking this on and wasn't able to get the free hit away. There's another no ball being called here. What are they calling these for? Is it suspicious action? It might be the action now. So now what's going on here? I think he might even be taken out of the attack, because it looks like that's the second one that's being called for. I mean, I hate to say it, it's been called for chucking, folks. So we don't often see that, actually. Normally, if that happens, I think we've seen in the past where he may be allowed to finish the over and then they park him, but he's taken out the attack. And Nazibullah, thing is, though, this is where the batters that had been out to him will probably say, well, what about the balls that got us out? So he's got 2 for 6, gets taken out the attack, and now it's going to be Sarju who's going to finish off the over. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, I don't think the batsman can complain too much about it. 6! Into the forest, almost. I don't think they can complain too much about it because they weren't given us no balls.
Yeah.
All right. So, but obviously the umpire has seen something. It was the standing umpire was calling, not the square leg.
The interesting thing about them is, I mean, he's not bowling fast. That's not to say that he should be allowed to do it. He is just tossing them up. But yeah, interesting. I mean, quite often or not, we see suspicious actions and then the bowler's spoken to after the match. Now, whether he has already been spoken to, which is possibly the reason, he may have been spoken to when he's bowled before and told, look, you sort it out, or next time if you do bowl, you'll get called and you get taken off. I suspect that is the protocol that's been followed. 150 on the board after the 8th over, so they're still, even though they lost those wickets, they're still on track for a 180 score. That over combination of Ula and Sharju in the end goes for 12. Ula had it at 2 for 6. Sharju finished the over off.
Yeah, the 2 set bats. Could be a chance for a run out, and he's not on my bowling team either.
Yeah. Are you surprised that we don't see Faisal Safi out here now? He's a left-hander, and they're tossing the ball up here at the moment, so the left-hander would fancy it, and he's such a good hitter on the ball.
Yeah, I'm very surprised, and the right-hander, left-hander combination as well. I'm very surprised he's not there. Nice, is in the air. Tough catch.
The legs.
Takes it.
Taken, good catch. And yeah, there he is again, Aziz. We like him, Tambu Aziz. We saw him make some good stops out there. We saw him take a catch to the no ball, which was quite spectacular. And now he holds on to this one. So Abdul Anwari will have to depart. And maybe we will get to see Safi coming out. And I don't think we will, though. This doesn't look like Safi either. This is looks like William Singh. So, well, maybe there's an issue with Safi. We don't know.
Don't know. Yeah, normally you'd see him work up much further up the order. So
William Singh going in, and William Singh also a very capable and accomplished cricketer. Been watching him out here and playing for French clubs for a while. He can hit the ball pretty well. I do actually remember seeing William opening at times. So again, maybe they're just going with the out-and-out hitters here at the moment. They probably feel that Faisal Safi perhaps needs a little bit of time to get in. That could be the reason.
Faisal Safi's an out-and-out hitter. He hits the ball a long way. So I don't know why. I mean, it's a little bit of a mystery to me.
Well, they do have William Singh, the left-hander. He's going to get a horrible wide to start with from Nahid Hassan. Nahid Hassan, probably another guy who could be pretty instrumental with the bat if the top order don't click. Going to come round the wicket now to Singh. Short, and Singh swung all the way around this.
Singh swung.
Singh swung.
Singh swung blue. Anyway. Singh is well, not a surname, but a name from northern India, from Punjab.
Punjab, northern India, Punjab area. Of course, it's a name that all Sikhs have. It's the middle name of all Sikhs. So William Singh gets that one away nicely, gets a swivel on this. A little bit too short. Was going down the leg side, and William catches on to that pretty well.
And it hits the stumps. He's on my bowling team, whoever that is. But again, pretty good over here from Hassan. But it's slowed down. Those wickets have stemmed the runs a little bit. It's still going at 18 and over, though. But it's a swing and a miss again from Singh.
You know what I like to say, and for the competition between these two teams, I think it's very valid. 160s sometimes should win you matches, but there's still an opportunity, especially for this side. So I think they're no ball now. Oh, that's a 7-up. Oh dear, no ball gets called as Hassan now is going to deliver up a free hit. So I think that time it might be the front foot. He missed the line completely. You're bowling from there, you should never do that. So that's a 7-up. And just what I was saying is that PUC will want to go past that 170 for sure, because they know what this team, if they're on their day, is capable of. And 160, we've seen them do that on 3 occasions. So they want those extra runs, and with the free hit coming up here, Hassan, his over was going well. It could end up going magical now. And, well, not out. Where you going? Get back. It could have. Everybody half asleep there. They all scream at the wicketkeeper and saying, "What are you doing?" Run him out, because William Singh started walking. He forgot it was a free hit. Oh dear, it was one of those. But I suppose Hassan, you take that. 14 off it. He picks up a wicket. Have a look at this. William Singh is walking. The wicketkeeper just standing there. And then both of them realise at the same time that it was a free hit that is not out. End of the over.
I'll ask you this one, Rico. So he wasn't attempting a run.
Okay.
Right? It's a no ball.
Yeah.
You can't get stumped with a no ball. Would that be a stumping or a run out according to the umpire?
Very good question. Yeah, you're right. He wasn't going for a run, so you would have to say stumping, because he's not trying for a run. So
So-
it would have said not out.
So even, yeah, it would have been,
would have said
it would
not
have been not out.
Okay, they're going to go back to Aziz, going back to a bit of pace to finish the innings, bowling to Zafar Iqbal, who hits it well. That's going, that's 6. Iqbal, he's there to do one thing, and that's to hit the balls out of the park. And with that shot there, they now do move into the 170s. And still 5 balls to go in the over.
Yeah, nice shot that, and they needed it. And so Iqbal, so 8 off 4, William Singh 12 off 5, 171 for 3. And Aziz want to try to tighten this up.
Well, it's an attempted slower delivery, which comes out completely wrong, and now it's another no ball, another free hit to come. And in fairness, PUC haven't really capitalised on the free hit that will go on their way. The one in the last over ended up being a dot ball. So Zafar Iqbal, he'll be looking to go after this one. Make it count, capitalise on it. They've got their eyes set on that 180 score. And he gets it. Going, gone. Shaka lagia. Que va, que genial, que grande. Es un otro máximo, which takes the score to 178.
There's a lot of talk in the chat about the Nazibullah's action, about the laws and the 15 degrees and everything. So we can put a little full stop on this one. The umpire thought he was throwing, so the umpire is right in this sense, and I tend to agree with him. This could be dropped.
What a great effort.
Well,
What a great effort.
if it were
Yeah. I know
if
what
it
you're
were
thinking.
Tanvir as is out there, I think he would have taken it.
Can't be in 2 places at once. I mean, still a good effort there from Naheed Hassan. And also, I mean, not only does he go for what looked like to be a tricky catch, but he doesn't, at least he doesn't palm the ball over the rope. So they only take the single. So that could work well, because William Singh, I know he has put one boundary away. It was going to be a ball down the leg side, but he's not been as consistent or as good a hitter as Iqbal. Just get the feeling here. The wicketkeeper needs to be ready. If they swing and miss, I'm sure they should be looking to run. It's the last over. Well, gets bat onto ball, and they will take a single.
It'll be
William
interesting.
Singh
Sorry.
trying to hurry up the fielder by saying, right, I'm going for 2, but then goes back in his crease.
It'll be interesting to see how if PUC can get early wickets. If they get early wickets, I think Star might be cooked.
Yeah.
But these opening bats, Mukta Galami and also Usman Shahid, got them off to a flyer. This will just be a single, and there were no wickets down at all for the first 7 overs, maybe 6 overs, and the score was already difficult to get at that stage. 181 now. Is it beyond Star? Not if their top 4 get going.
Yeah, it'll be a chase that'll be in a top 10, that's for sure. But I just think, just as more runs are hit, that's another maximum. So they'll finish the innings with a maximum. So 187 on the board. I mean, if it was in that 160 bracket, I think you'd say that the door's still been slightly left open, because we know what AC Star can do. But when it gets to, going at 18 and over, in fact, 18, you're going at about 18 and a half and over, it's going to be very, very difficult to do. But I just think PUC have got those 2 spinners, and one of them has done pretty well with the bat as well, coming off after hitting a few big ones, Zafar Iqbal. I think Zafar Iqbal and William Singh, in fact, both of those guys, I think they've done a good job with the bat, but I think the damage that they'll do will probably be with the ball.
I think you're right. As I said, I think they've got a lot more depth for PUC, especially with the bowling, but also with the batting lineup. As we see here, some of the highlights. It was a bright start for PUC, and it was Shahid doing most of the damage to the opening bowlers of Star. Galami was there or thereabouts, but he's mainly trying to give the strike back to Usman Shahid, who was really hitting the ball nicely until he was commentator cursed by Rico.
We tried our best. Come on. No, look, it was an excellent partnership from those two. Usman Shahid got off to an absolute flyer. He was hitting the ball solidly and out in the middle. Captain Gulami was giving him good support. 138, and you're right, they didn't lose that first wicket until the start of that 7th over.
Yeah, it was fancy footwork from the fielder out there. That's Munajir, a couple of those. And this is where Munajir got in the way. Nice work by the keeper. And I think, well, you look back and his foot was near that line, but whether it was over it, was his foot was down. I think it was the umpire made the right decision. There was 2 in the same over before Nazibullah got dragged for chucking. And that's an unfortunate situation. He's such an important player. This was one of the ones that was caught off the no ball. But and then they ended up running 3, I think. But it was a good batting performance here from PUC. They're a very, very good side. It was a bit of a surprise, really, that they didn't end up second in their group. So they have to play the eliminator here against Star and give them a bit of a warm-up for later games, maybe. Still very misty here. Have a look at this. Usman Shahid with 81 off 30, and then Mukhtar Ali Gulami 46 off 15, both missing out on landmarks, but I think they won't mind at all. Then Abdul Amwari 8, but good contributions towards the end from Zafar Iqbal and also William Singh. There were 17 extras, which is a lot as well. Look at the bowling figures, nothing pretty, except, well, even Nazibullah, I think he's taken 2 for 9, but got dragged for chucking, so Nahid Hassan with the other wicket. But expensive. 3 of them in the 20s, and Tanbir Aziz, who's a very good bowler, still going for just under 20. So it's not a very pretty looking scorecard for AC Star, but I think PUC will be very happy with their performance with the bat. Still a long way to go in this game, as I mentioned. As Star, if they can get those opening batsmen and then the rest of the top 4 going, they can reach this total. We saw them in the first round of Group B matches, and we're back soon. 188 to win in this European Cricket Series here from France. We'll see if Star can get a bit of a leg up, a good start. They'll need it against this very imposing total. We're back in a few minutes' time to see if they can get the 188 they need for a win here to stay in the tournament. See you back soon.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Welcome back everyone to this European Cricket Series match between Paris University Club, Paris Université Club and AC Star. And it's a pretty big total on the board that Star will have to chase. And as I mentioned before, they do rely on their top four. If they can get going, they can get there. But one thing with PUC is they do have a very good bowling lineup. They do have a lot of depth in their bowling. It will be William Singh, the spinner, to start. So he'll try to get early wickets. It's Mohammad Shimu. He'll be facing the first delivery from William Singh. 188 the target. No need for bonus points in this, the eliminator. The winner goes on to play the loser of the next match between Dreux and Royal 94. And the losers will be eliminated, the winners will go on. Let's say that the coffee's making me a little bit jumpy. Comes the first ball. And hit firmly for 4. Nice shot. Stood up well and hit that neatly through the covers. And it'll put a bit of moisture on the ball as well. Yeah, sun's starting to peep through. Again, going to have very good conditions. There's a cuckoo in the background, which is nice. Just confirms that we're in a forest. Sarju, the batsman at the non-striker's end. And turned around the corner. Oh, well, that could have been disaster for Star. As you saw then, Misbah Sarju made it down pretty much to the other end before he had to turn back, as his batting partner just said no. And that would have been an absolute disaster. Sarju just missing out on 100 yesterday. William Singh comes in again, and good delivery. Good bowler. Those left armers coming around the wicket. The slow bowlers, very, very handy in this form of cricket. Rico's joined me back in the igloo.
Yeah, good to be back, and also seeing that the sun is starting to burn away some of these misty clouds. So we had a fair bit of fog as we, of course, came to the ground. You could barely see the beautiful yellow that the fields around us have because of the rapeseed. That's in the air. Oh, what a catch! Oh my word! That is breathtaking. That is absolutely spectacular. Usman Shahid, the man who put the runs on the board, has turned into Superman, a man without the cloak, and taken a superb jalebi catch. You won't see better. What a catch. That is absolutely fantastic. Kinna sona catch par liya. Jabardast feeling. Kidda suvere swad aage ki nahi. What a catch, Danny.
No one was more surprised that that catch was taken than Usman Shahid. He moved across to his right, stuck a right hand out, and the ball just ended up in his hand. Big wicket, first up. It's Mohammad Shimu. He'll have to go. Well, it'll bring Nazib Ullah to the middle. Now, Rico, you were calling for him to come in earlier to open. He's basically opening. This is the first over. And these two, well, Ullah's the only one who's hit 100 so far in the tournament. And, oh, nice shot, straight.
Well, he put 6 on the scoreboard, and he sends the Grizzly towards the scoreboard as well. That's a lovely shot as gets played there. But, yeah, I mean, look, two guys have both scored almost 100s. And well, I'll tell you what else has gone to 100. The match is since the golden ball at 101. But, yeah, if you're going to win this match, you've got to be out there. These two have got to score runs. That's the only way you do it, especially with that early dismissal of Shermu. So what a cracking shot that was from Nazibullah, the captain.
Well, we saw them absolutely destroy bowling attacks on the first day of Group B. And then they fell in a hole. Let's see. which star comes to play. This one's in the air and 6. Good effort from the fielder. Not much of a chance. And it's Sarju who gets off the mark with a Maximo.
Yeah, so we expected there to be a dual spin attack, and it is Zafar Iqbal who gets attacked with his first ball. So let's just see how they deal with the spin here, these two. And yeah, that could be the issue for Sarju. He took a while yesterday to get going, and early on he did miss a lot of these, didn't he? He was trying to always hit down the leg side, but we know he can play outside the off. He plays in delightful shots, and that's probably what I think Nazibullah, the captain, is just saying to him and say, look, play each ball on merit. That one is played on merit. It's not a good delivery. That's the one. When you're putting the ball there, then Sarju, he can play these shots all day. He loves the shot. He's scored a lot of runs from it. And Zafar Iqbal just goes too much onto the pads, and that's whipped away. He's got to be outside the off here to Sarju.
It's not a good delivery, as you mentioned. 22 on the board. And he only got 10 off the first, which is unfortunate as we see a football come onto the field.
It's played beautifully, but it is stopped. So that's the areas you want to be. That's where you've got to be here, Sarju. You've got to, until he gets going, you want to tease him outside the off. You're going to try to get him to hoik one from outside the off onto that leg side. 2 men are waiting there at the moment. You've got mid-wicket and long on back.
There's the bowler again. And lovely delivery.
Yeah, that's well bowled. That's the perfect ball, really, to somebody like Misbah Sarju. I want to say hello to Udien and Paul Kempin that are joining us, and the ECN Supporters Club saying that's a ripper, of course. Talking about that great catch there from Usman Shahid.
Dropping behind the rate for a couple of sixes. And it's called a no ball, a free hit. I don't know what that's for.
Yeah, I mean, umpire's talking to him about something here, so it's another no ball being...
Not front foot. I'm not sure, maybe...
I think it wasn't called straight away by the umpire.
I think it might have been...
Yeah, interesting. We'll go back to the action, and not able to make anything off it. It tries to go down the leg side, so Zafar Iqbal doesn't allow the batters to get anything off the free hit. So 13 coming off that over, and you're right, they are falling behind the rate, and it's got to a point now where already they need to go magical after magical if they're going to win this match. It's 23 without one. No bonus points or anything here, folks. Straightforward, win or lose. If you win, then you keep your hopes alive and play in the qualifier number 2. If you lose this one, and that's it, your quest is done. And getting your hands on that magnificent trophy. William Singh slightly quicker, good fielding. That's the man who took the great catch, Usman Shahid, who's a bit of a ball magnet at the moment.
I got smashed at him. He just fell over and let it hit him. He's feeling his ribcage right now. And I decided to put him back, so he's got a bit more time to wait until the ball hits him.
Yeah, they bring up the mid-wicket. So, oh, he goes that way, and he's dropped it. Can you believe it? Well, he's just been put there by William Singh, and the man who took a one-handed screamer, a ripper as it was described in the chat, when it gets a two-handed chance, he puts it down.
Well, he did save 6 runs because that was travelling, and it was travelling over the boundary. Nothing going right for Star at the moment. It's should be called a wide, and will be.
He's going to be disappointed he's put that down. It was at I think a good height for him. He gets both hands on it, but he ends up palming it forward. So I suppose that's the only good thing. He doesn't allow the ball to go for 6. But Ullah, the centurion, the only centurion of this series. Oh, that's a good delivery. Well, if it's caught the pad, maybe, but I reckon it gets back.
I thought he got bat.
Let's have a look here. I mean, if that is catching any of the pad, then I don't think he's got a leg to stand on as the batter. We may get a look at it again, but William Singh, he does get through his over pretty quickly. Looks like we're not going to get a chance to see that again because he's coming back again already. Floats it up and gets dragged to the onside. It's going to be just another dot. So all these dots are creating one thing, and that maybe is an impossible chase because the rate keeps going higher.
Good bowling.
It's another dot. Isn't he clever with his, with the way he delivers the speed, the variations? I mean, that's a pretty quick delivery. And then every so often, he'll just float one up there. Really good bowling. And off the over so far, just the one wide and one single.
Can't afford these type of overs, Star. It's getting up towards 23 and over.
I think a few of the fielders just talking to him, saying, hang on. And Williams saying, what? They don't make any changes, leave it as it is. And just a single, great over.
Yeah.
And with only 3 coming from it, it really puts AC Star way behind here now. Williams saying, tremendous from him. Be interesting if they go straight back to Zafar Iqbal or try something different.
I would, for sure. More spin. In fact, it will be more spin because the keeper's still got a helmet on. Let's look at the difference in the power play scores. So you can see 10, 13 and 3. The same stage, PUC were 50 for no loss, so they're 24 behind them.
Yeah, it was quite an impressive innings from PUC. Have a look at that. There was 5 overs that went past the 20, 2 in the 15s. And this goes after this, fielder coming in and holds on to it. And Zafar Iqbal picks up the wicket, and Saju will have to go. No heroics from him in this one. Comfortable catch taken there by Muhib Afridi. Saju will go for the unlucky 13 of ball number 12. And AC Star are in desperate trouble now, 26 for 2.
They are in desperate trouble. But, well, Nazib Ullah's still out there. He can make it happen. He needs to get the strike. And he needs to get bowling that he can hit. At the moment, it's great tight bowling from these two. It's Iqbal and William Singh.
Ideal game plan, though, isn't it, for someone like PUC?
Yep.
Bat first, big runs on the board, and then just give the ball to your spinners and say, look, they need them. Make it complicated for them. Make them play the rash shots. Let's get the wickets. And the tees up, and gets it over the fielder. Chases hard and does a good job there. That's well done. It's a perfect lob to get over him. They only take 1 here, Danny.
Only take 1, but it does bring Ullah back on strike. So I can see why they've just taken the single of the boundary. But here's where Ullah needs to get going. And he's hit it high and long and 6. Well, that's exactly what he needs. He needs a lot more of those.
They're pretty quiet at the moment, aren't they? And AC Star, remember them yesterday, the noise that they were making. But at the moment, they need something to cheer them up. Well, the sun comes out and they get a 6. Maybe that will help. And then comes the dot ball as he plays all the way around this one.
I think the difference between these two sides, I think PUC have got the experience, but also got a lot of depth, both in the batting and the bowling. I think Star struggling a bit with the bowling, as we saw.
That's a good shot, though, down the ground. Well picked up, 6 more. And Zafar Iqbal just goes a little bit too straight, offers a bit of a half volley, and Nazib Ullah, he puts it away. Ullah's the man. He's really the last hope. Naheed Hassan, we know, can stick around, but Ullah's got to go big. And then you also got Aziz to come in. Don't forget him, but somebody's got to really get going here. Oh, he could be going the wrong direction. That'll be the wicket. And that really's got to be the curtains now. Nazib Ullah will go. It's a very soft dismissal from a very good batter. Is 19, and that's your lot. And Zafar Iqbal picks up the 2nd wicket in the over, and probably the most crucial one when it comes to this contest, as AC Star at the end of the 4th over lose their 3rd wicket, 39 for 3.
I think that PUC's had a good look at Star and the replays and seen how they bat, where they scored their runs, and also where they failed with the bat, because there were 2 scores of under 70, but the other ones are all over 150 odd.
Yeah.
And so I think they've just come in with a good game plan, and have really done well to affect that game plan. So new bowler will be Muhib Afridi, and
gets a lot of caught on balls for Iqbal. When we saw him playing in the group stages, I think a lot of the wickets he picked up were again caught on balls. So he's obviously getting the ball in right in that area where batters are slicing the ball up towards him. That's defensively played by Hassan, who, oh, wow, talk about this one. Well, I think this is Gulami trying to take out his own players. He's thrown this one in. I think it's hit right at the edge of the pitch, because that would be the only thing that would explain why this one, yeah, there you go, has taken off like that. And, well, Muhib Afridi had no idea what was happening there.
Firmly down the ground, just be a single. Gets to the ball magnet. And it's going very slowly now. And I don't think they're going to get the 26 and over they need from here on in. They're getting singles.
I think you're right in your observation about PUC. As well, that one will go to the boundary. That's a good solid strike from Hassan. We know he can deliver a punch or two. Naheed Hassan, and that's 6 runs. But yeah, I think PUC, they're a good team. They've got some national team players in there. I know that Muqtali Gulami definitely is a captain who does his homework. He's had a look at AC Star. He's come up with a game plan, and it's worked a treat. And winning the toss was part of it.
Yeah, absolutely. So
goes for it again, catching chance, and there is the captain. Very good catch as he's walking the tightrope, holds on to this one, and Naheed Hassan going for a similar shot down the ground, will get caught. Very good catch. He makes it look easy, doesn't he?
Very easy. He's a good quality player as Gulami, and good in that position as well.
Gulami sends another one back. Hassan does hit a big 6, but then he goes for 8 or 4. And now I suppose it's fair to say we're getting to a point where really nobody, apart from Aziz who's out there, nobody from the AC Star team has really made any impact with the bat. So I think this is it. I think it's done, it's dusted. PUC are going to survive. They will be playing whoever loses out in qualifier number 1. For Star, I think it's an opportunity for us to really focus on what has been a pretty good tournament from them. Well, that's put away quite nicely. It's not the best of deliveries. It's down the leg side, and Sabir Hussain says, well, I might as well have a go. I've got nothing to lose.
Definitely got nothing to lose. They can throw the bat at anything. They tried it, but it was just good bowling from PUC. So Gulami is obviously captain this side very, very well. Very experienced cricketer. But well, looking forward, we're assuming PUC win this game. They're going to play the loser of the next game between Dreux and Royal 94. Now, on form, it's going to be a good game. I loved watching the Royals in Group A, but I mean, Dreux are playing at home. They'll step up a gear in these finals for sure. Slower ball, well bowled. Now, let's say that theoretically, PUC are playing very well. They play Royals in the next round. They get to the final against Dreux. Are they capable of beating them? And if they've won, this would have been their 3rd game of the day. Don't know about fatigue, maybe. But if they get on a roll, will that help them against Dreux? Yeah. This is all theory, because Royals might come in and beat Dreux in the next game.
I'll give you my thoughts on that in a moment. Let's see this delivery first. It gets played away and it's well fielded. No run there. And this is now Abdullah Anwari with the ball. One thing I think PEC will do, and they probably have already kind of done it. They've probably already had a look at Dreux and they've got a game plan. They will definitely have a game plan. But of course, you and I know that having a plan is one thing, executing it is another. And the thing with Dreux is they've got so many quality players that you might account for 1 or 2 of them, but then somebody else crops up and has a great day. I mean, I'm expecting Cameron Ahmadai to come back strong today. He, as you know, in the internationals, he was great. I think in this series, he was hit and miss. He never really got going with the bat. With the ball, he was okay. Gulami can't do anything about this one. That's a good strike from Tambir Aziz. Nicely timed, gets his first boundary. Lovely 6 runs from him. But yeah, I think you can have plans, but somebody can come along and upset it. But I think if they play their perfect game, PUC, then yeah, I think they are capable of beating Dreux. They really are. But Dreux at their best, yeah, I can't see anyone beating it. But if Dreux perform and don't perform 100%, that's going to be close. The umpire has a look, says not out. I don't think this one gets up as high as the batter's thinking. So, but it will be a very interesting contest, that's for sure.
Absolutely. Let's have a look at this one. This would look pretty close. Naked eye might have been missing. But firstly, Dreux will have to get past the Royals.
Royal, yeah.
And they were a real surprise packet in Group A. They play with great spirit. They have put a lot of pressure on the field. Yeah. They're a very talented side. This is in the air. Should be, well, it's going to drop in front of the fielder.
Yeah, it was eyeing it up, wasn't he? And in the end, Afridi just makes the right call. I think that's probably not going to be called. It's not worth injuring yourself to try to catch it, especially when you're so far ahead of the game. They're needing 30 runs per over here. It ain't going to happen. We knew that at the beginning of this over. So I think this is where PUC and their captain, we were saying, guys, nice and easy from here on in. I don't want any injuries. Let's just keep it simple and let's get this, register this win and get set for the next match. Gulami, another catch, straightforward. Thank you very much. It's as easy as that, as Tambir Aziz tries to go for his second boundary. He won't be able to do so. It's going to be the end of him as well. He'll go for 7 of 6 deliveries, and Anwari picks up a wicket at the end of his first over. 7 for 1 from him, and AC Star 61 for 5 now at the end of 6 overs.
Well, we're going to say goodbye to Star at the end of this game, because there's no way they're going to get this total, especially with 5 wickets down. What do you think of their journey?
Look, for a team on debut, and I think they are a genuine debut, because sometimes you say team on debut, for example, Every, but they had a lot of players that we know, some of them international players. So they are genuine. They're a genuine debut. They're playing T10 format for the very first time. I've liked what I've seen. Yeah. I've liked their enthusiasm and their passion. We can't deny that. They've been vocal. They've been passionate about what they do. They've been great. They will learn so much from this as well. They've got good batters. They could pick up a couple of all-rounders. Now, I am told that there were a couple of players that were due to play that couldn't make it for various reasons. They probably have missed those. But they've got what it takes. A team that scores 171, I feel they scored first up. They scored 160, so they scored 176, they scored 161, and then yesterday when they needed to do it, they scored 170. A team that does that on 3 occasions, you know they're a good side. All right, you could say they've relied heavily on 2 batters, but I think they've been a bit better than that. I think Aziz is a great talent. I think the captain's played pretty well as well. That's Ullah, of course. I think the likes of Shahan's been good. They'll learn a lot. They'll pick up a few players, and I think they'll come back nice and strong the next time we see them.
Agreed. I think they need a little bit more depth with the batting, and they need maybe a strike bowler or someone who can really affect the start of the innings. And I think they'll get that over the years. But they have really good potential. I really like the look of Tambir Aziz. A good fielder as well. You saw him take the catch off the no ball. Yeah. And he's only saving that 6 as well. Very good athlete, as you mentioned. And of course, they get the top order. Score quite a few runs. This is going to be out, caught, done. Into the pink pads. But
good catch. You need the shades out there this morning. He's got the shades on. He's looking the business. That ball's gone up in the air. It's probably spinning quite viciously because of the way it comes off the bat. But look, good control. Takes it above his head. Going backward, nice and smooth. Takes the catch. Hussain will depart. He goes for a nice 15. Some nice shots there from Hussain. And another one bites the dust. Losing wickets here pretty frequently. Hussain 15 of the 7 balls, and just before him we saw Tanbir Aziz. He went for 7 of 6. So you got Rabani Khan is out there, and he's going to be joined by another new batter. 6 down here now. But yeah, I'm just imagining them with, let's say they get somebody like a Zadran Saliman coming their side.
Yep.
Quick, fast bowler, also can give you a little bit with the bat. And there may be a genuine spinner. Another Ullas tried, but had a few issues with his action. That's something for him to go back and work on. But a genuine spinner, and then all of a sudden, they are a good all-round outfit. So they've got plenty of potential.
Yeah, I totally agree. And to see, I saw the teams flash up for the next game. Looking forward to that one as well. But PUC will move on. They'll play the loser of the next game.
This is our Itifak Sayak now. The man, of course, who was in comms here a little bit last time. He gets the chance. He's been the 12th man for a few matches for AC Star. But I know they've
all
had
matches, haven't they?
Yeah, all the matches. They've had a few injuries. I'm getting word that we've got a bit of an injury. One of the players actually right now, he's struggling with a bit of a hamstring. Whether he goes out to bat or not could be a question mark. So they don't want to be losing too many more wickets. That's a nice shot, controlled boundary, as that just guided to the rope there on the 45 by Rabani Khan. It's a nice shot, 4 runs.
Yeah, good shot. And tucked around the corner. There is a player deep in that area, but unable to cut it off. 77 for 6 now.
Yeah, Manish Kapoor turning his arm over. That's not a good delivery down leg side. The keeper does well. Simul Rahman Ahmadzai to get there.
So, but look, going back to PUC, I've been impressed with them. The game plan is there, and I think again they're going to be competitive. They're probably in that Group A. They were the team favoured to finish top. This is hit to the fielder. It's going to just bounce in front of him and just be a single. Don't have to do anything too rash here, PUC. But they were the team most likely. Royals were a surprise, but they were a delight. I hope.
We both enjoyed the way they played, the way they went about the game, the way they worked as a team. They were the perfect, in terms of the way they played in team mode, they were the perfect team. And they've got some good players in there as well. And maybe, let's hope that the rest has done them good and they come back strong. They certainly have got some very good players in there.
They are a second division side as well.
Yeah, I was told 3rd, unless they're being promoted.
No, well, maybe. I was told 3rd, and then I was told 2nd.
Okay.
So I'm going to go with 2nd, because I think it could be close. I was told they were 2nd division, and they're going to be playing the best team in the country next. So, again, they've got nothing to lose. The way they play, the intensity they have with their fielding, and they've got a good bowling unit as well, I think could trouble Drew if they get early wickets. Don't know what's happened with the toss yet, but we'll find out soonish.
Going right across the line here. And he's a bit lucky. End of the over, 80 for 6. Hey, Morse code day today.
Okay.
Honours the inventor Morse code, Samuel Morse, who was born on this day in 1791. Apart from this, Morse code also celebrates this pioneering method of communication and the invention that was first used to transmit encoded messages via of course, the electric telegram. So, Morse code day celebrated today, amongst other things. Of course, the big one, of course, Freedom Day, which is a day that all South Africans will be celebrating. That's a big wide first up from the bowler.
Yeah, I've got quite a few good South African friends in Prague. Hello and to them, and if they're listening.
And of course, our very own Mr. Horns, Tyrone Peters, of course.
Yeah.
And, I know that Tyrone, it's probably a day that's pretty passionate to him as well.
He is the most South African man I've ever met.
Of course, it's not just South Africa, but I think the whole world actually acknowledges the day. Flighted up and just moves around a lot in his crease. Does Itifka. That's got a run to his name. We'd be happy with that.
He's a bit of a character, isn't he? He's, I saw him. He had the yellow jacket on. Not the yellow jacket. Yellow jackets are not good in this part of the world. But the yellow bib to come on as 12th man. He's worked hard and he's supported the team. So it's good to see him get a game here and to get a bat as well.
Bat on board. Will take the run on. Will he get there though?
Oh.
Wow. William Singh picks it up, and of course, being left-handed, it's actually a good angle for him to have a throw at here. I think he's, he goes for the stumps. If he hits, he would have got his man. I think the bowler probably a little bit slow, get behind the stumps actually. That gets hit pretty well, and it's going to be an easy pickup, and bowls it back in, does the fielder. So PUC, everything's gone to plan so far from them. They can win the toss, they bat first, they put big runs on the board. Their batters, the key batters that you'd want to perform, do perform. The only one we didn't get a chance to see was, of course, Safi, but no doubt he'll probably play a part in perhaps the next match. But they did enough, and that's the most important thing. Getting that 187 on the board, that's the end of the over. Over is called, and with 6 balls to go, it's 85 for 6 for AC Star. But it's a tournament they'll remember for a lot of things. Of course, the early Centurion in the tournament is one of their players, and that was an incredible century as well. And then not only did he score a century, he then went on from there in the next match and scored a very fine 50. Oh. Trying to get a little bit funky here is safe.
You touched on something, Rico, that with the toss, and this is a toss that both of these teams would have liked to have won.
Yeah.
Now, sometimes the toss doesn't matter. We saw it the weekend with the this is turned around the corner, it'll be 4, I think. We saw at the weekend that it didn't matter what happened. It was between France and Sweden. It was France who was going to bat first, I think. I can't remember. But it was for the first 4 games. It was just the same decision. But here, definitely Star would like to have batted first rather than tried to chase. And to set that scoreboard pressure, which we know they can do, because they did it yesterday in the final game, where they hit 170. To set that scoreboard pressure, then it takes a bit of pressure off the bowling, because the batting team, or the batting second, chasing 170 odd. Oh, a little bouncer there. Will if they do lose a wicket, it just puts more pressure on the batsman coming in. So for PUC to win this toss and score 188, just did the same thing to what normally a Star do to teams.
Played out through the offside. That's a nice looking shot there from Idifka Saif, and gets another run to his name. But yeah, I think you're right. Toss hugely important. Both teams would have wanted to bat first. Of course, it's never nice to try and have to bowl and field when the ball is pretty dewy. Of course, that problem doesn't exist anymore. Well, picks that up beautifully. That's going to be 6 runs. What a lovely shot. Shaba, Kinna Sona. Rabbani Khan goes boom, shakalagya to finish the proceedings of this match. And AC Star will finish with a score in the 90s, but way behind where they need to be. 94 for 6. It's a comprehensive victory for Paris University Club, winning by 93 runs and booking their place in qualifier number 2. And one thing you can be sure of, that Drew or Royal 94 will not be looking forward to the prospect of having to play them to get into the final. So the next match coming up, qualifier number 1, very important. The winner going straight through to the final and avoiding, well, PUC, perhaps for the moment. That's what's coming up next, as his handshakes all around. PUC, as you'd expect, most people did expect them to get into the final, do so. But it brings to an end quite a marvellous journey for AC Star, the new team. They've certainly had some highlights, and they'll go back and have a look at some wonderful moments. But their journey comes to an end, and they'll spend the rest of the day watching from the sidelines.
It was a good performance by PUC, and things are going to plan so far today for them. As for the start, well, we knew that the top four had to click, and quite a few of them got starts, but really didn't go on with it in the same way that they would have liked. And it started with that. It's a beautiful catch from Usman Shahid, and you could tell that things were just starting to go right for PUC from that stage onwards.
Yeah, the catch really was the icing on the cake. The man who took the one-handed one then wasn't able to take the two-handed version, but I suppose it didn't really matter because the other wickets were starting to fall. That was a pretty comfortable catch taken there by Afridi. And we knew, and we've known all the way along, that once you get through the first three of the hard-hitting AC Stir, and that was a really soft dismissal of the key man, Nazibullah, the captain. It was once again the spinners that did the damage, as Zafar Iqbal 2 for 26. And William Singh, well, don't forget, he bowled beautifully well. His second over was absolute class. It only goes for 13 off his 2, picked up a wicket as well. And by that time, really, those first 4 overs, the match was done.
Yeah, absolutely. You picked it in the preview for this game that the spinners for PUC were going to have a massive impact on this innings, and opening with both of them as well. It just didn't go well for Star. It was just quality spin bowling for both the opening bowlers.
Yeah, it's interesting how I suppose we got some good matches to look forward to, but whether it's Drew or whether it is Raw 94, one of the things that they know, or that their batters will have to contend with, is those 4 overs of spin. Yep. And I wonder if already those two teams, they're focusing on a very important match now, but if you're playing PUC, you think about your batting order and say, right, who we got that can really go after these spinners? And maybe you're starting to look upon your left-handers, because that is going to be pretty key. You know that William Singh will probably open the bowling. I don't think they will change it. So who you got that can go after them?
Well, it really depends. They've got a bit of depth in their bowling. They don't necessarily need to open these spinners. They did against Star, because they could see what kind of batsmen they were up against. If they'd opened with medium paces, then they could have got a bit of a roll on, and I don't think the spinners would have been maybe as effective. Yeah,
this is what's coming up next. One big thing you will notice, Amar Zahir comes back in. He didn't play the last match yesterday. Kaman Amatar was behind the stumps. There's no Wahid Abdul. I'm told that he is now officially on vacation, so he'll miss out on finals day. So that's a big bowler that's out.
It is. Very important player, your opener, and he's been fantastic throughout this tournament, especially the match against Star, where he picked up about 3 yards of pace, and opens the bowling well for Drew. So that is a bit of a disappointment for the tournament as well, because he's a character. Yeah,
and then Lucky Tharan coming in for Raw 94. So quick look at the scorecards, and as we suspected, if the top 3 really didn't get a big score on the board, it was going to be an uphill struggle for AC Star, and that's what it ended up being. A nice little few cameos there towards the end there. Sabir Hossain, I like what he did, 15 off 7, and then also Rabbani Khan, 17 off 9. He also put in a good performance, but Stir would go out. On the bowling front, I think we've said it already, the spinners did their job. William Singh, very economical, 1 for 13. 2 wickets for Zafar Iqbal, 2 for 26. And then all the other bowlers really just came in and did the job. Wickets there for Afridi and Wari. Also from Safi, it was just and even Manish Kapoor got a chance to turn his arm over. So we're going to leave you with the scorecards now and the match summary. We'll be back in just under 20 minutes time to talk you through the qualifier between, of course, Drew and Royal 94. Which team will book their place in the final first up, and which one will have that rather difficult match against PUC coming up a little bit later. Join us back in under 20 minutes time. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome to the middle of the beautiful Drua cricket ground as we get ready for the qualifier. Two teams will come together here, Raw 94 taking on the home side Drua. Both were winners of their groups and both know that if you win this match, you book your place in the final. If you don't, then you've got a difficult match coming up against PUC. So I think you want to book that place. Take a chill out afternoon and get prepared for the final. The last thing that you want to do is play another tough match against PUC, who looked absolutely devastating in that win in the eliminator. The coin toss could be key, I think. Let's go straight over to Stefan Gooch and see what happens.
Throw to call.
Head.
Heads is called. It's tails.
Bat bust.
Batting?
Yep.
Good luck. All the best, guys. Have a good game.
Thank you.
Royals 94 won the toss. They're having a bat.
Priyan winning the toss and electing to have a bat first. I like that move from them because I think when we saw Royal 94 in the group stages, their batting really did click. They got three key batters though, I think we have to look at. First of all, it's their captain, John Mary Ellerstein. If he gets going, he can score runs quickly. Now, one thing I said about him in the group stages is that he never really got that big score. Even though he did get in the teens and sometimes in the 20s, he never went on to go big. Maybe he's going to save the best till last. But Priyan Uthiyakuma, this guy was good. He was class. And if you got rid of him, another good batter comes in Logarajan. He was also outstanding. So those three were key. Then you always have someone like Gunnar Ithran who comes out as well. Now this guy probably didn't get as much batting in the group stages, but when he was called upon, he was also able to perform. With the ball, Harikaran, he was outstanding. He didn't play the very first matches, but when he came into the side, he was always taking wickets, so look out for him. Drew, what can you say? I know that Mohamed Rafa is in outstanding form with the bat at the moment. He's hitting the ball so well. His timing is sensational. And every time he hits it, it's sailing over the boundaries. But they have a few issues. Hamza Niaz has shown he's got the ability, but other than one big score, he's getting out early. Nabi, once again, is just not clicking here, and he's pretty frustrated about that, I'm sure. And Mohamed Issa also not quite really at the kind of level that he should be at. But Drew, they're a championship side, and somebody always performs for them. They've still got good batters that can come in low down the order and change the way the game is going. Of course, I'm talking about Abdurrahman Ahmadzai. What a player he is. Watch out for this left armer. He's Yorkers, but also can perform with the bat. Safi is another one that can do that. But I'm expecting this guy, Cameron Ahmadzai, to have a good day. We saw him play brilliantly well in the internationals against Sweden, for France. But in this championship, he hasn't been at his best. He hasn't really performed. Today, I think, could be his day. Exciting match coming up. The winner here goes straight through to the final. Danny Hudacek, over to you. Raw 94, having a bat.
Merci, Rico. And welcome back to everyone. This European Cricket Series here in France. So it's Dreux, the home team, that'll be taking the field. I think it was a very good toss to win for Royal 94. Two good batsmen up the top in Alistair and also Priyan. They were very good in the group stage, and as Rico mentioned, Lagajan is very, very handy as well. But there's a big out for Dreux, and that's Wahid. He's not with us and won't be here all day, so it's a big out for Dreux. Very good bowler to open up though. It's Abdurrahman Ahmadzai. See if he can do some damage. I think he's the top wicket taker in the tournament so far. We are aiming at those stumps. And we saw Dreux really pick up their intensity in the match against Star when they thought that they were going to have a few problems with the batsman up top. And that's what I think you'll expect from Dreux today. But very, very good team. Best team in Europe a couple of years ago when they won the ECL. Best team in France when they won this tournament last year. Very difficult to beat. But Royals have some very, very good players and play with such a team spirit that I think they believe that they can shake Dreux in this match. So, just about ready for a start. Two players back, one at third man, one at deep square leg. Here comes the left-handed Amatsai. And this is tucked away. Lovely shot to start with. And nice catch on the boundary from one of the PUC players. Let's have a look at this. So just whipped off his legs. And good catch. Oh, he dropped it. It was picked up by the his mate behind him. We'll hope they catch better in the next game. Yeah, they play the loser of this one. Good start here for Alliston and for Royals. Oh, that's close. Gone. Well, it was a good start for Alliston. Now it's a good start for Amatsai. He gets his man, and it's that Yorker. He gets natural in-swing, does the left-hander, and I don't think there's any complaints. It's pitched up, it's swinging back in. You can see the middle stump there, but it's going to crash into middle and leg. That's the first wicket down, a big one here for Dreux, and it's not what Royals would have liked here at the start of this innings. Difficult though, even without Wahid, they do have a very good bowling lineup. So, new batsman coming up. It is Gangnam style. Come in. I would have picked Lograjan to come in, their wicketkeeper, but we'll see. There's a plan here for Royals. Comes Amatsai again and hit nicely. It's past Kamran, and it's 4 runs. So they're attacking the bowling. Just outside off stump. And dragged it across. Nice shot. Moves on to 10. Abdul Rahman, he's been an outstanding bowler this in the last 3 days for Dreux. His hit again down the ground. Cameron will pick it up, just a single. Not taking the gloves today, Cameron Amatsai. That job has gone to Amaza here, which is a bit more logical, I think. Cameron is a very, very handy bowler. Pretty good in the field as well. Good pair of hands. Giant pair of hands, but also very safe. So Priyan has been in good form so far this tournament. Bit of a chat. Nabi has got an issue, I think. Not sure why he's going off. It's the first over. So his 12th man coming on. And I hope he's okay. Might have forgotten something. And there's the 12th man coming on. And that is Ramat Saidi. We'll go down to short final leg area. 45, which is a pretty typical fielding area in this format. Okay, a couple of balls left of the first. And that's hit down the ground. Cameron has a bit of work to do, just be a single. Didn't get quite all of it. Did Priyan, but he gets off the mark, which is good. 12 off the over so far. Have lost that wicket. It's a big one in Sommier Alistar. Last ball of the first. And good delivery right up in the block hole again. And a dot ball. So, pretty good runs from the first, but big wicket. One of the openers and the captain gone. So, here's what's happening. This is the qualifier. Qualifier 1, I should say. The winner goes straight to the final. Have a bit of a rest as well for quite a while. The loser will go on to play Paris University, which will be a tough game for either of these two sides. We're getting to the pointy end of the tournament. Well, this is the pointy end of the tournament. And I think the 3 best teams, or 3 strongest all-round teams that we've seen this week. Royals, they captured the imagination mainly with their fielding and the intensity they bring to the to their bowling and their all-round play. Good captaincy also from Alistair. All right, new bowler comes in. It's Suffy. Called a wide. Dansinul Safi. Again, he's been a good bowler for Dreux in this tournament. But Wahid is a big out for them. Such a character as well. Alexander Hakuk is in the side, and Pachakan as well. And called it wide again. Bit loose from Safi, first up. I don't mind this at all, the Royals. Still a little bit misty around the ground. That's more the, I think, surface water from the early dew just evaporating. Nice shot, 4 runs. Just a little bit short from Safi. And Priyan was right onto it. Been in good form in this tournament, has Priyan. Let's have a look at this. It's a big gap there. Kamran is in the circle. Doing back one at point. And one at third man. So he has to keep it outside off. That was outside off, just too short from Safi. First 2 he tried to put out there were wide. Very little chance for bowlers to get it absolutely perfect. Safi coming again, bowling to Priyan. Short, and there's a man down there. One bounce to him. Came nicely off the bat. They have good cover in that area. Nabi's off the field. Not sure who's going to be directing the troops now. Got a lot of experience in this side. It's possibly Mohammed Nissa. He's in the cover area that Nabi normally patrols. I'm sure he's making decisions. I think Nabi's going to come back. I can see him there. Looks okay. Oh, a big swing and a miss. That's the right area for Safi to be bowling in. Nicely pitched up. A little bit of outswing. And Gumnam didn't really get onto that one. Doing again, halfway through the second over. And oh, got him in the lid. That'll rattle him a bit. He says he's okay. It'll be a concussion test. But right in the grill. Let's have a look at this again. And not sure if he got a bit of bat on it. Oh, it was just directly hit. That was pretty spicy there from the bowler. We've seen him pitch it up quite a bit, and this is a bit of a surprise ball. And as a batsman, he's actually calling for a new helmet. Done a bit of damage to it. So there's be a little bit of a pause while the 12th man runs it on. It's sent on Anas Raj. We'll get his moment of glory. Looks like Nabi's coming back on as well. So, not too much wrong. I don't know why he went off. Probably just forgot something. But he's looking okay. Now he can direct the troops again. So I'm joined in the igloo by Rico Full.
Yeah, a very warm igloo now. I've noticed
nice.
you've ditched the jacket. I think mine will be ditched pretty soon as well. It's beautiful. The sun has arrived. Spring is officially here. We've had the butterflies, the moths, the insects, the spiders, all in the cube as well. And, well, looking forward to this contest. A wicket first up from Abdurrahman Ahmadzai with that in-swing in Yorker. Let's see if Safi can get a breakthrough here as well. Ganitharam on strike.
And he's smashed him for 6. Right in the slot. And that's, oh, I hope that hasn't destroyed our lunch. It's right on the clubhouse roof.
This has smashed into something wide of the tower, and yeah, that might even be knock knock on the door where our production guys are. That's very close. Chris Taps is saying very, very close to where two circles have pitched up. Good hit though, solid strike.
They've got a nice little facility in there. When it was cold the other day, they had heating. Not sure about the air conditioning. It's a better ball and a good recovery there from the bowler, Safi. Goes for 13 off the over. And at the end of 2, Royals are 25 for 1. Bright start from them. They did lose that early wicket, but they're still swinging to try to get as many runs as they can and post a total that will put pressure on the Doi batting.
Well, it's the head-banded assassin, if you like, who's going to bowl his second over. Quick look at how things finished in Group A with that 3-1 record. 15 points to Royal 94, finishing above Paris University, who had a better record, but it's the 4-point victory that Royal 94 had that saw them leapfrog them on the points. That's at Yorker, beautifully bowled and well played. Well, a little bit of argy-bargy, a little bit of kabaddi in the middle. And in the end, the batters do get home safe.
Are you a kabaddi fan?
I do like watching a bit of kabaddi. Well, here we go. It's argy-bargy. Safi gets, not Safi, of course, that's Ahmedzai. Gets nudged to the floor, but still gets a throw in.
There was a promotional kabaddi experience, I think it was at the MCG somewhere, or in Melbourne, between a professional kabaddi team from India and some AFL players.
I think I remember seeing some clips of this.
I think it really captured the imagination of a lot of Australians who are probably not very familiar with kabaddi. Comes Ahmedzai again. Oh, good ball, dug out, and a single. Nicely played by Gunman style.
Must be very difficult for a batter. You know you want to try and accelerate here, but you also, the back of your mind, you know that in-swing in Yorker is coming in from Abdurrahman Ahmedzai. It really has got that radius, which I noticed he's just holding that shoulder slightly. He's bowling shoulder. Hopefully no issues for him as he comes back in again.
It's a nice shot, and the leg side, there'll be 4. Picked up off a good length. And, well, there's 3 balls left of the spell. He's a dangerous bowler, Ahmedzai. And then we'll start getting onto the change bowlers.
Slightly slower one there, which gets well read by Priyan Uthiakuma. And need a good knot from him, actually. You got these 2, and then after that, you got Lagragan to come in. He could also contribute well. But then after that, we know that Royal 94, they do struggle. So the top 4 for them, pretty important. And one, of course, already sent back.
It's going to be caught. Straight to Kamran, who doesn't drop those. So it'll be Priyan to go. It's unfortunate for Royals, lost the second opener, and it's a big wicket for Dreux.
Yeah, it is, because we know that Priyan is a dangerous batter, and just as I was saying that Royal 94 need to get a lot from the top 4, we see one of the key batters, Priyan, is going to have to go after hitting a nice boundary. Tries to go over the top of Kamran Ahmedzai, but not able to do so. It's the second wicket for Abdurrahman, and 2 Ahmedzais combining well. So now Lagrajan Ithran comes out, and this becomes, Danny, a pretty crucial partnership.
It does become a crucial partnership, and we know the quality of these 2. I really rate Lagrajan, but here's Abdurrahman Ahmedzai takes another wicket for this tournament. Just pushed out to the offside for a single. But, well, we've only got one more ball to navigate of Ahmedzai. He's taken 2 wickets, the only 2 wickets that have gone down so far. Hopefully they'll be able to survive it. They're still going at about 11 and over, which is pretty good at this stage. It's 2 big wickets gone down. Comes in. And be a dot ball. End of another good over there from Abdurrahman. And at the end of 3, end of the power play, Royal 94 are 32 for 2.
Yeah, both wickets there falling to the very good and very talented left armour. So Ahmadzai 2 for 19, and of course Royal 94 know that it won't get any easier, as it looks like it's the other Ahmadzai, Cameron Ahmadzai now, is going to have a bowl. And he heard me say that I feel that he's going to have a big day. He's going to make impact here today on finals day. He was great for France in the internationals. He went a little bit off the boil, I think, in the series here, maybe overshadowed by some of the other big names. But it's a big day for Dreux. They're looking to regain their crown. And with Wahid Abdul not in the side, I think Cameron Ahmadzai is going to up his game.
Yeah, look, he's a good bowler as well. I mean, he's a good bat, but he's been out of form with the bat. But with the ball, I think he's been very, very good for Dreux. He often bowls just short of a length. Very heavy ball. He's got this weird shuffling run up. Nice shot though, over the top, and I think it might have gone all the way. I'm not sure. Umpire thinks it's 4. Let's have another look at it and see where it bounced. Don't know.
Just before the rope there. It's a bit difficult. It's the first time I think we're having issues looking at our screen because of the glare from the sun.
Yeah.
But that's a delightful shot though. Great positioning, and he puts that away quite beautifully. Good shot.
Yeah, lovely shot. And I said he normally bowls a bit short of a length, and gets it to rise past the batsman. That was just a little overpitched. Comes Cameron again. Beats the batsman outside off stump.
You're not going to get too many, are you, from Cameron Ahmadzai that are at this kind of height. Normally, when he gets the ball outside the off, that ball is rising, and you're sort of almost playing it around your chest high. So you can see why Lugdajani is trying to make the most of those ones. But though he gets one away, misses out on this one.
Such a good cricketer is Cameron. He comes in again. Let's just put it down just for a single. It's about the line and length he normally bowls. And there's not much that the batsman can do with it quite often.
Yeah, warm applause there from the teammates of Lugdajani. And they're happy for him to take the odd boundary and take the single when it's there, because it's not a sort of team that you're always going to be able to muscle boundaries from. And I'll put you on the spot in a moment, Danny, as this one is going to be a little bit of good fortune. Ay, suerte ahí for Ganitran. He'll get 4 from this one. Didn't really know too much about it. But what do you think is a good score here for Royal 94 against Dreux if they bowl well?
They'll need, the average score is about 128. So anything above the average score, I think, would be competitive. If they can get to 140, 145, I think that would be a little bit more comfortable for them. But it depends on if they get early wickets. They've got good bowling. That's pretty quick. That's 1 for the over. It depends. It really depends on how many early wickets they get. Dreux can chase pretty much anything down with their batting lineup if they click. Hamza Niaz has been in good form. Nabi and Nisar have missed out a bit, but Mohammad Rafa has just been tearing it apart. He scored. How many runs did he score? About 130, 140
50 yesterday, didn't he?
Yeah.
A 50 and an 80 as well. That's up in the air, and that's going to just bounce before the fielder, so it doesn't get the boundary. They'll have to double up. Yeah, he was in good form yesterday, and he was crunching. Remember, at one point, he hit 5 sixes off and over, and everybody was excited, thinking we're going to see the 6 perfect sixes in an over. It wasn't quite to be. Ball number 6 was just a single, but he's in form. He's blasting the ball to all parts of the ground. So, yeah, they've got to negotiate, of course, the openers, and I'm pretty sure that today the likes of Nabi and Nisar will be looking to impress. We have seen some knocks there from Hamza Niaz, but yeah, I mean, I tend to agree with you. I think a 120 has to be the bare minimum to get to that sort of par score. But if they can get to a 140, 150, I think they'll give themselves a chance to try and restrict Dreux.
Well, speak of the man, here he is, Mohammad Rafa. I'll talk about him in a moment. This is nicely hit, and we'll go to the boundary for 4. So we haven't seen him bowl much. I think he bowled maybe in the first game, but you can see he's got strapping on his elbow and he's still nursing an injury. And the fact that Wahid is not in the side, that they've given the ball to Muhammad Rafa, is probably not at his best and at his quickest.
Yeah, I've heard people say he's got like a kind of a tennis elbow. It's a niggle that he definitely had when Drew were playing in the European Cricket League.
Oh, good ball.
And as a result of that, what we have seen is that he's not, normally he would be charging in and bowling full pelt. He's not doing that. He's cut his run up short. He's just trying to get the ball there or thereabout. But what we have seen, that by him changing his style and his approach, he certainly does get the ball to swing about a little bit. So he's still a difficult one to negotiate when he's got the ball in hand. He's rougher.
I'll come back here in a moment and I'll ask you a question, Rico. It's an edge and still a chance for a run out. I think he's home.
Yeah, there's no real big appeal here. The umpire will check upstairs, but I think it's well run. But it's an opportunity, and the keeper almost gets it in the glove. Good attempt there from Zahir. There's the throw. Zahir goes down. The throw comes in with the batter. Does get the bat down. You can see there he is home comfortably. A little bit of action.
See from side on. And there's a slide and the ball hitting the stumps. Good running. So my question is, look, Rafa's bowling here. He's already holding his arm. Let's say if he does bowl his second over, there's one over from Kamran, there's another over from Safi. All right. Who's the other bowler?
I think the demon bowler himself, the hat-trick hero, Nabi.
Maybe.
And Nabi probably will have to turn his arm over here, you'd expect. I have seen Nisar also bowl some spin.
Yeah.
And who knows, maybe Harkuk, who normally is the specialist fielder, he is playing because of Abdul not being in the side. I mean, we know he can bowl as well, so you've got options.
We saw Pachakan bowl the other day as well. This is hit down the ground and 6 runs. It was right down the ground, straight, and neither fielder at long on or long off moved.
It's nobody straight, and it's hit as straight as a dart, and you can see there quite clearly getting over the rope. Nice shot. So going well here, and nice that we said at the time, these two, very key partnership. They know that.
So again, nicely hit out towards the boundary, but mainly dug out, just a single.
Does hold the pose well, doesn't he, when he hits the ball? It's almost like when he hits the ball, he's showing you where that ball is going, and it sounds good. He finds the middle quite competently.
Well, the 50 came up with that 6, by the way. This is just pushed straight, and just another single. Pretty good over. And at the end of 5, Royals are 56 for 2.
Yeah, and it's time for us to say a very warm welcome, and it is a warm welcome on a beautiful sunny day in France here in Dreux. Finals day, and happy weekend to all of our viewers. And I know a lot of people tuning in on the chat. And very good morning to you all, wherever you're tuning in from around the world. I hope you're having a fantastic Sunday.
Yeah, look, it's a lovely day for a Sunday, isn't it?
Great day. But what's the if it weren't cricket?
Yeah.
What's the ideal Sunday morning for you?
Well, I mean, the dogs will want to go for a walk. Then lots of nice beer gardens in Prague. That's always a good thing. Yeah, look, Prague's a nice place to be. I've got a terrace, so maybe a barbecue with friends. That's
nice,
also a nice one.
Yeah, that's a nice idea. Yeah, I mean, always got to start off with a nice bit of breakfast. I think for me on a Sunday, it's the day that you can go big, get the eggs out, the sausages, and baked beans, have a nice fry up to start the day. And I'm actually, of course, we're both very similar. We both do have dogs as part of our family, and I like often to go for a walk along the seafront. We're very lucky where we are, and normally you go into one of the cafeterias near us, and I have a tostado with the olive oil and the tomato, and they very kindly make one for the dogs as well. So we sit, we have a night. Well, I have the coffee and a tostada, and the dogs, they sit there quite patiently, and they have a half a tostada as well with a bit of olive oil. That's their treat for a Sunday. And then, of course, I think it's just nice, relaxing day. But I like your idea of the barbecue. That always comes in handy.
Is Spain a very dog-friendly country?
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah.
Very much so. And a lot of the beaches, or most of the beaches, always have a section which is set aside for the dogs, because I don't know about yours, but mine love going into the sea. They absolutely love it.
They like splashing around in shallow creeks. Talia is from the desert, so she's not very used to water. It took her a little while to get used to it. And every time Oki, the dog, went in the water,
just check in here, but it's casual and very laid back, but he does get the foot down just in time, so not out.
Yeah, whenever Oki used to go in the water, and Talia would just bark at her. And they're like, what are you doing? What are you doing in the water? And now she goes and splashes around, especially in summer.
Yeah.
Oki will, they won't really swim, but she'll lie down in the water so she gets covered in cool.
My big one, Luna, she's quite funny, actually. So I've got Luna and Bambi. Bambi absolutely loves the water. In fact, you should see her when I've got the hose pipe out. That's up in the air, catching opportunity, massive moment, and no mistakes. The catch is held, and, Gana Mithran, he did survive the run out, but he's not going to survive this as he offers the chance. And one thing we know about Drua, if you give them a sniff, they will take it. So it's a wicket. Cameron Ahmadzai does get the breakthrough, and it's a big breakthrough as well. A partnership that we knew was pretty key for Raw 94 is broken.
Yeah, he didn't quite go through with a shot. He sort of checked it, and it went most of the way to the boundary, but not quite far enough, and a comfortable catch taken there by Mohammad Nisar. Well, new batsman is also very handy, Kapil Raj. Saw him with a couple of contributions with the bat in that Group A.
Ahmadzai gets the breakthrough. Safi in the end actually holds on to that catch. I'll go back to Luna, and which is a bit weird. As new batter goes pretty well, hits that on the up, he gets a 6 straight away. Kapil Raj, now he's done this before as Kapil. He normally tends to, I think every first ball that Kapil Raj has faced, he's smashed to the boundary. The problem is, though, for him so far, the story has been that after that, he doesn't really manage to do it again. I think in one match he hit a 6 and then got doubled up for a 2 and then would go. So can he stick around? That's what they need him to do.
Thought that might be the case, that Cameron might... It's called a Rastet in French.
Yeah, that's the one for the over, which doesn't really matter. It was the last ball of the over. 63 then for 3. Yeah, so going back to Luna, so in Spain, like from now onwards, our pattern at home is as soon as it gets to about 11 o'clock, I get the hose pipe out and I spray the dogs because it gets very hot and it keeps them nice and cool, because they can then go in the shady bits of the garden and never sleep and whatever. But Luna doesn't like that, so you've got to coax her into it and give her a little spray, and then she's fine. But if he's going into the sea, she just loves it. So it's very weird. Just think about the hose pipe for her. Whereas Bambi absolutely loves it. I mean, she'll follow me around, even in the evenings when I'm watering all the pots. She'll follow me around, and she's just looking at me with that stare, go on, fire it at me. She's a character. But I'm a bit like you. One thing when we're away, definitely do miss our four-legged friends.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's definitely a big part of our family.
Well, I'm going to be doing the tournament in Czechia over the weekend, so I want to pick up the dogs on Tuesday when I get back, and then they'll be at home. It'll be a couple of long days, but it should be fine. Then I have to drop them off on Sunday night and then go to Jersey. Shot, I think. Not really. There's a fielder out there. Thought he got more of it, but he didn't. He got to the fielder, and that's the end of Kapil Raj. As you mentioned,
he doesn't let us down. He's consistent. It's another kind of 6 and out for him. Cameron Ahmadzai in the action again. And of course, I bigged him up, saying I think he's going to be the key today for Drua, certainly with the absence of Abdul Nasar. But also I feel that he's due a big day, and he's picked up a wicket, 1 for 18 in his 2 overs. And that's the second catch that he takes as well. A couple of rides will go for 6 or 3. And a wicket for Rafa, Mohammad Rafa.
That's what wickets do. They dry up the runs. And Rafa, I mean, they've got such a good, talented bowling lineup. You take Wehi down, and they've still got a lot of depth. Oh, this is going to be another one. I think it's 2 in a row. That's the end of, I don't even know who came in. It was too quick. One of them. So it'll be a new batsman. It'll be Pahirathan. Will come in. We'll face the hat-trick ball, and we'll check who's taking his gloves off and walking back.
I think that's Ganesh.
Could be.
Yeah, Ganesh just lost the 1 ball, so he has to come back. And, well, he's got 3 on his back, the new batter. And it is Parathan, as you said. And 3 is what the bowler's looking for. 3 in a row for the hat-trick. Nabi, the last to do it, but we had 2 so far here. And remember, Anya Khan did it for the new team. Ikota. And Nabi did it. Can we have another one for Rafa? Line up a hat-trick.
He's a good bowler, Rafa. You know, not at full pace. Oh, he's got him!
They don't come any softer than that. As Parathan says, here you go, catch this. Mohammad Rafa has picked up a hat-trick. It's the second one for Drew in the series. It's the 3rd overall. And Mohammad Rafa will probably be thinking, I got to be behind it. Oh, there's that celebration. It had to come in the end. But he's probably thinking, I'm going to have to buy the batter a nice, big, cold, refreshing drink at the end of the day, because Parathan just easy as you like says, catch this. And number 3 on the back. He's the number 3 to go, and it is a hat-trick for that man, Rafa.
It is a hat-trick, and, well, 3 wheels have fallen off this Royals batting. There is still 1 to be chugging along. 6 wickets down. Lograjan's still there. That's a nice shot, 4 runs. So they're going to continue to attack, but these runs have dried up. I did mention that about 145 would be about a good total. They're going to struggle to get there. They might even struggle to get 100, to be fair.
Well, that boundary gets them moving. This is a guy that I know that we both are very fond of, especially with his bowling. It's Logesh Austin. Starts with the boundary, 4 runs.
I think he's a very good opening bowler, is Logesh Austin. I think the best bowler we saw in that Group A. Just be a single. And still very animated, the Royals. And next to us, in their dugout, they're cheering every run.
Yeah, as we have a look at our 2025 calendar, as we're moving along quite nicely. Of course, sadly the last day here in France, because we all love being here. Not only is Dreux a beautiful city and a lovely town with plenty to do and see, but the hospitality here at the Dreux Cricket Ground has been absolutely amazing. Nothing short of brilliant. So thank you, of course, to not just the Federation of Cricket here in France, to Prabhu Balan, the president, and also to Savannah, who's been around here. But a big thank you to, of course, Niaz, who's the president of the Dreux Cricket Ground, and also Asif have looked after us amazingly well. But we will continue our journey, and we'll be on tour to Malta, where I know Tina Goff is ready to start things off tomorrow, start of the European Cricket Series there. And I'll join her on Tuesday. And, of course, you'll have a short break, and you'll be in action pretty soon as well.
Yeah, looking forward to Prague, seeing the Czech women's team playing against Cyprus. It'll be a tough test, but every bit of experience will improve that side. I've had good things coming from the training. But, well, we have the Koltsunova sisters. Apparently Sharka's bowling very well. So that'll be a big plus for the Czech team. As the bowler comes in again. It's been pulled down. It's Shabazz Javed, the bowler. And I think Logesh Austin is just giving Lograjan the strike. Even though he's, I don't know about struggling, he's 15 off 12. He needs to get a go, move on, but he's a very, very good batsman, is Lograjan. There you go, 6 runs, moved across and made space for himself, and the bowler didn't adjust.
Yeah, it's Lograjan here. I can sense that. I mean, let's face it, he's had to deal with some good bowlers. They've kept him pretty tight. They bowled a good line to him. I think what he's looking to do here now, knowing that some of those good bowlers have been bowled out, is really to take the attack to try to get the acceleration in the remaining couple of overs that are left. So him having most of the strike is going to be pretty important here. But I like what Austin's doing. He's getting bat on ball. He's running the singles. They're trying to make it happen here. Our Raw 94.
Let's bowler again. And just hit firmly down the ground. That's going to be cut off. And we'll just take a single. It's strange. I mean, it's only 4 days ago we saw Royals and PUC play, but it just seems like an age ago. I'm looking at names and thinking, oh yeah, I remember these guys. It was fresh in the mind. Slow ball, hit down the ground again. Should again just be a single. It's Mohamed Nissa that picks up the ball, throws it back in.
Yeah, it's on the way down. You see the batter attacks that. I mean, at that point you'd say it's high, but remember it's on the way down. Batter inside the crease, and his normal standing point. That's not an issue. So good slow ball there to finish. In fact, not a bad over there from Javed. Just goes for the 11. And Raw 94. They're going at 10s at the moment. 80 for 6 after 8.
Yeah, only a couple of overs left. I don't know what they're going to get. They're going to get probably 100, I'd say, unless a wicket goes down. But around about 100 is not enough against Dreux, I don't think. So it will be Safi to take up the attack. It's down leg side. Well, this is going to help them.
Massively. 5 wides, a minimum. No?
Leg buys.
Is it leg buys? It comes off the legs?
Yep.
Oh, I didn't see it coming off the... It must have just clipped that back leg as he elevated it upwards. So it's going to be leg bite. The batters are not... The batters are saying, yeah, I must admit, I didn't see this hit the pad. Let's see here. It's
pretty close.
Umpires called it leg bite. I didn't see it, but it's one of those that could have caught maybe the strap or something which the batter doesn't feel. So he doesn't feel he touches it. I must admit, my first reaction was that wides, but leg bye is given. But it's still a boundary. It's 4. You'll take whatever you can get at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And well defended. Shite. The stump's gone.
You know when you know something is coming. I think this is what Logesh Austin knows. He knows this is coming at him, but he can't do anything about it. It's all these things going through his mind. Shall I jump? Shall I dive? And in the end, he does nothing.
Just
and Safi just knocks him over. Here he goes.
He's ball watching. Just keep running. He's almost there.
Yeah, look at the bat. I mean, if he's running hard, head down, sliding the bat in, he's got a chance. But he just didn't know how to react. And Tahsinullah Safi now was the target. And Logesh Austin, who played, I think, a pretty useful supporting role there for Lograjan, is going to have to make his way back. He gets a run out by Safi for 8 of the 7 balls he faces.
Yeah, it was. Well, Lograjan's still there. Logesh has played a pretty good little role in the innings. Yeah, new batsman will be Lograjan facing. It's Harikaran, the bowler. He was at the non-strikers end and got him.
Oh, he's worn this one. Where's that hitting? He's looks like he's been winded here. Yeah, he's rubbing the side. Yeah, it's right on the side. That's going to hurt for a bit. It's right on the ribs, isn't it?
The umpire's rubbing it.
This is... Ouch! Ouch, says the batter. Oh, he's doing a bit of the YMCA as soon as it hits him. Oh, that's a nasty one, isn't it? That is nasty. And the magic spray was administered there pretty rapidly, I think, by the 12th. So this is Safi, we know, can bowl pretty quickly. You mentioned, of course, the women's cricket coming up.
Yeah.
You'll be in Czechia. I know that Thomas Martinez also touching on that. And we've got Pooja Balan, who's here, who's part of the setup of the federation. Now, spoke to her very briefly, and she was telling me about all sorts of new initiatives and programs coming up and being put into play for cricket here in France, or women's cricket in France. And I was so impressed and excited by what he said. I think I'm going to invite her on at the beginning of the next innings, and I'll have a little chat with her, and she'll be able to share some of... it's going to be a wide down leg side. She'll be able to share some of the plans they've got in place here for women's cricket. All, of course, like a lot of federations are doing in preparation for 2028 with the Olympics coming into the sport. So we'll have a little chat with her. So viewers, if you've got any questions that you want to put to Pooja Balan, she'll be on. Maybe we'll have her on for about 2 or 3 overs and talk to her and ask her a few questions about women's cricket here, as that is curtains for Harikaran. Harikaran will go for a golden duck. It's full and straight, and Safi hits the target. It's another wicket that will go down, and Safi, impressive bowling from him so far. With the ball to go, he's only conceded 15, picks up his first wicket, but don't forget, he was instrumental in the run-out as well. Nothing better than that, Danny, for a bowler, seeing middle stump being knocked out the ground.
There's a chance. Yeah, you're right. No, it's they've got to get Loggerjan back on strike, but as you mentioned, nothing better than seeing the stumps going flying everywhere as a bowler. New batsman is Abisan. Loggerjan's still there. He really hasn't exploded with the bat yet, and he's got very few deliveries left to get this score up to anything vaguely defendable. It's just not enough runs, I don't think. And Alistair started well with a 6 off the first ball, but then lost his wicket. And you've got to say, a good opening spell from Abdurrahman. He's a tricky customer.
8 down, ball to come here, and Abisan, the best thing he can do for his team here is try and get a boundary and then leave the last over to Loggerjan. Well, I don't think you want a single. They're not wanting to take it. Loggerjan has to face all of the last over and see if he can finish well and get them past the 90s into 100 score, and then they'll have to bowl and field like demons, won't they?
They will, and it's going to be a tough ask. It's Shabazz Javed to take the last over, but got to say that they are a very, very good fielding side, and they've got good bowlers, especially up top with Logesh Austin. But at the same time, Dreux have got this mystique about them. If you can call clubbing the ball to all parts of the ground a mystique. Javed come in, but if they put a bit of pressure on them early, strange things happen. This one's called wide. Took the umpire a bit of time. I think he's just waiting to see if anything else happened. 87 the score. Unlucky for some. Still 6 balls left. They can get it to 100. Psychologically, it'd be at least something. Still feeling that knock to the ribs, though, Loggerjan. Turned around the corner. Nice shot. I think it might be 4. Hit pretty low. Let's get an indication, and it is 4 runs. So good shot. Just turned it around the corner. No chance for the fielder.
Yeah, good shot. I think you're right. He keeps robbing that side of his, but this is how he did get struck going to play this shot. So good on him. And he still backs himself to play it again. Gets a boundary, gets him closer to that 100 mark. 5 balls to go on 91.
What's your feeling with this score, Rico?
It's I think you got to feel that it's below par. That's the one that got him earlier, and you can see he's still feeling the brunt of that. And they put a fielder back there, but he can't stop it. It's too hot and too spicy for him. 4 more, moves to 95. I think 100 is probably not going to be enough, because I think that even if they get 2 or 3 wickets early on against Dreux, we know have the depth.
Yeah.
They've got the depth probably more than any other team that we've seen, whereas a lot of teams rely on the top 3. Dreux, even number 6 can come in and score a 50. But I think if Logesh bowls really well and gets well supported by someone like I think the captain, John Murray Alliston, is going to be a handful as well. If they bowl well, apply the pressure, and if they keep Dreux to, let's say, in the 20s, say 25 for 3 or something like that in the first 3, then they could cause a bit of pressure, because that's the key word for me, pressure. Dreux are the team, as that's launched, and that will go all the way. That will bring the 100 up. 101 with 2 balls to go. Can they get to that 110? That'd be unbelievable. But yeah, Dreux are the team that's going to feel the pressure. They're expected, I think, by many to win the second time round here, make it back-to-back victories. They're playing at home. Home supporters are in here as well. So if they have a little wobble, they certainly will feel it.
I think you're right. The thing is, though, that I mean, they're a very good fielding side, I think, are Royals. They put a lot of pressure on in the field. As the ball comes in again, it's hit straight back to him. But it's hard, especially with Hamza Niaz and the way where he's batting, and also the way that Mohammad Rafa's batting. It's hard to field it when it's like in the trees, because they're hitting the ball a long way. They're hitting it hard. I think those 2 batsmen are key. No disrespect to Nabi or Nissar, who are fantastic, but they're not in great form. This is hit down the ground. They'll take the 2, I think. Bowler does his own fielding, and they'll end up with that 2. 103, probably not enough. But again, if they put pressure on, it could cause a little bit of panic in Dreux.
Yeah, I mean, they get that 100 mark. We were saying before they were staying at around the 10s, and even when they fell behind that, they managed to come back. So, thing is though, they've got the score on the board, and the other thing is, what is I think very important here, especially for both sides actually. Dreux will go out there and just go for it, and I think Royal 94 might as well do the same, because there is that double chance.
Yeah.
And I think that's the thing that's in favour of both of these teams. Royal 94 will say, hey, look, we've got nothing to lose, just go out there, give it everything. And Dreux, I think with the bat, will probably be the same way. Say, look, let's go for it. And if it ends up being a nightmare kind of innings for either side, then you always do have the second chance. But it ain't going to be an easy second chance, because you're taking on PUC. That's who the loser of this match will have to try and get over to book their place in the final. So let's take a look at the highlights. The problem was that, once again, the key players just couldn't get going. That was a nasty one. We had to stop and wait. And this was a little bit of the old kabaddi action. And though we saw a bowler missing the target on that occasion, when the occasion arises again, Safi made no mistakes. Well, Cameron Ahmadzai, he certainly doesn't make any mistakes. He's a little bit unlucky with that one that got away, but he's a good player. You knew he'd come back and get a wicket. That was almost one. It would have been a great catch if Zahir had taken that one. And that was the throw back that followed that chance. That one went for 6, but, well, we know that you need to be consistent, and they weren't able to. Safi holds on to the catch, and that was Ganam Mithran who went. When he went, then we knew that a big partnership had to follow, and that was that Loglajan had to go well, and he wouldn't. Cameron Ahmadzai takes his second catch, and then after that, it was just a struggle. They never got that big over they were after, did they?
No, they didn't, and you can tell that Loglajan was batting a little bit conservatively because, well, that's the hat trick, and very happy. It's that's the bye celebration from Dreux that's apparently big on TikTok, according to them at least. But really, I think he had to bat a little bit within himself, because wickets just kept on tumbling. The recognised batsmen in Alliston and Priyan, especially, as well as Gangnam Style, were falling or gone. So You could see in the end he scored a few runs off the last over, but he just had to stay there and see how many runs he could get. If his wicket went down, I think they would have all fallen.
Yeah, I think that's a fair observation. Look, Rajan, I mean, a few people will probably think, could he have gone for it a bit more? I think he could have, but at the risk of getting out. And then I think as he saw through that innings, it was his odd boundary here and there through the innings, and especially the 17 that came off that last over that gets them past that 100 score. If he went early, I think they would have really struggled. So I think he plays a good innings, Rajan, but he just goes to show that if somebody, whether it was Alistan, Priyan or Ganamithran, could have stayed there with him, it could have been a different story. Maybe they would have pushed on to around about that par score, 120 or 130. But as it is, it's Ganamithran 25 and Rajan not out on 39. That do help them get past 100 at least. But it's going to be a real tough struggle to try and defend that against a very powerful Drua batting lineup. There's the bowling figures. Mohamed Rafa becomes another man to put his name in the Hall of Fame with a hat-trick. 3 for 19, 2 wickets there from Abdurrahman Ahmadzai. Once again, he was right on the money, wasn't he?
He was outstanding, and as he is every time we see him bowl. So, Royal 94 with 103, 8 wickets they lost, and that contributed to the relatively low target that Drua will have to chase. 104 needed. They still have to get there. It's still 10 and over, but it's like holding back the ocean with Drua. So from this European Cricket Series match here in France between Royal 94 and Drua, we'll be back in a few minutes' time for the innings of Drua. See you then.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
And welcome back to sunny Dreux in France for this European Cricket Series match between Dreux, the home team, and Royal 94. Well, it's a bit of a lowish total, I think, to be defending for Royals. They do have good bowling, and they're right up for it in the field. Normally, they're a good fielding side that puts a bit of pressure on, but they haven't faced Dreux yet in this tournament. And let's see where both teams are at, and especially the first few overs. Got Hamza Niaz opening with Nabi, who's taking his pads off for some reason, and I'm sure he's got a reason. He did go off for a couple of balls in the very first over, and we were wondering what was going on. Still don't know. It might have been I don't know what it could have been. Does he wear glasses, a contact lens, or?
It could be. I know he has had the issue with that once before, but I mean, in terms of what he's doing here now, I mean, he should be ready, which is, I think the umpires will be a little bit annoyed with him taking some time here. So he will get himself set up, and and as I said to Danny, Danny's seen the white van and hoping that lunch is here, and Danny will take a bit of lunch because, well, we've got a special guest. Pooja Balan will come in for Danny for a moment. I think Danny will help Pooja get set up and then be on his way. But it'd be great to hear from Pooja. She'll tell us a little bit about the women's cricket and what France have got planned. And I know that you're somebody who follows women's cricket very well. You've got cricket coming up in Czechia. You'll be interested to hear what she has to say as well.
Absolutely, but I'm going to be trying to get some lunch. But I would be interested, and it can fill me in afterwards as well, because I don't know much about women's cricket in France. Nice shot, 4 runs. But I've seen some good teams around Europe. Spain were very impressive. Got some good young talent, and looking forward to seeing Cyprus play. The Czechs still really in the building. Very, very young side of the Czechs, mostly coming from the cricket academy, and it's good to see them getting international experience.
Yeah, and of course the more sides that come on board, and who knows, maybe in not too long a time we can see France and maybe even Czechia coming here, and maybe next time we're here in Dreux, not only can we have ECIs, we can have the European Cricket Series, and maybe a women's ECI or even T20, where Czechia and France could be part of. That'd be quite great. But the way that cricket is developing and growing at the moment, particularly the women's game, is great. It's great for everybody. And we certainly, I know that you and I are always very keen to see women's cricket on the network. And I think the Bales have just come off there, as their stumps have definitely taken a battering the last couple of days.
There's no great breeze around. It's not totally still. You can see the trees move a little bit. So let's get back to this game. It's Logesh Austin who's bowling. Just beat the batsman from outside off stump. He's a very, very good bowler, I think, Logesh. I think he was the best of the bowlers that I saw in the first in the round A. He's got a majority of fielders. In fact, well, let's go back to that. Nice shot and chance for run out. Didn't go for the run.
You know why he doesn't throw this? Because I picked on what you picked. I'll let you say it because you saw it before me. Come on.
There's a mid on, and that's the only fielder on the leg side. I don't think I've really seen that in any form of cricket.
I've not seen this before. Have a look at that. One solitary player on the leg side.
So much confidence that, well, shows how much confidence the skipper has in him. And doesn't matter how many fielders you have on the offside when you slam it over the boundary at point.
This is, again, it's all about, they've done their homework. Hamza Niaz, they know where he likes to play, and he does like to go over extra cover and that point area. So that's why the fielder doesn't throw the ball in there, actually, for the run-out, because he knows there's nobody there backing up. They've only got one player on the leg side. So Can Austin finish with a wicket? Need one early, and they're not going to get one. But once again, that heavily packed field on the offside, they do make the stop. And that's going to be the end of that first over. 10 come from it.
There's another white van coming. That's not the lunch van. It's just another random van. So anyway, I'm gonna step out for a little bit.
Okay, you step out, and I'm sure Danny will investigate what lunch is. And while Danny sets Pooja up, I'll tell you that it's going to be the captain, John Elliston, who's going to bowl the next over. He's a top player. He's a great leader. I love the work that he's done with the team. And let's see if he can get the breakthrough. So Danny has set Pooja up. So Pooja, I know the name, but I think he said you're happy with Pooja. Welcome to the commentary igloo.
Thank you.
It's good to have you with us. Now, Pooja, first of all, and a lovely sunny day here in Drua. I know that you are part of the Federation now, and on behalf of everyone from the European Cricket Network, I want to say a big thank you to you. I know you relay that on to everyone else, because I think the facilities that you have here and the hospitality from you and from the setup here in Drua has been absolutely fantastic. So thank you very much. Get ready to go here. This is John Perry Ellerstein. Bowling here to Ahmed Nabi, who's yet to get off the mark. There's a slight delay for something here. That gives me my first question to yourself. How does a young lady like yourself get involved in cricket? Tell me more about yourself.
Yeah, it's a great question. Thank you for asking and inviting me here. So, cricket has always been famous everywhere, particularly in India. We can see a lot of players from India. So as I was born in France, that interest really spiked me, and that's how I got into cricket. And I have to thank France Cricket because they were very welcoming, and due to them now I'm elected as a member in the France Cricket Board.
Well, congratulations on that. And I know that we spoke a little bit earlier, and you were sharing some of the vision that you have for French cricket, particularly the women's game, and I found that quite fascinating. Let's see what happens with this ball here. Alistair, and it's been worked away, kind of dragged on the leg side, and the fielder does really well. I think the umpires will have a look at this again, but I think that's a good stop, denying Nabi of a boundary. See it again here. So it's definitely dragged across. The fielder chases it, and at the last moment, just gets a hand onto that before his body goes over the ropes. A good bit of fielding. It's nicely done. Nabi back on strike again. Slow ball, and he's gone. Well, Nabi just has struggled, and that's a good delivery from Jean-Marie Alistine. The slower ball, well bowled, good thinking, good wicket to get there for Royal 94, you reckon, Pooja? Nice
It's good
delivery.
for the Royal 94.
Yeah, good for Royal 94. Come on, are you neutral? Are you neutral about who wins this match?
Let the best team win.
Huh?
Let the best team win.
I like that. Let the best team win.
Because everybody has worked hard, and I hope their efforts and their dedication really paid off.
Yeah, well, Nabi, he might be working hard behind the scenes, but Ahmed Nabi is going to have to depart. Disappointment again for Nabi. He'll go for 4 or 5 deliveries, and well, Elliston, the captain, well, he wins the battle of the two captains. Okay, I know that a lot of people will be interested to hear about French cricket, especially when it comes to the women's game. So, I mean, start to tell us about what you've got planned for the next few years for the women's game here in France.
Yeah, so what we have planned is that we have, 2028 Olympics, cricket has been reintroduced. So France Cricket has done that by dividing that into 5-year objective, with each year focusing on the local level, state level, national level and international level, and then finally reaching the height of Olympics and probably win a medal in Olympics in cricket for France. So what we have planned is that in the upcoming months, we have planned a high performance training camp, and vacations are approaching soon. And we're also planning an high sprint vacation camp. So that's what we have planned for this particular year. And as I mentioned, as years goes on, development is the key point.
That's excellent to hear. Does that tie in with what Amjad Sandhu was talking to me about? It was always great to speak to him, and he was showing me a lot of pictures there in Sarcelles, where there's like a junior academy, and he was telling me how that academy has really now grown and developed. He was saying to me it's like a digital academy now. So does that all link into the program?
Yeah, everything is linked to the program. So the initial plan is that to make sure that every people, especially women, because our aim is that France cricket had and will sure have a strong foundation in cricket, especially for women. Our main focus is that every woman step out their homes, become physically active, become confident, and I make sure that cricket also plays a big role in that.
I think one thing that I was hearing when I was talking to yourself earlier, I know I spoke to Savannah a lot about this, and of course from your own father, Prabhu Balan, who of course is the president, is that here in France, similar to maybe other countries, that the country is starting to see cricket as not just a game, it's starting to see cricket as a way of bringing people together and bringing people from different backgrounds and different communities together. Is that I guess that's a big part of the program.
Yeah, as I'm newly elected, I'm talking on the behalf of as an elected member of France Cricket Board. Sports, general sports, especially cricket, cricket is being celebrated all over the world. So cricket has no color, has no gender, has nothing. So that will definitely play a role, and France Cricket had and make shows that everybody and everything is included.
That's wonderful news. Now, what have you got anything that's lined up currently for the French women team to play in, or maybe just a tournament where perhaps those sort of up-and-coming players, maybe part of the academy players, are going to get involved in? So what sort of activities and matches are planned at the moment as we see this one? Well, this is going to be quite interesting. I've never seen, we're just going to stop there for a moment, Pooja. Have a look at this. I've never seen so many players chase after one ball. Now let's see what happens. I think he gets caught and he just steps on the line. That's going to be 6 runs, but he does flick it back, but only after he steps on the line, and he keeps it in the field of play. Look at how many players were there. 5 players chase after that, but it will be 6, as unfortunately the fielder, who holds on to an unbelievable catch, but he does step on the line. That's going to be 6 runs. Well, that was a little bit of action there for you. So as those stumps get sorted out, yeah, sorry, Pooja. So yeah, back to that question. So what's up and coming for the French women at the moment?
Yeah, right now, as I mentioned, till the end of August, we have planned a high performance training camp, which will continue every Wednesday. And once the vacation starts, we have planned a high sprint vacation camp. And as we are interested in collaboration with the European network, we'll have ECI for women and ECS for women, accompanied by men. France is a landmark for 4 Nation series. So in the next year, you can see 4 Nation series and bilateral series.
That sounds brilliant. That would be absolutely fantastic. As well, runs are starting to flow here. And Drew, as you'd imagine, they're not going to be put off by losing their captain, Nabi. I think they're pretty used to seeing that. And these two will carry on going. Hamza Niaz has been in good form. Mohamed Rafa also found his touch yesterday. Self and Danny were singing his praises. So well on the way here. It's a good power play. Not the one really that Raw 94 wanted. They wanted to see a few more wickets back. Can they get one more here? And again, Austin, who's gone for 30. Can he pick up a vital wicket? And the answer is no. That gets worked away. It's going to be another boundary. 4 more runs. 39 for 1 at the end of the 3 overs. How about yourself? You look like a cricketer to me. Now, tell us a little bit about your own. Are you a bowler or are you a batter? When did you start playing cricket?
I started playing when I was young. Right now, I'm a member of UIF Every Woman. I am practicing cricket, because the upcoming tournaments are coming. I'm focusing on that. Okay.
So carry on.
I'm sorry. So I'm currently focusing on my practice. I'm doing a lot of batting, fielding, bowling training, and France cricket has really given an opportunity for women to also have some leadership discussions. I think that is really important. When talking about leadership discussion, I can say that recently an election took place in France cricket. In that, I am proud to say that France cricket, in that most of the committee members to be elected were found to be more women than men. So I see that's a victory. So I'm also very proud to be a member of France cricket and playing as a player for France cricket.
Okay, well, congratulations on that. Now, I'm going to ask you a question here. So, if we follow women's French cricket, if I was to say to you, are there any players that you feel in the next year or so will become big stars of the game? Are there any names for us to watch out from, apart from yourself, Pooja? Anybody else that to keep an eye on over the next year or so in the women's game?
Yeah, so within the UFFG, there are many players. Her name is Preeti.
Okay.
So we all as
PT, you said PT?
Preeti, yeah.
Okay.
So as a member of UFFG, I can make sure that along with me, she will also make it as a great player.
I think some of our viewers probably will be thinking, well, maybe yourself and PT perhaps should have played for Every in this tournament. Might have helped them a little bit more, because they didn't have the best of times, did they? In this tournament, the men's, I mean, they didn't. They lost all the matches, so it wasn't the best of form for them.
I feel that every game is a phase for learning.
That's a good way of looking at it.
One day it is for win and the other day it is for lose. So we can't say that it was not for their best effort. Everybody did their best, and I feel that their efforts has to be truly appreciated.
This is a really nice shot. Well, we've got to appreciate this shot as well. Mohamed Rafa, he's been in very good form, and he's getting close to that target pretty quickly, needing 104 here. I think you make a very good politician in there.
Oh, thank you.
you have a great way of giving a very political correct answer. But no, it's an absolute pleasure having you here with us. Now, outside of cricket, what are your other interests then outside of cricket?
Actually, I belong to a family of sports. So I'm focused in sports. I play badminton, tennis, and I'm also academically inclined. So
how do you find the time to as well as you're studying in the education and to play those sports? I mean, it must be a challenge, I think, for you.
No, I have to really thank cricket for that, because when you're playing cricket, you have to focus on a lot of things. You have to be a batter, you have to be a bowler, you have to be a fielder. Your mind has to be for everything. So I have to thank cricket for giving me that time management. Because of that, now I can proudly say that I know how to manage my time.
Okay, where would you see yourself? So this is a question for you now. Let's see, and where would you see yourself and perhaps French cricket, women's cricket, in 10 years' time?
In 10 years' time, if you see, if we speak about the future of 10 years, then we have to focus on the past 10 years. So France has done a great job with women's cricket, and I make sure, and because I'm a member of the board and all the other women, because as we are in the percentage wise we are high, we make sure that just like men's cricket, women's cricket will also reach a new height.
Okay. And where do you see those heights being? You're talking about probably being maybe top 10 in the world one day?
We can also say top 1.
Ah, top 1. I like the way you're thinking. Become number 1. And, of course, the Olympics 2028, that's a big focus, right?
Yeah.
That's a big focus. And yourself as a player,
Yeah.
what would be your own sort of personal goal and objective as a player to get to where?
My personal goal for cricket is for Olympics is that not everybody gets a chance to play in cricket and also Olympics, because Olympics is it serves as a pathway for us to serve our nation.
That's nicely played away outside the off. That's going to be 6 more runs. And Drew looking to get here pretty quickly. There's a little bit of width on offer. It's a nice shot over the top, nicely played. So as a bowler or a batter, I suppose one day you'd love to be out there and raise your bat for a century, perhaps. Is that a dream?
Definitely.
Definitely. Yeah. Okay. And well, you look like a very. Oh, first let's focus on this. That's been absolutely clubbed. There's going to be 6 more runs. Shaba, Kinna, Zona, Shaka Lagya. Well, he's come across as a very bright and intelligent person, and you seem to have a very good plan ahead, good goals, and I'm pretty sure that you will achieve them. And I'm sure, seeing that your enthusiasm, some of the things that you show me, that the cricket in France, not just women's cricket, but cricket in France in general, is in very, very good hands. It's a pleasure talking to you. I mean, if there's anything else that you'd like to say while you're here in the igloo to the viewers that are watching about French cricket in general, anything else that you'd like to address and say, the stage is yours.
Thank you for giving me the stage. As you can see today, it is the finale, and I just like to say for the winning team, hearty congratulations in future. Your efforts and your dedication has truly paid off. And for the other teams, just keep your heads up. There's always a next time, and your efforts is also truly appreciated. And in the next year, I'll be talking to you in the tent with the women playing over there.
I cannot wait. I'm going to hold you to that. I'm going to hold you to that, Pooja, because that's what I want to see. I want to see it. I know that everybody at European cricket will want to see that as well, because not only, of course, are we focusing on developing and improving the men's game and taking it around Europe, but we'd love to do that, as we are continuing to do that and pressing forward. We're doing it with the women's game as well. And who knows, maybe not only just here, but maybe we'll see France also taking part in the Euros of cricket at the Karama Oval as well. That, of course, comes up at the end of a year. It's been an absolute pleasure talking to you. You're an absolute star, a legend. I know that we'll have a chat in between the 2 matches, because we're going to have a few breaks coming up as well after this match, and then also before the final. We'll catch up then. You are around to the end of the day?
Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant. Thank you very much, Pooja. It's been great talking to you, and I'm sure that our listeners have really enjoyed listening to you as well. How about that? It's been absolutely brilliant talking to Pooja, and what a star, and a very, very confident person as well. Nice talking to Pooja, just giving us a bit of an insight to not just the women's game, but also the French setup here. And well, as we say goodbye to Pooja, well, there's Savannah, the CEO of cricket here in France. Well, he wants to get in the action as well. Oh, look at this over, by the way. That has been clobbered. It's a big one. And, well, my laptop went on the blinkers then, because it's too hot. It can't handle the heat as the sun's come out. It can't get back on, but that was a big over.
I think I can tell you what happened.
Tell me what happened there.
Lots of sixes. Lots of sixes just happened, and
I think that
pretty much the end of the game.
6 sixes in and over was just smashed there from Harakaran. It was the perfect over. And Mohamed Rafa, remember he came close to doing it yesterday? And was that Rafa? Was that Niaz?
No,
it was
Niaz.
Hamza Niaz. Well, Niazi does it. And Rafa saying, well, don't forget about me. That one gets blasted away. And Drew, they're doing this in style.
Well, I think one of those 2 players can get a 50. Who's it going to be?
Yeah, well, Drew showing their power once again. And stomping chance. And, well, I know who it won't be. Mohamed Rafa chases the wide one. Tharun Joseph gives Raw 94 something to celebrate at least, but it will be a low-key celebration because they've been blown away here as, that over number 5 from Nagrasa Harikaran, one of the pick of the bowlers. He was in Group A. He got hammered for 6 sixes in a row by Hamza Niaz.
Yes, indeed. No, look, I know my man of the match, Mohamed Rafa, with the hat-trick and 47 off 13. Missed out on 50, but he won't be too disappointed. I mentioned before that I think it needed early wickets and needed Hamza Niaz and also Mohamed Rafa, the informed batsman for Dreux. Nabi missed out again. He went early, and that was the perfect start in a way for Royals. This is Ahmed Zahir comes in after Rahman, but really it's they've been blown away, and it's those two batsmen. If you can get those two early, then it gives you a bit more of a chance. You've only got Cameron Ahmadzai coming in after that. You've got Mohammed Nissa. It's not mugs with a bat, Rico, mugs with a bat.
Rafa's just been in incredible form. I mean, it almost would have been 3 half centuries on the spin for him. Well, he loses out, but Hamza Niaz is not looking to, after hitting 6 sixes in an over. He goes for another gear. And the batter, the catch is taken. So even Niaz won't quite get the 50. Goes for the big shot. On this occasion, he goes more aerial. And a nice catch taken. So another little bit of a highlight here for Raw 94. They do get the wicket of the batter who clobbered 6 sixes in an over. In the over before, that is the end of Hamza Niaz. He'll go for 47 off ball number 14.
Well, they've got both of them finally, but they needed them in the first few overs when you had Logesh Austin and also Johnny Alistair bowling. And, they know they can get them, kind of. But they've just battered this bowling lineup. 36 of it over. And you think, oh, okay, if that didn't happen, then they still have a lot of batting to go to Dreux. And it's a dot ball. Good bowling here.
It's been an okay over, hasn't it, from Tharun Joseph? He's kind of got the ball in the right areas. He's keeping it just a little bit wider from the batters. This one's a little bit straighter, though, but that's the difference, isn't it? And that would seal it. That's the match done and dusted. Dreux, not for the first time, it has to be said, chasing down what's required well inside the allocated 10 overs. They just seem to be brutal at chasing. And even though not all the batting tends to click, and Nabi, of course, once again, the captain losing out. But yeah, Hamza Niaz looking absolutely brutal. Him and Rafa both scoring 47. And then it's a simple Cameron Ahmadzai finishes it off with one big shot. So Dreux have booked their place in the final. The defending champions are there. And that means that Raw 94 have got an uncomfortable match coming up against PUC.
Again, two good sides. And whoever wins that game could go on and beat Dreux in the final. But there's a lot of ifs. You see how good Dreux are. And it's those two batsmen at the moment who are in form who are the key for them. But if you can get them early, put a bit of pressure on the batting lineup after scoring a decent total, because I don't think 103 was enough there, then they can put pressure on the final. It's a big if. I mean, Dreux are a quality side. But we're going to see two very good sides here in the qualifier, second qualifier in Royal 94 and Paris University Club. Yeah,
let's take a look at the highlights. Of course, while we were looking at these highlights, you're also hearing from Pooja Balan. Lovely to have her in the igloo talking a little bit about not just French cricket in general, but also about the women's cricket here in France. And while she was chatting, we were seeing a display of brutality. But Nabi, though, it's a slower ball that will see him go. That was a nice moment there for the captain of Raw 94. The problem was, though, as we know, Nabi is not in form. The batters in form are Hamza Niaz and also Mohamed Rafa. And when those two got going, there was carnage.
Absolute carnage. And, you know, you just can't bowl to this. It was a good effort on the boundary. So they're a good fielding side, our Royal 94, but you can't catch them if they're over the boundary like that, unfortunately. And that's what we saw. Saw a lot of big sixes hit, and then occasionally finding the gap and getting boundaries. It's another one over the rope.
Yeah, the boundaries, they came quick and fast. And well, this was the over, wasn't it? This is when I think I was in the process of saying thank yous and goodbyes to Pooja. And while we were doing that, the ball was being muscled to all parts of the boundary. There would be a wicket though, and it was that one of Rafa, but I think you said it at the time, clearly the player of the match in this one with a hat-trick and also a fine 47.
Yeah, look, it was a very good performance there from Mohammad Rafa, but also Hamza Niaz was smashing it everywhere. And, look, going back to Pooja, I think we should have a chat in the next game, during the next game. So there's a bit of a gap between now and the next game. I think it's about an hour and 20 minutes or so until we have that second qualifier. But I'd like to chat to you about it, and I think it was because I decided instead of going for lunch, I'd have lunch with the crew and with yourself, as we have a little bit of a break, that we chat about it. So I did stay in the tent, and it was very interesting what she had to say.
Yeah, very much so. 2 lots of 47 to Hamza Niaz, and then also there from Mohammad Rafa. But that's all that it needed. Nabi didn't click again. And interesting also there, what I felt is that they went with Cameron Ahmadzai. I think that was because they'd like him to try and get him formed, though he didn't have a lot of time to bat. But Mohammad Nisar, I wonder if it was an opportunity perhaps for Nisar to come a little bit higher up the order just to try and get him going. Because one thing with Drew is that because they've always made light work of all of these run chases, there's a few batters out there that probably could do with a hit out there in the middle.
Yeah, look, but then when you've got someone like Rafa in form, you want to get him to face as many balls as possible. You know, we know that Nabi's struggling. He's still opening the batting, but then you've got Hamza Niaz and Rafa in form. Why persist with Nisar, who's not getting any runs? He's a quality batsman. We know that, and if he's needed towards the end to score some runs, he's always there. Yeah, and we see that they lost 3 wickets, and they still had Cameron Ahmadzai and also Abdurrahman Ahmadzai in their batting. So it's a difficult thing. Whether to put Nisar up the order, I don't think they're needed.
Yeah, well, that's confirmation of, as we expected, not enough runs on the ball from Raw 94. But look, you know what? They've got time. They'll pick themselves up from that. They're that sort of team, and that's the key word. They are a team. And all right, they get beaten, but they're going to come back together. They'll talk about it. They'll regroup, and they'll try and put a plan together to try and get past PUC. That is the next match that will be coming up. But yeah, we've got a bit of a break here with that match finishing early. And normally, of course, there is a break of about an hour between those matches. So it's time for us to have some conversation with some of the players. Maybe with Pooja again, and also Prabhu Balan, who's the president, who's here, and have a little bit of lunch as well, and then come back to you for what promises to be a very entertaining conclusion to the day, starting off with, of course, that qualifier number 2, where Raw 94 will take on PUC for a place in the final against Drew. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hello viewers, I hope you enjoyed it. Hello viewers, I hope you enjoyed that break, but I hope you're ready. Hello viewers. Hello viewers, I hope you enjoyed that break, but I hope you're ready for the start of the action as we continue with finals day. Coming up is qualifier number 2, Drew. We saw them power themselves into the final. Now they're playing the waiting game. Who are they going to play in the final? Is it going to be the Paris University Club, who got that good win earlier in the morning against AC Star, or is it going to be a team that we just saw lose out to Drew Royal 94? Let's see what happens at the coin toss, then I'll tell you more about the two teams and maybe what I'm feeling about this very important qualifier number 2.
PUC to call.
Head.
Heads is called, and it is heads.
Bat first.
Good luck. Have a good game. All the best, gentlemen. PUC won the toss, and they're batting.
The Paris University Club winning the toss, and they're going to do what was successful for them in the morning. They are going to have a bat first. Though it has to be said, the conditions are very different. This morning, they batted first because they knew that AC Star would struggle perhaps with those dewy conditions in the morning. This time around, though, they're batting first because it's perfect conditions to go out there and bat first. And they are a team that could pile on the runs and put all the pressure on their opponents. Their captain, Mukhtar Ali Gulami, was in good form earlier, but it's the striker out there with him, Shahid, who's in brilliant form. Usman once again scoring 81, the two of them putting 138 on for that opening partnership, and then other batters do come in and certainly can muscle in the action. I'm expecting to see a little bit more of the left-hander, Faisal Safi, who we didn't see at all in that first match, but it has to be said, by that time they got plenty of runs on the board. And then of course the spinners. I said this morning that William Singh and Zafar Iqbal would be key, and they were key. They stopped the hard hitting batters of AC Star getting going, and that's what they're planning to do this time around. But their opponents, look, they're going to be licking their wounds a little bit. Royal 94 after being blown away by Drew. They're not the only team though to suffer at the hands of the powerful home side, but they're a good side, and I'm pretty sure that John Ellenstein, their captain, has used this time well between that loss and this match to get his troops together. I'm expecting to see better from him. I'm expecting to see Priyan score some good runs. He was a little bit unlucky the way he got out. Lograjan, he ran out of partners, so you can understand the way he batted just to help his team get past that 100 mark. But if somebody could stay there with him, they could also put a good run chase together. I think Ganithran is going to be pretty key to that cause as well. With the ball, it's always useful to see how bowlers come back. I like Tharoon and he's slow bowling. That could be something that they try to work more with. But I think Harikaran, we saw him being hit for 6 sixes in that over, but I'm sure that he's got the character to come back strong in this one as well. I think my views on this, that if Paris University Club do get past that 150 mark, that they have perhaps the bowling, especially with those two spinners, to try and contain Royal 94. But they've got to try and get the runs on the board first time round. So that's what I'm thinking here. If they can get past that 140, 150 mark, then really I think they should put their place in the final. But there could be a twist in this one. Royal 94, they're a team that are capable of causing a bit of an upset. Let's go over to Danny Hudacek, who's, I know, very excited to talk through this match on a beautiful sunny day here in Drew. Danny, over to you. PUC, once again, we'll bat first.
Merci Rico et bienvenue à tout le monde cet après-midi for a match between Royal 94 and Paris University Club here in the European Cricket Series in France. So it's the final qualifier. The winner goes to the final, loser goes home. Very tight game this. We saw them in both as Group A sides, the two best teams in Group A, and they've both got their strengths and well, not too many weaknesses. PUC have won the toss, elected to bat. I think Royal 94, we're gonna try and put a lot of pressure on their batting. Mukhtar Ali Gholami and Usman Shahid are very good at the top. Faisal Safi is listed as coming number 3. We didn't see him bat in the last game, which was surprising. So we'll see, hopefully, him right up the top of the order. But it will be Logesh Austin, I think, and Shami Alistair, the two opening bowlers. We'll have a lot to say about the opening bats for PUC. If they get a good start, get a couple of wickets and put them under pressure, that's what this team, Royal 94, do. They put a lot of pressure at their fielding, which is excellent, and a fantastic team spirit. They won a lot of fans in that Group A, well, in the group stages for Group A. See here that R94, Royals 94 are 38%, 62% for PUC. I think it's much tighter than that, and that really depends, I think, on the first 4 or so overs to see if there could be a few wickets go down for PUC. But a pretty good toss to win. They obviously wanted to bat and then get Royal 94 to chase. So just about ready for a start. It will be Logesh Austin to open. I think he's excellent. Gets good shape out and they put a slip in, which I think is a very good idea. It's a pretty wide slip, and they've got a third man in. Actually, they're taking the slip away. They've got a deep third man and a gully point. And 2 players on the onside. So the skipper has a lot of confidence in Logesh to bowl on the outside off stump. We saw in the last game against Dreux that they had only 1 player on the onside. So just about ready for a start. The openers would be Usman Shahid and Mukhtar Ali Gholami. Gholami's at the non-strikers end. But Usman Shahid has been batting pretty well. So here we go. First ball of qualifier 2. And in the right area. It's there's a bit of a shout. Umpire is going to have a look at it. This would be a tragedy if Gholami were to go. Be a bit lazy as well. My sneaking suspicion they had his bat down, but they will have another look at it. It's well, they won't have another look at it. It was a quick decision from the third umpire to say not out. And there we go. So he's on his way back, puts his bat down just in time, I think. Yeah, there it is. Too experienced is Gholami. So, eventful start for a dot ball. Here comes Austin again. And nice shot down the ground. Bit of a fumble there by the fielder. And that's the skipper, Shami Alistair. Did cut off the 4, but they didn't gather it cleanly. And that's the first run on the board for the PUC. 2 talented sides. And we saw them, as I said, in Group A. And by far the best 2 teams in that group earlier in the week. And the shot got almost through the gap. Good piece of fielding. So they're pretty sharp in the field. They're very athletic, and they do field for each other as well. It's a very good team. It's Royal 94. They have Royals on the front of the shirt as well. I think Royals is a good name for them. Austin comes in again. And that's 6 runs. Nice shot there from Shahid. Just leant back and smashed it back over the bowler's head. Well, oh man, it's come in at the right time. Rico, not a bad shot.
Not a bad shot. Usman Shahid looking to continue from where he left off more or less earlier this morning against AC Star. He scored, of course, 81 or 30, and it was only us, or me more than you, I think, Danny, who was helping out AC Star by putting the commentator's curse on him, and eventually he would fall short of that century, but he was on his way. He's had a good couple of knocks, has Usman Shahid.
He's a good batsman at the top of the order for PUC. Goes again, same spot. And, well, Logesh Austin been bigging him up. He's been a very, very good bowler for Royal 94 throughout this week. I think his skipper's going to have a bit of a chat with him.
Yeah, probably he's saying to him, well, okay, we know he can play that shot. Why don't you try testing him maybe outside the upper? Usman Shahid, I mean, I remember saying this in the earlier match, and when they did bowl outside the off to him, he was still able to hit the ball to the boundary for 6. He's got his eye in pretty good lately.
And this one's mishit, misfielded, 4 runs.
That's disappointment, really. It was a mishit, you're right, but the fielder also, I'm not sure if we're being unkind to him. Maybe that does bounce awkwardly and spin away from him. But you'd expect him to get something on that. It's going to get away for another boundary. It's going to be the end of the first over, and it's an entertaining start. There was a look at our run out early on, which Gulami survives, and then we see 2 6s and a 4 to finish the over. 18 without loss after the first. This, of course, is how the day has panned out. Drew are waiting to see who out of these 2 teams they will play in the final later on this afternoon.
Yeah, Drew's march goes on. They're undefeated in the tournament. They've won everything pretty comfortably for the most part. But there is 2 good sides that hopefully will push them in the final. It's Alistair, the bowler, the skipper for Royals, has led this team well, I think. He's been good with the bat, the ball, and his captaincy as well. Hi to Dave B in the chat. Good to see you. We haven't seen too much of Dave B, even though he lives in France. Haven't seen too much of him this week. He pops in occasionally.
Oh dear, that's it's going to be a minimo. It's a good little dummy actually there from Usman Shahid. He moved away quite late. Watch this, quite late. Just there he moves away, and that's enough to not allow the wicketkeeper to get there on time. So Nagarajan tries to get there, an acrobatic dive, but he can't do anything about it. And that's going to be a minimo, 5 wides.
Yeah, just lost it down leg side a little bit. It's pretty acrobatic, you're right, from Nagarajan. Comes Elliston again. And well, that's been put away, 2 straight. And does that smack someone?
Well, that young man there was, he was entertaining us during the break, throwing a few balls around, and he was pretty energetic in the field as well. Well, this one almost wipes him out. That was a spicy one. Usman Shahid gets another boundary to his name. Got to find a way to get him early, Usman.
There's quite a few spectators there who are going to be a human shield for the fence behind, I think. It'll scatter if it goes down there. They didn't quite scatter then. 30 on the board in quick time. Over and a half gone.
This time, bowled a very good slow ball to get the wicket of Nabi. I wonder if he'll go for that at some point soon. Not at the moment. He's still trying to bang him in, and I get the feeling from the reaction from the keeper that this is pretty close. Let's have a look at this again. He does so well. He's got the glove off. In comes the throw. Oh, that would have been out. That is missed by a whisker, Danny.
That was a very good piece of work by the keeper, and just missed that leg stump.
That would have been a great wicket to have. Shahid back already, run out. Mukhtar goes chasing a wide one, and he's called a wide by the umpires for this match. Umpire Shusho and Ashok with Vignesh is the 3rd.
So that line, if it clips that line, it actually belongs to the bowler now, but it's a bit deceptive from the view we have from the overhead. This is in the air, over the top, 4 runs.
Yeah, nice shot. It's a power play shot this from Mukhtar Gulami, the captain of PUC. That's his first boundary. And you'll see that he's more of the tactical, he's more the tactician, if you like, whereas Usama Shahid is more the aggressor. And just this time doesn't go over, but sort of goes through those two fielders on the offside. It's going to be another boundary, 2 boundaries to finish the over. Of course, it was that big 6 earlier. That means the captain, John Mary Elliston, will go for 22, taking the score to 40 of 2 overs.
Well, tomorrow night, we're going to be bringing you all the action from Belgium. It's Hasselt against Brussels Warriors. It's a doubleheader. Been brought to you by the European Cricket Network and Phil G. We'll be out there. So you get to sleep in until about 4 o'clock in the afternoon and then hang out at night and watch some top quality cricket from
night
Belgium.
1. Night 1 of 14. And of course, alongside of that, there'll be, during the day, there'll be action from Malta as well with the European Cricket Series starting there. And we may have a look at what treats we have in store for the first matches there. Of course, some teams will be familiar to us, and there might be a few new teams there as well in Malta.
So, change of bowler. It's Abisan. And it's going to be wide. So, not the start that Royals would have liked. They've got 40 hit off the first 2. But Paris University, well, these 2 are so important for their batting lineup. And they've got them up to a perfect start, going 20 and over. So it'll be interesting to see if they can, how long they can keep this pace up for. But they've pushed Logesh Austin out of the lineup, bowling lineup. This is hit back and caught. Lovely catch. Didn't have much time to think about that one. Just stuck a hand up and it stayed in his hand. That's the first wicket down. Very, very nice caught and bowled.
Congrats from all around. And Royal 94, they've got big smiles on their faces because they have removed a very dangerous Usman Shahid. You can see he's a bit distraught, but it's a good grab from the bowler. Never easy as you're following through Abisan. And that one's been hit pretty well. It's coming at an awkward height, but they is one of those, Danny. I often say they either stick or they don't. But fortunately for Royal 94, it sticks, and they managed to get a breakthrough. The dangerous Usman Shahid goes for 24.
Yeah, it's a big wicket. I mean, it's cost them a bit, but it's a big wicket. If they can get a couple more here, especially the wicket of Mukhtar Ali Ghalami, the French national team player, and make a little bit of a resurgence and hopefully start to stem the runs as well. That's a white van alert again, Rico. Just a little one this time.
Small white van.
Baby white van.
Right, Faisal Safi. Didn't see him in the last, and he starts with 6 runs, and it's effortless, isn't it? It's a little bit short. He's a left-hander. We were quite surprised and sort of kept wondering why we didn't see him in that first match. Well, he definitely doesn't have an injury, and if you thought that maybe, as we did, that perhaps Ghalami was feeling that some of the other batters had a better strike rate than him, well, think again. He starts with 6.
Yep. He's a handy player to be bringing in at this stage. And you're right, we were surprised we didn't see him earlier, but not that they necessarily needed it. They needed him. Kept him back for some reason. Lovely shot.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Sometimes when you watch batters play shots, poetry in motion comes to mind, and that's the word that describes this. It's just a glorious shot through the covers. What a beautiful cover drive that is.
Yeah, it was excellent. And, well, I thought it was a bit of relief that Usman Shahid lost his wicket, but when Faisal Safi comes in and is in this sort of mood, it's very, very dangerous. Also, being a left-hander, it does play with the line of the batsman also. Comes around the wicket. And he's missed it down leg side. Just be a wide.
wide ball, of course. We mentioned that Gulami played very well for France in the ECS at the beginning of proceedings here in France in Dreux, and Farzan Safi was just as good. And there were plenty of times that these two put very important partnerships together. That's what they're looking to do here, two batters that understand each other very well.
So it's come back over the wicket as the bowler at the end of the bat, and he's gone.
I think he's caught here.
He has. He's gone.
He's chased a horrible wide delivery, and Safi, after playing two glorious shots, he just sticks out the bat at this, and of course when that ball's away from the body as it is, you get no power in it, and he didn't have to play this at all. It would have been a big wide, I feel, and he's kind of chipped it to the fielder. It's an excellent catch though. Brilliant grab. That's Kanesh again. And one thing that we do know about this side at Royal 94, they play as a team and they excel in the field. That is a tremendous catch to remove the dangerous Safi.
Yeah, it's a big wicket and a great catch. We were wondering because it was a full toss, just stuck a bat out, and there was no real celebration from the fielder first up, so it was difficult because he'd fallen down. We didn't really see the ball. It's our reluctance to call out straight away. Big wicket. Second one down. 54 on the board. And it's going to be wide. 54, but it's still in the power play, so the run rate's still very, very good for Paris University, going at 20 and over. A couple of balls left in this third one. We'll see where they turn to next, because they need to stem the runs. Those wickets will help. Oh, that won't help to reduce the run rate. That's 6 over long off. Juicy half volley outside off stump, and Iqbal is the new batsman who starts off where Safi left off. It's Zafar Iqbal. Let's hit down the ground. Look for 2. And won't need to. It's gone through the fielder. That's 4 runs. A bit sloppy there. Let's have another look at it. So it comes around and decides not to field it. Made good ground to his right though. As the score moves on to 65. 2 wickets down, but excellent power play there for Paris University.
Yeah, it's what you'd call like almost a typical over on European cricket. There's 25 runs from it. There's 2 wickets in there as well. 2 good wickets, let's face it. That's 2 big wickets to take. Now, I know that they've got off to a flying start with 65 on the ball, but if they can contain, maybe pick up another, the wicket of Gulami, you would say, is quite important. Get another wicket. I know the other batters can come in. They can give it a clonk, but whether they can go on and make a big score is the question here. Still expected 164. I think in a big match like this, PUC will take that. But need a good partnership, you feel, to get there. So Royal 94 will be boosted with those 2 wickets.
I've got a little pet spider on my leg. That's pretty cute. I will remove him gently.
A pet spider being called
right
cute.
Right
Yes,
there.
yeah.
It is pretty cute. Look at that.
He's compared to some of the biggies that's around here, he's quite small.
Yeah. There you go. Just give us my leg. Oh, that's huge. Well, Iqbal, he's not mucking around. That's another huge hit, and they keep on moving on. This total could be immense if these 2 stay in. They have lost a couple of wickets, but it's just not slowed the run rate at all.
Yeah, they keep hitting it, and that's the thing. PUC, we know that they've still got the likes of William Singh, who, remember, he's a left-hander. He went pretty well last time around, so it may have made a few changes to the batting, but there's still plenty of guys who can hit it. Oh, that's thumped, but to the fielder who does well, gets his body well behind this, does Logesh. Keeps it just to 1.
Yeah, and bring Gulami on strike. He's hardly had any of the strike. The strike has Gulami.
Quick work.
Yeah.
From behind the stump. Let's have a look here. I mean, Gulami does go back to play this shot, so the chances are he's going to be inside his crease. Let's have a look. He stays back and the foot stays down. So, I mean, though it is good work from the keeper, it's not out.
Yeah, very good work, very quick.
Likes to step across pretty early, Gulami, doesn't he? He starts with this stance outside, legs up, but look how quickly he comes across.
He's got good options. This is another good option. That's going to be 6. So he gives himself a lot of space. So, and he's got time to move across if he needs to.
Yeah, on that occasion, because he saw that the ball was a little bit wider, he doesn't go across as much and hits through the ball. It's got a good little technique going for him that works.
The bowler was just dabbed onto the offside. It'll just be a single. And that's the end of the over. 15 from that one. And 80 the score, going at 20 and over. And 80 for 2 after 4.
So Priyan, 15 comes off that over. They need to try and find a way to slow the flow of runs down. I mean, picking up wickets is one thing, but as we quite often say, it's not just about the wickets, it's about the run rate, it's about the economy rate. And at the moment, the 2 wickets that have gone down, probably not bothering PUC too much. They're going pretty well. And that expected score is still around that between 160 and 170, I would guess. I'll see it coming on your screens in a moment. It's up in the air and it's going to get over the fielder as well. Bowl, inna zona. Que Hanial que grande. 6 carreras más. Just stands and deliver and pows it over the boundary.
Yeah, it's a nice shot. And well, there's a bit of spin. It's Tharon Joseph, the bowler. But well, it's the same sort of result. It doesn't matter who they put on at the moment. Just clearing the boundary. Been good from PUC. Comes in again. That's the same result, just bigger.
Well, watch out, watch out. They're all taking cover. And then they're falling over each other trying to get out of the way here. I suspect they all ran off those chairs pretty quickly, but actually dived into the firing line as their captain blasts another big 6. Over long off, goes right down to one knee this time, gets right underneath it, and it's an absolute cracker.
Yeah, lovely shot. Comes the bowler again and forced him back a little bit. Should just be a single. And it'll bring Iqbal on the strike. So Ali Gulami is 31 off 11, and Iqbal, so for Iqbal is 17 off 4. Make that 23 off 5.
That's such a good shot. I mean, there's a lot of tape ball on this, isn't there? It's all about the bottom hand come to the play, but it comes into play really quickly. Look how quickly he's onto that. And once it's hit out of the middle, it stays hit, but a good catch there taken. I think that's some of the Drua players who are observing, and that's hit down the ground. Watch the bounce. Nicely done by the captain. Just a single.
Yeah, it's like they're just giving each other a single just to have a bit of a breather before they smash another 600s up, by the way, already. And see just before the 5th over, or the end of the 5th over.
Well, that one gets just dabbed away. It's going to be a run this time. Good bit of fielding as you do get to the halfway mark. Here it is again. He gets sent back. It's a good pickup, good throw, but he slides the bat in. Great start from PUC. I suppose Raw 94, they have picked up a couple of wickets. They've done a little bit better than the match against Drua, but it's the same old thing, the same way that Drua were pounding the bowlers all over the place. PUC seem to be doing the same. Rico Full here. Alongside me is Danny Hudacek. We're watching the qualifier number 2. The winner of this match take on Drua in the final later this afternoon.
Yeah, well, I mean, these 2 teams deserve to be here in the finals. They're both very good in the group stage. Royals probably, I think, were the unexpected team to win that group. You would imagine PUC to do it, but they were good for their number 1 spot, Royals.
Yep.
Okay, new bowler, same result. Or was it? It is 6. And this is getting pretty brutal.
Yeah, another one that gets blasted out of here. So we get a little bit of respite from the blazing sunshine. The sunshine that's been causing my equipment to overheat. But tell you who's not overheating at the moment is Iqbal. He seemed pretty nice and cool and calm as he's playing shots beautifully down the ground. It's getting to a point now, really, where I think the bowlers are saying, where do I bowl? And spare a thought for Nagarasa Harikragan, because remember, his 1 over was hit for 6 sixes by Hamza Niaz. Now, if you look at this, he's been hit for 8 sixes in a row.
Yep.
8 in a row.
We mentioned how good Harikaran was in the group stage as well, and now he's just offering pies. So Mustafa Abbas in the chat saying half trackers after half trackers. Sort of. I think a lot of them are being pitched up and just being smashed because they've been pitched up. The ball's not moving. Been a couple of half trackers, but it's not really they've not really been bowling short.
Bale just come. Oh well, it's putte hatada tappar mare umpire ne. Well, have a look at this. The bowler's running in. The umpire almost takes him out because the bails do fall off.
A karate chop to. Oh, well. When things are going for you, they're going for you, and when they're not, and stuff like that happens.
Harikaran will just take a sigh of relief that it's not another 6. So he gets a dot ball in, even though it still goes for runs. But at least he puts Iqbal at the other end. But that's not to say that Muqtali Gulami, the captain of PUC, is not going to take a liking to him.
The sun's just gone away for the moment, and it's just gone just tiny little bit fresher, which is actually quite pleasant. And red dot ball, Rico, red dot ball.
Yeah, Harikaran. Couple of dots in there, one did go for buys. I have to say though, it just cools things down just a tad. Both of us have got our jackets off now because it's very warm in the igloo. Which, and once again, good work behind the stumps there from Lograjan. I do like him as a player, as a batter, as a keeper. He's got quick hands. He does well there. He doesn't take the ball in front of the stumps, which sometimes a lot of keepers can be caught out doing. But unfortunately for him, the Gulami does keep his foot down. He's aware of that fact, and he doesn't lift that foot off the ground at all. The umpires once again have to reset those stumps that I've mentioned already today. They really have taken a hiding from the ball and from the keepers.
It's been belted pretty hard, and another 6. Not the most orthodox of shots from Gulami. It's like a forearm jab, and but sailed over the boundary. 119 for 2 now. Harikaran goes for 18. So 3 dot balls in that. So it's better than these the last over he bowled, which went for 6 sixes in the previous game against Drew. So
well done to Harikaran. I will say this. I mean, I know that even from the European cricket, there are bowlers that have been hit for 6 sixes in an over and never come back. They've just said, that's it, I'm retiring. And he's come back from it, and the way the first 2 balls went, you probably thought maybe I should have retired, but he does. Finished the over pretty well. 19 come from it. But PUC, once again, they're on course for a pretty big score. The thing is, there's another one gets lifted out of the ground. It's just easy hitting. And it's almost if, Danny, that Zafar Iqbal can probably close his eyes and play the same shot and still hit a 6. As few people in the chat have said, they're just putting it in the area. They're putting it in his swing zone. He's connecting. He's scoring 6s. And the misery continues for all 94.
Well, Logan Shoston has been a really good bowler this week. But he was bowled in the first 3 overs, and he relied on swing. But the ball's not swinging anymore because it's slightly older, and now it's just fruit. So, yeah, going back to the 6 sixes thing, he's standing up to the stumps is Logojan. That's a good idea, I think. It's coming towards us, and that is 6.
1 bounce over the igloo, 6 more. Well, keeper stands up to try and keep Zafar Iqbal in his crease. I don't think Zafar Iqbal actually is dancing down the track or anything. I think this is just to try and get into his mind and get him to make a mistake.
Yep.
But he still crunches this one down the ground. 48 off 11.
Comes in again. And that'll be his 50, I think. Yes, it will. I feel it would have been quite a bit taller to take that catch. And, well, Iqbal, 54 off 12. Ali Ghulam is going pretty well on 37 off 15. And this score is going to be massive.
Yeah, if they don't get this breakthrough pretty quickly. I mean, Iqbal, he's hitting the ball so well. And we've seen some fast 50s out here. Remember, we saw a 9-ball 50. We saw an international 11-ball 50. Well, it could be gone, though, here now. And he will be. Captain Alistan holds on to the Cats as Zafar Iqbal does bring up a pretty quick 50. But he will score no more, as is the unlucky ball number 13. That sees the end of him. Good catch taken by the captain.
Yeah, really good catch. And but the damage has been done. You know, you can go at 10 and over from now on and still get 170. New batsman coming in. It's Ahmadzai, the wicket keeper. It's Sami Ahmadzai. And left-hander. So something else for the bowlers to adjust to. As Iqbal walks back to a warm round of applause from his teammates.
Yeah, and very much deserved. He ain't finished yet, of course. We know that Zafar Iqbal will probably play a big part with the ball as well. Remember earlier in the group stages, we saw him take 4 for 4 when he first came onto the scene. A very good player. All right, Austin does get a wicket.
Well, I think it's the first time a batsman hasn't hit a 6 first ball. Pretty much, I think, when they've come out to bat. And so a little bit of relief there for Austin and the Royals. He's gone for 36, got 1 ball left of his spell. Comes in, ball into Ahmadzai. And this could be gone. He's coming around and it's fallen between 3 of them. Unlucky, coming back for a second one. And they get back for it. 2 runs. Well run between those two. And 139 for 3 after 7.
Yeah, good double up there. That means they will get the 20 off the over as well, despite losing that wicket. And yeah, good dive there from Gulami. You wouldn't want to get out that way. Interesting, though, I still find that PUC, for whatever reasons, they do like to keep us guessing with their batting order. So this time around, we're not seeing William Singh come out. Of course, he was the left-hander that came out even before Faisal Safi in that first match. So they've gone with somebody that we didn't see about at all in the last match. As we take a look at the Challenger division here of the Euros of Cricket. A quick look at that, of course. But just to remind you, plenty of action will be coming from the Khartoum Oval there in Spain, Andalusia, in the region of Malaga. Oh, that's so unlucky, isn't it? So unlucky. It's the thing is, though, some people I know will be looking and say, hey, should that be a dead ball? No, thing is, it's part. There's a rule, isn't there, in cricket, that everything is part of the field. So if that does happen, it's the same as if the ball hits the stumps and ricochets away. So it would be the same for both sides. It's a little bit unlucky. As the next ball does go to the field, it'd just be a single.
Yeah, it's yeah, it was unlucky, but really just cost him a run. And I don't know if a run's going to be necessarily something which will keep them from winning this game. Paris University, they've got a good total. Royals have got a good batting lineup, but they're going to have to bat very well, and that scoreboard pressure is going to be pretty intense. I mean, they're looking at well, the supercomputers saying 183. Slowed down a little bit in this over. It's been pretty good.
It's good over from Priyan, and I think really, Danny, someone like Priyan Uthiakuma, who's bowling here now. You could say they're Captain John Mary and also Lograjan. My feeling is that one of them has to probably more or less get close to scoring a ton. Yeah, if they're to win this match. Something big has got to happen. Oh dear, well this is going to go all the way for 4 byes, and the batter moves a long way.
Has that missed off stump?
Yeah, it's gone through the bat and the stump, but the keeper's got to stop that. The keeper's got to stop it.
Well, sweep shot that misses off stump. It's gone behind the batsman. That's Yeah, you see a bit of everything in this this format. So good to see Ghulam Mustafa in the chat. Hope you're doing well. And little inside edge. They'll look for 2. They should get a ball. They get 4. How did that go for 4? It was just that's how fast his ground is, I think. Just kept on rolling.
It's very quick. Also, that fielder is that's behind square, had a long way to come. But yeah, the ball, it just didn't slow down. It was smooth and swift, like the Microlino as it covered the ground and got to the boundary. 4 more.
Microlino.
150 on the board. Yeah, our mobility partner, the little Microlino. Well, I'll tell you what, this is no Microlino. That is a bomber. It's big. It's 6 runs. 50 runs comes up for the captain, Mukhtar Gulami. What a good knock it's been from him. And, well, he certainly come back prepared for finals day. Had a good knock off in the first match in a very good partnership with Usman. And now he gets 50 for his team, 50 of 20. And that's quite an impressive strike rate as well. 157 for 3, 8 overs complete. And you're right, Danny, they're looking at that 180 score again.
Yeah, I mean, Supercomputer's saying 186, but they're going at 19.6 and over. So if they can continue with that rate, they're going to get close to that 200 mark, just under maybe. But you never know. They've got a good bowler coming on, John Marie Alliston. But to be fair, he went for about 20 off his first. So let's see what they do. It's that steep climb straight up. And good ball first up from Alliston.
Top ball. Haven't been too many of them in this innings. So John Mary Alliston, you're right. He did go big and his first went for 22. But of course, at that point, Usman Shahid was banging it. But this is Ahmed Zais. Now, oh, that's going to be hit down the ground. It's going to beat everybody. 1 bounce, 4 runs. It's a big, juicy, full toss, which Ahmadzai does put away, hits it straight down the ground. It was one of those that I think was probably going to be pretty wide, actually, but he decided he needed to hit it. I think he did need to hit it. He said 5 balls for 7 now. Got other batters that wouldn't mind coming in and having a hit, so it's got a C-ball, hit ball from here on in, and oh, he does. That's a good hit. He takes his right off middle stump. I suppose that's the other difference for the batters here now. They can take chances. It's not a bad delivery, and if he misses it, it's probably clattering the stumps, or there'll be a huge OBW on his way, but he gets bat on ball. He'll get another boundary, and PUC already, you can see there on the percentages, 92% to 8% favourites. But you feel that more runs are to come. That's beautifully picked up. What a lovely shot. Well, he didn't start quick, did Sohir Rahman Ahmadzai. But once he gets his first boundary, now it's almost like every ball is finding its way, not just to the boundary, but over it. That's the 170 up, Danny.
Yeah, and look, as I said, the conditions for swing bowling are not good. The ball's coming straight up and down. It's a pretty good even pitch. This is wide, but it's a pretty good even pitch. You can trust the bounce. Been very few gremlins in it this week. Maybe 1 or 2 have kept low over the week, but generally it's a bit of a road. Bit in it for the fast bowlers. And this is hit straight, could be out, gone. Nice catch. That's 77 there. That's Priyan who takes that one. Another wicket goes down. That's the left-hander, Ahmadzai. So we'll see who comes in next. Possibly William Singh. In fact, it's Abdullah Anwari who sprints out and swaps bats, which is yeah.
It's become a common thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's almost like it's one good team. Well, they obviously got 2 because Mukhtar Gulami is going pretty well.
I think he owns his though. The rest share one.
So 172 for 4. Nice, easy catch there taken on the boundary. Made it look easy. Priyan with Yakuma. Once again, just showing us what a good player he is. All right, Anwari. Good leave from Anwari. Sees that it's wide. Leaves it alone. 1 more to go on the board. 7 balls to go then in the innings. And now the expected score close to that 1. Well, goes past the 190 mark. 191. It's going and going and gone. So the two umpires look at each other for confirmation. I get the feeling that this is pretty close. Does it go just over the line or just before? Just before. It'll be 4 runs. 4 carreras. And the end of the over as well. 177. And PUC doing exactly what they did. Of course, this morning they put 187 on the board against AC Star and went on to win by 93 runs.
I wonder if, I mean, I'm just not preempting anything, but if Paris University were to get into the final, would you think they would bat first and give Dreux a chase?
I think so. I wouldn't change what's going well for me. I mean, put the runs on the board, as you know, especially in the final. Runs on the board in the final would certainly work for them, and put a bit of pressure on Dreux, get them to make some mistakes.
It would be a huge upset if they did beat them in the final. And again, this game is still not over. It's getting close to being over though, Rico.
Well, yeah, this innings is far from over as Gulami now looks to build healthily on the 50 he's got to his name. That's a really good shot. It's been a very good innings from him. It's not often that we see a batter bat all the way through the innings.
You cursed him now.
When you think about it, look at the strike he's had. It hasn't had a lot of the strike either. So it's been a very good knock from him. 56 of 22. And, he was, of course, the non-striker at the beginning of the innings, and now it's good delivery, good length. It's, just gets bat on it, takes a single. Now it says to Anwari, right, more the same, or one another boundary from you?
Yeah, well, Anwari, he's 4 off 1, and he can hit the ball as well. Karan come in again, hit firmly, and well, I think the fielder kind of wanted to stop it. It's Logesh, who also wanted to keep his hand.
Well, I was thinking about his head. This is good enough to knock your block off. It really is. That was pounded. And, yeah, I think it's probably a safe option just to leave that one alone as it was motoring. 188. 2 balls, 2 to come.
And, he likes taking those stumps, doesn't he, Lograjan, the keeper.
I wonder if this one actually would have mattered. I wonder if we get a quick look at this side on. I wonder if on this occasion, if he had taken him, whether he might have had his man. We may not get a chance to have a look at it.
I thought he took the. I thought he knocked the bails off. Maybe not. Oh, it's just over the fielder. Nothing going to hand. That's it. 192. So it's higher than the score they scored this morning that Star couldn't reach. And let's see if Royal 94 can get there. It's well, they've got good team spirit, but they're walking very slowly. Royals have to have a bit of a chat. They've got nothing to lose going for this target. They're just going to have to bat well at the top of the innings.
I think that's the key, Danny. You're right. They'll feel a little bit disheartened, a little bit flat. There's a lot of runs on the board. We know that if they'd chase this down 193, it'll be the big. I think it will be the biggest chase that we have on the network, no doubt about it. But you're also correct. They've got nothing to lose. They are a team. We know that play a couple of levels lower than the opponents they're playing here today. They're big-time underdogs. Just go out there. I like to see them go out there and have some fun, play some shots. Maybe somebody gets in. Maybe somebody has a bit of the rub of the green, goes on and scores a big score. Just see how close you can get. But go out there and give it a go. Because, whatever happens, whatever the outcome of this result, they really have been stars out there. They should be very proud of their performances.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not over for them, but it's almost over for them. 193 to win. It's a lot of runs, and it will rely a lot on the skipper, John Marie Allister, and also Priyan Lograjan, I think, also. But then after that, to see who can really get the runs, there's Gangnam Style, who's there as well. But at the moment, it's all a PUC, who are almost in the final.
Yeah, very healthy looking scorecard as well. Usman Shahid, I mean, he doesn't go on to score a big score this time, but gives them a very good start. Mukhtar Ali Gulami bats all the way through, not out, 57 to 23. Farzan Safi only faces 3 balls, but hits 2 of them for 6. And Zafar Iqbal, what an innings from him. A 50 of 12 balls before he goes to ball number 13. And then even Ahmed Zai and Abdullah Anwari played their part, didn't they? It's just a good all-round batting performance. If you're a captain today of PUC, you're a very happy man, because everybody so far has played their part beautifully.
Sure, absolutely right. I think PUC have done very well today. If they do make the final, it'll be the 3rd match of the day. As I said, the overhead shot here of the facility in Dreux. But it'll be the 3rd game of the day. It's pretty warm as well. Don't know if fatigue will have anything to do with it. Dreux played 1 game and then they've had a nice rest and some lunch. As you see here, it's runs from all the batsmen. Usman Shahid, 24 off 9. Then Mukhtar Ali Gulami, the captain, 57 off 23. 12 for Safi in short time. Zafar Iqbal batted very well for his 54 off 13. And Ahmed Zai with a few, and Anwari with a few. 16 extras don't help the cause either.
No, they don't. And when you have a look at the bowling scorecard, you can see that no bowler really had any joy. It was a tough innings. Every bowler that tried, Lokesh Austin, who's been pretty good. He got a wicket, but he does go for 38-42 off the captain, Elistine. And every time they used him a little bit earlier to see if he could get some joy. He did pick up 2 wickets in an over.
How did he hit for 25 after taking
25?
There was a 4 in there as well. So that's interesting. But yeah, not pretty with the economy rates. 4 wickets went down. And well, they've got 1 foot in the final to PUC. But there's still got 1 foot kicking to the Royals.
Yeah, I think what everybody wants to see here now is just the Royals. They've got about 10 minutes before they get back out there. That's when he'll join us back. But to go out there positive, go out there and say, you know what, we've got some good players. And this is where the captain sort of talks to those players and, of course, to himself and say, come on, let's go out with a bang, whatever.
I've been challenged to a quiz question, Montelus, and I think you should know this as well, Rico. Which 2 countries played in what is generally thought to be the first international cricket match? No. He's taking the headphones off. No, it's USA and Canada, I think. Pretty sure. Let me know if I'm right. We're back in a few minutes' time for the 2nd innings of this European Cricket Series match between Royal 94 and PUC. There you go, Dave. Thanks for confirming it.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
And welcome back to France for this European Cricket Series. It's a match between Royal 94 and Paris University Club, and it's a PUC who's really got a very, very big total up front, 192. It's going to be a difficult task for Royal 94. That scoreboard pressure might tell, but they're going to have to just throw everything at it. It's a difficult thing because they're going to try to hit everything out of the ground. This ball might swing a little bit, or might spin actually, because it'll be William Singh to open, the left armour. He's a tricky customer. So have a look how that goes from the first over. And it will be John Marie Elliston and Priyan to open the batting, as per usual. So I hope everyone's enjoying these games. They've been a bit one-sided today, but let's see if Royals can get a few runs early. They can't. That's a big wicket straight up. Chased a wide one, and that's out. Well, not the start that Royals would have liked, and not quite sure what the batsman's chatting about. I think he's just chatting to his captain, saying, "Sorry, mate, it was going to be wide," and that was too easy. So a terrible start here for Royals.
Here's the captain, Alliston. He's chased an awful delivery. And what do they say about the bad balls? Sometimes even the bad balls get you a wicket. And well, William Singh has bowled a. It's one of those when you bowl it, think, oh no, and before you finish saying it, the bat has reached and it got bad onto it and has been caught. It's going to be a royal duck for John Mary Alliston, and it's the worst possible way to finish your campaign. Well, he'll play no further part in this contest, and he leaves his team with a lot of work to do. As Mitran comes out.
Oh, good bowling again from William Singh. He's very handy, and I know he's going to cause a few batsmen problems going on in this tournament, because at the moment it's PUC that are well on top. We'll get a run, which will help. And Gangnam Style's the new batsman. Even Priyan on strike. So let's see what William Singh can do. The stumps of Priyan. He's been good this tournament, has Priyan. Been one of the main stays in the batting lineup for the Royals. Comes in and hits it in the air. There's no one back there, but it'll be cut off. It'll just be a single. Didn't get hold of it. Bring Gangnam Style back on strike. 2 for 1. A couple of balls left in the first. They're under the gun already. And they look for a bye, but not on. Another dot ball. So, well, the run rate's already gone up to almost 21 and over. What's the point of no return, Rico?
I think when it gets to about 20. And, well, I have to say, we've seen in this over that's come to an end here from William Singh. 2 bad balls, a wide ball. This is a wide full toss, and both of them have resulted in wickets. Sometimes you have days like that, and William Singh, well, he's picked up 2 wickets with probably 2 of the worst balls that he's bowled in this tournament, but he's got Raw 94, 2 for 2. Well, there's no Mithran. He's going to depart. 103 matches since the golden ball. I don't think this one's going to be it. Maybe the final would deliver a golden ball finish.
That'd be fun. Thomas, I didn't notice, but I chuckled as I was trying to convince us there was still a chance. Well, 2 big wickets down. These 2 are probably the best 2 batsmen in the lineup for the Royals. And it's tantalisingly away from the fielder. Not a great shot. But the skipper, Lograjan, I rate him very highly. But at the moment the score is 3 for 2.
Nice to see it's a little cricket match going on.
It's a good shot.
But there on the leg side as well. Well, field this one, boys. And that was sailing over there. So you can see here every opportunity to play a bit of cricket. I see some of the youngsters getting involved there, but this one sailed over everybody. That's
Why aren't the youngsters in that far field, rather than being in like imminent death of being struck by a grizzly?
They've got some of the Drua fielders around there. Maybe they're the security. Good shot though that. Let's see if there's any more to come. Oh, hesitation. Gets sent back.
Yeah, never really a run there, I don't think. But at least there's been 1-6 so far in this innings. And Lograjan will have to score off quite a few more. It's hit pretty hard. Player coming around, fancy footwork and everything going right at the moment, pretty much for PUC.
Yeah, to come a long way. Muhib Afridi, but gets there, gets a foot on it, stops the ball going past the boundary. And the batters also just going to pick up. I think it looks like just get a couple, and now they like it, and they got it. Oh no, it's another gone. So Lograjan, who stuck around and at least got some score on the board against Drua. He's the next to go. It's once again very similar. It's a disastrous start. They lose 3 wickets in just 11 balls, and that's all their batting gone apart from Priya and Danny.
I think so. Because new batsman is batsman X, so we never know. He's got no number on his back. Ganesh Lakitharan could be lucky. You never know. He's running out to the centre. But this has been a terrible start for the Royals, and Paris University. Well, they were disappointed not to come first in the group, but they've had a pretty good run today. And it's just gently hit back down on the onside just for a single. So, Phil, I hope you're doing well. Hope you're wishing all the luck for Belgium. Seems like a pretty cushy job. Getting up, having breakfast at 3 in the afternoon, eating waffles, and going to a couple of night matches. That'll be a good gig. He's a bit of a nighttime specialist, is Phil G.
He is the nighttime specialist. Of course, he's always brings us all the entertainment from Portugal and now Belgium. And a new venue as well. I'm looking forward to seeing how that looks, of course, tomorrow night. That one's going to be a big wide. And this time William Singh says, "What do you mean, umpire? That's my wicket-taking ball. How can it be a wide?" Not this time, William.
Oh. Now, he's an interesting bowler, William Singh, because he looks like a left-arm finger spinner, but the ball turns the opposite way. It doesn't look like wrist spin. He's not really flipping his wrist over it. Now, look at this. So it looks like finger spin, but it actually comes into the batsman, which is deceptive.
And on different days, depending on conditions, he also loops the ball a lot in the air. It's not quite happening today, but normally that ball is also swinging in the air. But this time, it swings out of the middle of the bat. As Ganesh gets one away, so that's his first. Maximo, it's only the second of the innings, and can they start something here on 94? They go with Ganesh before the normal 6 and out innings of Kapil Raj.
It's dodgy inside edge, stopped by the fielder. Just John Gray saying just sitting back and enjoying the play. He's out here, of course, at the ground, and it's great to see John. He came up for a bit of comms yesterday, did a coin toss also. I said hi to him this morning, and it was a very pleasant day for cricket. Oh, another dodgy inside edge. He's got that part of the bat well oiled, I reckon.
Well, that's 2 that the batters just managed to get a bit of an inside edge to. And William Singh, what's he planning next for the batter? Ganesh?
It's a nice little shot on the leg side. They'll look for 2, but they won't get it. Just be a single. And it'll be Ganesh to keep the strike. So Priyan's only faced 2 balls, but it's only 20 off the power play. Loss of 3 wickets, and it's not enough at the moment.
Yeah, and not enough at the moment. To be enough, it now means that they've got to score 173 of 42 balls, which is at a rate of just under 25 per over. So if they achieve that, we already knew that if they achieved this victory, it would be one of the highest run chases we've had, if not the highest. But to go and get it from here would be something quite exceptional, which we just don't see happening. As it's going to be Abdullah Anwari to bowl the next.
With the quality of batsmen that has been dismissed already, and the way that PUC, they're on the boiler right today with the bat, and they're pretty workmanlike with the bowling, especially with William Singh there. He's bowling very well. Talk about bowlers. This is Anwari. Bowling to Priyan. So, I mean, I've got to assume now at 25 and over, almost 26 and over, that it's going to be a Dreux PUC final, which is probably, on paper, is what you would have expected at the start of this tournament. And the way that PUC are playing, in the air, could be caught, and here's another wicket goes down. That's Priyan. He goes for 2 off 4. So the way that PUC are playing today, sometimes you get teams that just things are just going for you all day, and I think it's going to be a great final. Dreux obviously is the favourites, but they are missing Wahid. Still got a good bowling lineup, and a very good batting lineup, but the couple of bats, as we mentioned, not really performing. Nabi's all sorts. Mohammad Nissa also not batting like we've seen him before. You know, Rafa's batting well, and Hamza as well, but this could be a very good game between those two sides. It is a bit later in the day. There's a bit of a gap between innings, but this one's it's fizzling out, isn't it, Rika?
It is fizzling out, and that means that when we get something like this, it's time to get the chat involved in something. And I've got just the thing. It gets played out.
Oh, it's a quiz question.
Single. It's got to be a question, isn't it? What can I come up with today? Okay, let's 2002 Pakistan's Shoaib Akhtar. Got into the record books for what?
Oh, that's well,
unofficially, it has to be said.
Is it unofficial?
Kind of unofficially, but there are those that would argue about it. So 2002 Shoaib Akhtar, and let's give you a couple of. I think Danny's onto it already. So let's give the chat one of those. So in 2002, because this one looks like it's a foregone conclusion now, I think, as Anwari just gets his running wrong here, bowling.
Interesting for Shoaib Akhtar, I think. Now this is something that's I don't know if it's a rumour. I think it was just something I read in the newspaper in Sydney, that he played a bit of club cricket coming back from an injury or something like that. And he played a little bit of club cricket with Brett Lee in Sydney. I think it was for Mossman. I might be wrong, you know, but that's my recollection. So having 2 of the fastest bowlers in the world in your club team, it's like
pretty handy.
The other rumour that I've heard, and again I'm not sure if it's confirmed, but I think it was Bankstown High School, Bankstown boys or Canterbury boys or whatever, had 2 opening bowlers for their school team. One of them was a guy called Lenny Pascoe, who was one of the most aggressive fast bowlers ever to come out of Australia or the world. And the other one was Jeffrey Thompson.
Yeah.
So that's not a bad opening attack for a school team. Oh, look at that worm is not looking good at all for the Royals.
I don't think I've seen it so far apart, to be fair. And it's just going to get harder and harder. You got batters now in that really haven't scored any runs, and they can, you know, got a feel for Royal 94. They've had a, like I said, they've had a tremendous tournament. They're in the group stages. They were magnificent, but coming back, of course, here for the finals day, it just hasn't gone well for them. The key players that they needed to perform just haven't been able to do it.
I think Wayne's on the right track. I don't think it's 100% accurate as to why that's distinctive, because I think other bowlers have done that. But I think you're on the right track. Am I on the right track?
I'm gonna leave you both guessing. Actually,
I'm not guessing. I think I know.
okay.
I think I know. It might be something completely different. So, but yeah.
I want to say hello and buenas tardes to Monica Ramos, who's also joining in the chat. ¿Cómo estás? ¿Qué tal? ¿Todo está bien? And yeah, you got a feel for Royal 94. I think in a way, what are your thoughts? I know that it's never easy when you have to play and win all 3 matches. Oh, what's he done here? I think a bit of cramp actually here for the batter, and this is Kanesh, who goes down. I reckon he's got a bit of cramp, because as soon as he gets in a position to play this, straight after that he ends up going down. Watch this. So he goes to play the shot, and just as he gets back, he feels his muscle tense up.
Was it the same batsman that his knee sort of buckled a little bit? I think he's okay. We saw that with another batsman. I think it might have been Galami that went down.
Yeah, you're right.
So he looks okay. Just might have just twisted it slightly and went down just in case he did any damage. Seems okay. And that's that one to the onside, just for a single.
Just for a single. So yeah, so going back to PSC, bearing in mind they had some of their players, tough one, ECIs, then they went straight into this European Cricket Series. They've had a bit of a break.
Yeah.
Do you think it's, for a team in Group A, not necessarily Group B, that it's a good thing that they get a few matches under their belt before the final?
Yeah, look, it's a nice shot, 6 runs.
Yeah, that's a lovely pickup. He just doesn't really hammer this couple Raj. We know he's got a 6 in him. Problem is, once he hits one, he gets out. But let's see what he does here. But yeah, he's timed that beautifully. He hasn't really hit it. He's just timed it gloriously as it pings off the middle of the bat. It goes all the way. We're at the halfway point already, and with that 6, it takes Royal 94 to 34 for 4.
Here's what's coming up here in 2025. It's a last, game in a bit in France. It's been a fantastic tournament, and the hospitality has been amazing. It's good to be back in France. It's been a little while. Malta and also Belgium. Then there's another series in Czechia, but Liberation Series in Jersey coming up, and then Sweden in Landskrona, Estonia, Romania, all starting in May. Well, not Malta, but that's between now and the end of May. So there's a lot of cricket, just short term and for the rest of the year here on the network.
Yeah, I like that from Monica Ramos. She's saying, todo maravillosa. I like to hear that. Everything good.
Montelus, yeah. Lenny Pascoe played World Series cricket, very cranky. Yugoslav heritage. I've met quite a few fiery Yugoslavs in my time growing up in Sydney. I used to play in a band with Greeks and a Serbian drummer, and yeah, he was intimidating, very intimidating. So continue. It's a shot, but I think it might have found a fielder, and it has. It's Galami, and that's another wicket, and it's Shirzad who gets his first. I don't remember Shirzad bowling too much this tournament. Maybe I'm mistaken, but I've seen Galami's name a few times with the catches, and also with quite a few runs.
And of course, Kapil Raj, after hitting a 6, you know what's to come. He comes out. I cannot believe the number of times he's done it. I think he did the same the last match, took a single, hit a 6, then got out. He's done the same here again. So he'll go for 7 or 4.
Well,
and he's the guy You know when you need 6 to win off the last ball, who are you going to send in? Kapil Raj, because that's what he does. But unfortunately, no big innings for him.
Rico, consistency is important in cricket.
35 for 5. As Logesh Austin, known for his bowling, has to come out and try and get something going. He won't. Chance. And held on to Shazad. Well, he's saying, I may not have bowled too much, but now I'm getting a chance. I'd like to have a chance to have a hat-trick. Well, he's going to be on a hat-trick. We've seen one today already for Mohammad Rafa.
Hari Curran is the batsman. Now, he has not had the best day as Hari Curran. He got 36 hit off and over, 8 sixes in a row off his bowling. And now, just to top it off, he might be the third wicket in a hat-trick. You never know. He might not.
Yeah.
Not trying to jinx him or anything.
Hari Curran comes out. This is what we've had here already. Aniyat Khan and Ahmad Nabi. Yes, you're reading it right, Nabi. And Mohammad Rafa. 3 hat-tricks here in France. Are we going to see another?
Got a slip and a leg slip. And
they're appealing like crazy here.
not out.
Not out, says the umpire. Well, you can't blame him for trying. Shazad won't get the hat-trick. Oh, that was a big note. Let's have a look at this one more time. And, yeah, I think they came
definite edge, Rico. Definite edge. Give him a hat-trick. That's nicely struck. That'll go between the fielders, 4 runs.
Yeah, well, Hari Curran, he was probably shaking at the knees at that appeal, but I think he goes the right way. He doesn't really get back onto it, but he gets back onto that one all right. 4 runs for him, and it takes Royal 94 to 39 for 6 at the end of 6 overs.
Well, we saw them earlier in the week, and they won a lot of hearts at the Royals. It's just the way they played their cricket, but they'll have to go as well. I think, well, yes, they will have to go as well with 4 overs to go. But the 2 teams knocked out so far in this final series, I think both teams have made a lot of fans around the world, and the way they batted on the first day of Group B, Star. This is in the air and should be safe. Look for 2. And it'll be a comfortable 2. Comfortable-ish 2. But Royals as well. Royals, that's the way they play their cricket. Everything about them. They had some good wins along the way. They won the group, which included this team, PUC, who started off the tournament with a loss. And it's a dot ball. Good bowling by Shabir. And well, they'll leave the tournament. I think they'll be pretty happy with what they've done. They play in Division 2, but they've got some good cricketers in this shot.
That's a very good shot. Beautifully hit. Kanesh doing some damage there. We've got to remember that, PUC, the loss that they suffered, actually worse too. Raw 94. Raw 94. 155 for 4. That was when Lograjan scored that beautiful 69. And
was that the very first game?
It was match number 3.
Okay.
And then Paris University Club was their first game.
Yep.
Was skittled out for 94.
Yep.
So it's a revenge at stake here for PUC, and they're getting their revenge, and it's in the sweetest form as well, because it's beating a team in their qualifying, booking their place in the final. So there's a lot to be proud of for Raw 94.
Absolutely, and as mentioned before, they are a Division 2 team. Originally we thought they might have been in Division 3, but I think it had confirmed that they're Div 2, and they're playing a very good side in PUC, and they as you said, they beat them. One run. They beat them early in the tournament, in the first game, and PUC are a bit shocked, but they've definitely done their homework since. And the fact that Royals just kept on going. I think they did lose a game in that, or 2 actually. No, they lost a game in that in Group A as another random white van appears out of nowhere, just because. As we see here, He's tomorrow in Malta. It's the Masita Warriors against Southern Crusaders up first. And it'll be, is it Tina in Malta?
Yeah, Tina will be there talking you through the action.
And who'll be with Tina? Is it yourself?
I'll be, I'll join Tina Tuesday. I'll, of course, be travelling from here tomorrow. Early start for me tomorrow. And 6 o'clock pickup. And I'll get to Malta sometime in the afternoon. That's high up in the air.
Looks like it's gone down. You can see the bowler not loving his fielder. He's taken 2 already. Was high in the air. And not the greatest effort there from the skipper.
Yeah, he doesn't normally drop too many. That's a bit of a blip on his record.
Oh, shot.
And, well, it doesn't matter what time of the match it is, but when the catch goes down, more often than not, the next ball gets blasted away for a big one. So, Hari Karan, things are starting to get a little bit better for him as he wallops this away for a big 6.
Yeah, his day's getting better. He moves on to 10. Misses that one with bowling by Shirzad. I'm assuming he'll be playing in the final, Shirzad. Been impressed with his bowling. He's 2 for 12. He was on a hat-trick. Comes in again. Got just a dip. Picks up his own crumbs. And throws it for a run for the batsman.
Gets a little bit excited there, does Sadiqullah Shahzad. Remember, he was on a hat-trick at some point, so you can see why he gets excited. So, yeah, after this ball, we'll talk about my
this is going to be out. Oh, collision. No, it's a wicket. Yeah, so your question, Rico.
So the question was, back in 2002, Pakistan Shoaib Akhtar became
Can I have a go?
famous for what? Yeah, go on, have a go.
So finish the question. I'll have a go.
No, go on. That's
Well,
it,
I
yeah.
think that he bowled the fastest ball ever recorded.
Okay, and I think a few people in the chat were kind of coming up with the same. So this is it. 2002, Pakistan's Shoaib Akhtar became the first man to break the 100 mph barrier when he was clocked bowling to Craig McMillan at 100.04, so 161 kilometres per hour during a one-day international against New Zealand in Lahore. The record remained unofficial. The ICC refused to sanction it as it did not have a standard measuring tool. The previous fastest recorded speed was, any guesses?
Jeff Thompson.
Yeah, Jeff Thompson's at 99.8.
Yeah,
In 1975.
I'm gonna have a go at this one because Thompson, for many years, it was said that Thompson had bowled the 100-mile-an-hour ball. Right now, it was how it was measured. I think it was measured from the side. It wasn't a speed gun, and it wasn't measured from the hand. Whereas Akhtar's bowl, it was measured from the hand. Now, Jeff Thompson, it was measured basically wicket to wicket or delivery to wherever, and they had a grid behind it, and it was clocked at whatever speed.
Yeah. Also, his wasn't done during a match. That was the other thing.
No,
So
I
that
think it
one-
was. I think it was done during a match.
Yeah, the info I have here is 99.8 by Australian Jeff Thompson, 1975, although that did not take place during a match.
Oh, really? I didn't
Yeah.
know that. But can I make a point? It was that distance, and then they calculated it took this amount of time, but it loses about 10%, if not more. Or shot, lovely shot. So it loses about 10% off the pitch, and he was still clocked at about 100. So did he bowl it at about 110? Maybe.
Maybe.
There was a world fastest bowler competition as well. You can find it on YouTube. I remember watching it years ago, and Tomo was by far the fastest. Oh, shot. Well,
Where's this guy been? Where's this guy? This is Anton Ansaraj, and he just played a delightful shot through extra cover.
beautiful shot. Obviously the ringer for the day. They know nothing about him. So my cousin can play. All right, bring him along. Shabir's the bowler. And he's swept that one. It's a nice shot. They'll just get the one. So the world's fastest bowler competition. Tomo was both the fastest and the most accurate bowler, which I thought was pretty amazing. But Michael Holding was there, Andy Roberts, Dennis Lilly, lots of very good fast bowlers. Safraz Nawaz as well was there, if you remember Safraz, another good bowler.
Yeah.
So you can find it on YouTube.
And this is another Maximo, you know. It's 6 more. So, well, the tail is he's wagging a little bit. Ansara just played some lovely shots, and Harikaran is still there. He hits another boundary. So, and 76 for 7 with 9 overs completed. So, 6 balls left. But, of course, the result of this match, it was probably done and dusted after that, terrible first 2 overs. When unfortunately Royal 94 were 12 for 3 at the end of it. And there's the bowler's card. I don't think anybody's going to be too disappointed. Shazad is going to be over the moon with those 3 wickets.
Yeah, he will be. All right, last over of this qualifier. And it will be Manish Kapoor to bowl. So, Mariko, you get your crystal ball out. Oh, that was my prediction. Got him straight through the gate. That's well bowled by Kapoor.
It puts an end to a good 3-ball innings from Anton. He plays some nice shots, but he is going to have to go for 11. And I suppose right on the money, gets this ball to come back a little bit. What I like about that, and that touches on something that me and you have been saying for a long time. If you're used to bowling right arm over the wicket, even if it's a left-hander, stick to bowling right arm over the wicket because that's what you can achieve. That's a really good ball.
A fantastic ball. It angles slightly away from the left-hander. There's a push. He's got a big smile on his face, the batsman, though, as he walked past us.
Well, he did play some lovely shots, so he should have a smile on his face. He certainly does show and prove to some of the Royal 94 that he can play some attractive cricket. All right, it's never nice when a batter comes in and he sees the umpires using your own bat to put the stumps and set the stumps and put the bells back on. So that's what Abisan's got to deal with. Now he's got to deal with Kapoor, who's himself probably wants to take a few wickets.
Okay, I thought it would have been a good shout for an LBW, but no appeal. Okay, it's not really a crystal ball. It's more from your experience. You've seen a lot of these games, a lot of these tournaments. You've got 2 teams that are playing well. PUC are playing out of their skin today, especially with the bat. And Dreux are just Dreux. They're going to be a threat to any team. Yeah. Right. What's your prediction for the
final? You're putting me on the spot.
Well, I am.
I think Dreux are big-time favourites, but I think PUC will push them. I'm one of those guys who, when I look at the way matches have gone, and I look at performances of players, that one is going to challenge the fielder, but the fielder does pretty well. So, for example, Rafa's been in great form.
Yeah.
He's due a failure, maybe. So I think Rafa, who's really held Dreux together, I think if he fails in this one and Hamza doesn't get going, then PUC should be able to contain. But coin toss, I think, is hugely important for me. I think PUC, I'll be very surprised if they don't win the toss and bat again. Their batting first has worked well for them.
Yep.
I think that's what they've got to do. But likewise for PUC, both their openers, Usman and Gulami, have gone well. I mean, are they destined to also have a bit of a blip in the innings as that one's been blasted away? So, in general, I think the final could be decided by players who haven't yet performed. And that means it's probably on the side of Dreux because I think they've got the depth.
Yeah.
They've got players that could step up and perform when others don't. Whereas I think with PUC, a little bit like some of the other teams that we talked about, maybe are relying on a top 3/4 to get most of their runs from. Dreux could be a team that are 20 for 4 and still come back and score 150.
That's a good analysis, and I think you're spot on. Either team could win this game between Dreux and Paris University. At the final, starting locally here at 7:15, 3:15 in GMT, and 8:45 Indian Standard Time. And yeah, I think you've got it spot on. I think PUC, it would be an upset if they won, but they're a good side, and on paper, they were the team that was always going to threaten Dreux, to be honest. And we haven't seen that matchup yet in this tournament. Opposite sides of the draw, and they meet in the final. Even though PUC did not win that group, it was the team they just played then, Royal 94. PUC, they've shown their quality today, and especially with the bat, they're going to be hard to beat.
Yeah, and the thing is, just to underline what I said, I think if they play the way they've done the last two matches, they've got every chance of getting a win here and causing a bit of an upset against Dreux. But it's the consistency. It's not normal to see a team be as consistent, or the same players, I should say, to be as consistent in every single match. But if they can do it, they've got every chance. Yeah,
look, I've got to say you're right. But I hope it's a good final. We've had a couple of blowouts today. There's been some fantastic batting, but just the games have not been very close in any of the three we've seen today. So hoping for a close final as we see the highlights of the innings, and it's mainly to do with wickets being taken by PUC.
Well, there was Shazad begging for that decision so he could get on the Hall of Fame. He did bowl well. He would pick up 3 wickets, but he wouldn't get the hat-trick. But PUC, a good performance from them. I mean, just to show their strength here today, they've won both matches by some margin. They beat AC Star in the eliminator by 93 runs, and they win that match against Royal 94 by 107 runs. So if you add them both together, that's 200 runs.
Yeah.
The margin of the two wins they've had is 200 runs. I mean, that is as conclusive as it gets.
Absolutely. And the skipper, Dr. Ali Galami, just walked past, and we gave him thumbs up, and he gave us a thumbs up back and a big smile. So he's happy with the performance of the team. They'll have a bit of a rest. Hopefully they won't cool down too much before the final against Dreux. That's going to happen in a little while. Local time is 3:43, so it'll be about an hour and a half. So see here, it's a pretty good disciplined performance. There'll be runs for Kanesh, 26, but the whole top order was pretty much torn apart. Some good bowling, mainly from William Singh. You've got 2 wickets and little knocks along the way, but good bowling at the top. William Singh, also Anwari, taking 1 for 3. So far Iqbal bowled well, got a wicket, 10. In fact, it was Shizad, who took the 3 wickets, almost got a hat-trick. So wickets shared, and a comprehensive victory, 192 to 85. 94 run victory. Actually, sorry, not a 94 run victory, 107 run victory. That PUC beat Royal 94. So it's going to be an interesting final. As I said, it's going to start at 5:15 here local time. Beautiful day for cricket. And it's going to cool down a little bit for the final. Well, temperature-wise, I don't think the final will cool down. I think it's going to be hot between these two good teams. See you back there then.
what an entertaining series we've had so far. And after 33 matches, it comes down to just one, the big one. Welcome to the final.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Time for the final. PUC have had a fantastic day so far, but Dreux have been invincible at the moment with winning every single one of their game. The Super Trophy up for grab. Who is going to be the champions? Will Dreux do it again and make it 2 victories in a row, or will PUC maintain their impressive form and get their hands on this wonderful trophy? Let's go straight over to the coin toss, where Stefan Gooch will have the 2 captains for the all-important toss.
PUC to call. Tails is the call. It is tails.
We'll bet first.
Okay, good luck. Have a good game. Thank you, Pooja.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
PUC have won the toss and they're having a bat.
PUC once again winning the toss, and that's going to be an important one because they are going to have a bat first so far today with the 2 wins that they've had, and they've been impressive wins as well. They've batted first and they've batted the opposition out of the contest. Remember earlier this morning they beat AC Star by 93 runs in that all-important qualifier number 2. They got past Raw 94, winning by 107 runs, and the reason for that is their batting has been clicking. And Usman Shahid at the top of the order, he's been devastating. Though he didn't get a big score in the last match, his consistency and form with the bat has been outstanding. The captain, Gulami, has been great as well, scoring big runs. And then when they need somebody else to step up, and who steps up? But it is Iqbal. Zahir Iqbal comes in and smashes a quick 550. They're in good form. And then the bowling department has been really good as well. The 2 spinners, well, we know about William Singh and Zafar Iqbal. Well, what about the young 18-year-old sensation, Shahzad? He comes on to bowl again and takes 3 wickets as well. At the moment, they're playing like a team and everything is clicking for them. But of course, it has to click for them because they are up against the favourites, and that, of course, is Dreux. Dreux, well, there were no issues with the missing Wahid Abdul. They still came out and played sensational cricket. On the batting front, Hamza Niaz wasn't in ruthless form when he hit those 6 sixes in the over from Harikaran in that all-important match for them. So he's in good form. They've got Nabi, who's a bit out of touch, but you know you can't keep a good man down for too long. I'm expecting the captain to come back strong in this one. I think perhaps somebody like Mohammad Nisar would find his touch as well. One man, though, who is in good form for them is Mohammad Rafa with bat and with ball. Not only is he scoring runs, he scored a fine 47, the same as Hamza Niaz, but he also took a hat-trick in that last match as well. They're playing some really good cricket, but I maintain that in this match, maybe someone like Cameron Ahmadzai could be the match winner for them. This is going to be a very exciting match. PUC are going to be batting first, looking to muscle in and get plenty of runs on the board and try and test Dreux by putting a big score on the board. It's going to be a very exciting final. I know somebody is really looking forward to this final, and a close one as well is Danny Hudacek. Danny, over to you. PUC, they once again are going to have a bat first.
Merci Rico et bienvenue à tout le monde pour cette finale. Welcome everyone for this final of this European Cricket Series in France. We've been playing here for the last week, and we're here, Dreux against PUC, and 2 very strong teams. They know each other very well, and I think it's a vital toss to win for PUC. And no surprise, they did exactly what they did earlier in the day, twice, and smashed their opposition and batted first. So they want to get a big score up on the board. As you can see here, the two teams unchanged from the games they played earlier. Of course, Wahid not with Dreux, but PUC. Look at that, it's 6-0 and 6-1. The only one, match that went down in PUC was against the team they just smashed in Royal 94. So it's going to be a very, very tight contest, we believe. Let's hope so, because we're up for a big final, and the sun's out. It's late-ish in the day, and you can see 63% favourites, and you'd have to say I think the supercomputer's got that pretty right. I mean, they're champions from last year. They are the hometown favourites. This is the ground they play on all the time, and they were champions of Europe a couple of years ago. So no surprise either that Abdurrahman Ahmadzai will be opening the bowling. The left armour, he's been superb throughout this tournament. He's, I think, the leading wicket taker of the tournament. We'll confirm that later because I know Rico's got all the stats. Good to see everyone in the chat. Hope you're excited for this final. And it will be, of course, Usman Shahid and also Dr. Ali Gulami opening the batting for PUC. Shahid will face, let's have a look at the field, as a third man and a deep fine leg, sorry, deep square leg right of the boundary. Apart from that, of course, everyone up in the circle just about ready to get started. Here we go for the final in France. Short and rubbish and 5 runs. Well, there's a freebie from Ahmadzai. 5 freebies, actually. Terrible start. Well, he got that all wrong. He's holding his shoulder, but might be just a little bit stiff. Of course, they played earlier in the game, and in the day, I should say, and had a big win. And they've been around the ground watching PUC. Have been convincing today. Ahmadzai comes in again. And better ball. Much, much better ball. Too good for the batsman. Lucky not to lose a stump. All 3. So, near the batsman off the mark yet. And a couple of balls down. 1 legal one. But they've been so good this tournament. They only dropped 1 point in the in Group B. It says lifted over the top. Lovely shot. 6 runs. Shahid just played through the line of the ball. Open face of the bat. Nice shot. Didn't overhit it. Lifted it over the player in front of us. That's Mohammed Nisar, who now goes back to the boundary. They brought the deep square leg into the circle. Bit of a reactionary call from Nabi. Comes Ahmadzai again. Bright start for PUC. And squares him up. Good ball. It's a very good contest between these two. As I said, they know each other well. And that cut in quite a bit. Came into the batsman. Not much he could do about it. There's a bit of a trap there with the man on 45, just in case he tries to flick it around the corner. Abdurrahman comes in again. And a big swing and a miss. So he got it all out of shape there, did Shahid. It's good bowling from Ahmadzai. Lots of chatter out there. It's not still quite the same intensity they had a couple of days ago against Star. Where they really pumped it up. But you can see both of these teams are out for business, out to win the trophy. That's going to be wide. And they'll come through for another one. Good awareness from Gulami. He'll get to face a ball. So 13 on the board at the moment. It's a bright start from PUC. But there's been a few freebies from Ahmadzai, which is unlike him. He's normally bang on the money. And he's got the red headband. Again, does Ahmadzai. Coming in, bowling to Gulami. And pretty well. They're off for 1. They took off early. Went straight to the fielder. But good understanding between these two batsmen. Another run on the board. Rico has just come in to the igloo. And it's a bright start for PUC.
It's a good start. And, getting through the over of Abdurrahman Ahmadzai, without losing a wicket. If they can manage that, it'd be a very good start. Ahmadzai, you're right. He seems to be struggling a little bit, maybe with his shoulder. That's over-pitched as well. Work to be done, but they fielded it well. And well, it's Ahmadzai himself, there he is, that has to do the stoppings. It's going to be the end of the over, 15, and they don't lose a wicket early. I think that's key. One thing that Paris University Club will be looking to do is get through the key bowlers without losing wickets, and maybe then try to cash in some of the, if you could call them, weaker bowlers a little bit later on. Now,
Look, he's bowling.
We've seen a bit of a surprise.
I've got to clean my glasses, I think. I think it says number 7.
Well, it looks like. Well, Nabi can probably hear the silence from everybody, because Nabi is going to bowl over at number 2. Now, they normally have gone for Safi to bowl. Of course, we know there's no Wahid Abdul, but Nabi going to bowl. Remember, he is a hat-trick taker, though. He's one of 2 players from Drua that have taken a hat-trick in this series. Mohammad Rafa just did it earlier today. In comes Nabi, bowling over number 2. And he gets the treatment. That is being blasted away. It's a little bit too short. And Usman Shahid, well, he doesn't get distracted by who's coming to bowl at him. Nabi bowls the first. It's a little bit short. And it's been crunched to the boundary. Lovely shot from Usman.
It's a surprising call that he brought himself on. To be fair, he's had 1 over in the tournament and took, was it 4 for 5?
Yeah.
Including a hat-trick.
Comes back well as he goes outside the off, and he gets Usman to play a miss at this one. Yeah, Nabi, when he took that hat-trick, it was quite an incredible bit of bowling from him. 4 for 5 in that 1 over.
I think he was more surprised than anyone. And there were some surprised people out there. Firstly, that he was bowling. And secondly, that he took a hat-trick.
Yeah, it was the second one. We saw Akotas at Ayanada Khan take one before that. That was on day 2 when they struggled against Royal 94, but there was that hat-trick. And then today we saw one from Mohammad Rafa when Drua totally overpowered Royal 94 in that qualifier number 1.
It's a bit lazy batting there. No footwork at all from Shahid. He just sort of swung the bat at it, hoping for a wide. Didn't get it. But no footwork at all. He's just waiting for Nabi to bowl one into his hitting arc. A bit like a trapdoor spider. He's got that in his hitting arc. It's going towards the boundary, and that'll be 4 more.
Yeah, he'd be disappointed with that delivery, Nabi. I mean, I saw him talking with Mohammad Nisar, and Nisar, I think, is the one who suggested to him that he has 1 more that comes out onto the offside to strengthen that ring there. And having done that, he then puts one that's kind of too straight onto the pads, which has been played away nicely by Shahid. So another boundary to him. Nabi 10 of the over. 2 balls still to come in it. And now that could be the wicket. It's going to be held, and Nabi, well, maybe it's a little bit of the old master touch from the captain, bringing himself on to bowl the second over, and gets the big wicket of Usman Shahid, who, though he started the day well with a crunching 81, he only managed to 24 in their second match, and this time he'll fall for under 20. It's a straightforward catch there taken by Abdurrahman Ahmadzai, but Usman Shahid has been removed for 17.
That's a big wicket first up, and you saw how destructive he's been today, Usman Shahid. Galami's still there, and another good batsman coming in is Faisal Safi, the left-hander. So it's going to change the line a little bit for the bowlers. And Safi, he hasn't really gone on with a big score, but he does hit the ball very hard and very long.
So Nabi, you can see, turn to the camera straight away with his arms alofted, because, well, maybe that was a little bit of a genius from him to bring himself on the ball. Well, he gets the wicket of Usman Shahid, which is huge, but we know that PUC, they managed to weather that storm in the last match.
A bit short. Good delivery there. Pretty good over, actually. Takes a wicket. And score up to 2 is 25 for 1. This is tomorrow night, Hasselt against Brussels Warriors. It'll be a double header from Belgium. Phil G will bring you all the action there. And it's a night series. Malta is also going on tomorrow. I know that Tina Goff will bring you the action from there, and then Rico will join her in a couple of days.
That's right. So you're back to 7 matches in the day, 5 there from Malta, and then of course you'll have the night series as well. So good luck, of course, to Tina. Will be starting things off tomorrow morning there at the Marseille International Cricket Ground, and Phil G will be on in the evening. So I'm sure that everybody will be wishing them well for a cracking start. Here comes Abdul Rahman, and that's that Yorker length delivery. It's been well met by the batter. Nabi gets the throw in, and the batters had to be quick, running in between the wickets.
Yeah, it's again squeezed out. It's a good Yorker. Brings Safi on strike. So, a very good matchup here, I think, for Abdurrahman. He can try to find the outside edge of the bat. He'll get a bit of natural outswing to the left-hander. But also, he normally attacks the stumps. That, or he gets one to rise sharply, but if he attacks the stumps, I think he might have a bit of success against Safi. He likes to play pretty open and tries to flick it and muscle it over the boundary.
Good delivery. It's a really good ball, and he's got some pace in that as well. Abdul Rahman, I mean, I couldn't quite believe his first ball. I think I'm still in shock about it, but hasn't he come back well? Just look at that movement. So starts at around about off stump, with just outside off, and that ball swinging away.
Yeah, there's a fly slip in. No one down leg side. He wouldn't want to get too leggy. There's a short backward square leg, but no one back on the boundary. No one on the boundary for the in third man either. There could be runs there. That's a good ball just inside that tram line.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing here, Danny, I think you mentioned it on the day that I was off, that Drew really stepped it up again, didn't they? And you're seeing it here for the final as well. They've had some time to sit back, relax, get a good lunch in, and now they're steaming in here, the bowlers. They're putting the squeeze on PUC as they're hungry for another success here.
We've had a reasonable start. And dried up a little bit with that wicket. We've got a quick single. Well run. Could have been closer if it hit. But again, good fielding. There's not much between these two teams, to be honest. But they have the pedigree. They've got the trophies to prove it. Let's have a look. This would have been out if it had hit. But it was a well-run single in the end.
That's what pressure creates, though, isn't it, Danny? I mean, if you're not getting boundaries, then you're going to have to try and take those awkward, risky singles and get away with that one.
I mean, you've got 17 runs already from Ahmed Zai. And that's make it 21. That's a nice shot dug out there by Galami. And you've got to see him off. He's the best bowler in this team with Wahid not here.
Plays that really well, doesn't he? And that's the advantage of a batter that's prepared to play straight. I mean, if he's tried to play this on the onside, he's going to miss it. He's going to go through and catch the leg stick. So he's kept his shape. He's given himself a little bit of room. Also, he knows that there is going to be that swing. So you see him, he's probably batting just a little bit outside of his crease as well to compensate for that movement. Make a change in the field here as Mohamed Nisar now goes into that extra cover area.
Here comes Ahmed Zai again. And hit straight down the ground. And it's the 12th man for Dreux who almost fielded it. He was right in front of us.
Nice shot. And a good way to finish the over. And you're absolutely right. Look, if you can get 25 runs and not lose a wicket to one of the dangerous bowlers, and Abdul Rahman Ahmadzai is definitely that, then PUC should be pretty happy. I think I was saying before, that's what the plan would be. And I think probably that's why Nabi did come on and bowl, open the bowling. He's probably read the minds of PUC and say, yeah, I know what you're thinking. Well, I'm going to save the likes of Safi and Cameron Ahmadzai to bowl a little bit later. So I'm going to try and get one over in. It could work, it may not. In fact, it's worked a treat. So that's the power play, 35 for 1. 2 lots of 10 there, and now it will be Cameron Hamadzai who'll come on to bowl before Tanisula Safi.
Yeah, good move. He's a good bowler, Cameron. And he's having a good tournament with the ball, not so much with the bat. So, same as Nabi, actually.
Yeah, very much so.
So it shows you the quality of this side when you've got Nabi coming on to bowl, getting a wicket, and a big one of Usman Shahid. And you've got Cameron coming in just after the power play. So field restrictions off. It's Cameron bowling to Safi. Nice shot. But, trouble. Gone. Oh, I'm not sure, actually.
I don't think he has the ball
I
here.
don't think so.
Don't think he has the ball. Real miscommunication between the two batters. Well, these two should know each other pretty well. We see them batting on the national team. But look, he's saying get back. And buckets for hands.
He would have been back anyway.
Yeah.
He's quick, Galami.
Bucket for hands, but couldn't get the ball. And I think the stumps there are broken without the ball.
Maybe.
But he does make it back.
Maybe.
Does make it back. I say hello to Thomas Martinez and Dave joining in the chat and enjoying this final.
Oh, it's a chance. It's in the air and taken. That's a big wicket. And that's a big bye for Cameron Hamadzai. And a good wicket there. Safi goes for 1.
Good field positioning. They thought about this is where the good teams come into play, because it's not just about playing well, it's about outthinking the opposition as well a little bit. And they sort of did that with the first wicket, with Nabi bowling that second over. Nobody would have thought it, and it was a big enough surprise to get the wicket of Usman. And then here, the field placement, they just know Safi. There was something there about them to say, right, this is where we need the field. We know that Cameron Hamadzai is going to bowl that good heavy ball, and if he does, he will go for it. We know he'll go for it. Just set the field where accordingly, and that works a treat. Doesn't always work that way, but so far here for Drew, it has, and Safi, he's going to go cheaply.
Yeah, it's a good piece of bowling. You're exactly right. They know they know each other very well, these two sides, and positioned that man perfectly. And that was the captain, Nabi, that did that. He's very good. Is Ahmad Nabi as a captain, as is Gulami. He's out there still. New batsman is Zafar Iqbal. And, he was hitting the ball nicely beforehand. Let's see if he can continue that. As Cameron ambles in, and pretty good delivery.
Yeah, we saw that Zafar Iqbal played a lot of nice shots down the ground earlier. Talking about the ground, let's have a look at where those fielders are. You can see there was 5 bodies there out on the offside. In fact, they got one more as well. You didn't quite catch him on the camera. That was Nisar at long off, and just the 3 out on the leg side as Cameron Hamadzai comes back in here to Iqbal. And he hits that well on the up. And that's a good shot. Iqbal does like to get under the ball. And if he's any chance of doing so, he's not going to be shying away from executing the shot. You can see how he gives himself a bit of room, gets right under it, and I like the elevation he gives on that. He's going to get 6 runs.
Yeah, nice shot. Just opened up completely. That left leg went out towards mid-wicket, and was able to free his arms and just crunch it over point for 6. Nice shot. And 41 for 2. It's pretty good going.
Coming on, just having a chat with his captain about trying to sort that. I think what he's saying here, that he wants 2 sweepers out the offside, a backward point, and a cover on the sweep. It's probably a little bit too wide. Nice to see that a nice crowd has come in here to watch the home side perform in the final. Of course, here in Druin, there they are. Nicely sat and watching and hoping that the team can do it again. It's been a beautiful Sunday, and really family feel about this club as well. That's why it's another wonderful reason to come here. It's a family feel about it. It is what we call a proper club, Danny.
It is. It's good to see. Great facility. Been treated very well. This is a wide as well. Been treated very well here by the locals, and I think they appreciate us coming in, and we definitely appreciate what they've done for us here in Deleu. It's been a fantastically run tournament.
Yeah, it has been. I know that the president of cricket in France, Prabhu Wallen, has been here. I know that Savannah CEO has as well. Slow delivery, well bowled, well watched also by Iqbal. And of course, we had the great pleasure of talking to Pooja Balan as well, who is the daughter of the president.
Of cricket here in France. She's very optimistic. You asked if France could make the top 10, and she said, "Why not number 1?"
Yeah,
you know, it's
good answer, wasn't it?
Very good answer. Yeah, I think there's a long way to go for continental European teams to reach that level. But you look at Italy and Germany and Spain, they're getting there. Just that, I think the experience they need on turf wickets to be able to compete is where it's limited at the moment, because the facilities just getting there. I think there's a few turf pitches in Spain.
Yeah, starting to happen, of course, there at Desert Springs, El Maria part of Spain, of course. La Manga, I know that have got the facilities there now. Whether then once again they start to prepare those turf pitches, I hope they do. And, that would, of course, be great. And I know Cartama at one point did have them. It's a hit out. It'll just be a couple of bounces before it goes to Abdul Rahman. I know the first time I went to the Cartama Oval, Danny, we went there for a T20 tournament, and they had 6 strips there.
Yeah.
But of course, the demand was really for the artificial. So those, I mean, they're still there, but obviously sort of not being used now anymore for pitches. Well bowled from Rafa, slower delivery, and just manages to drop the bat on this on time. They will come back for a couple, and it's going to be, I think, another pretty gutsy innings this from Mukhtar Ali Gulami. Remember, he batted all the way through the last match for a good score in the 50s, 57 he made, and I think that's what he's looking to do again this time around, and hoping that the other batters and some of the harder hitters like Zafar Iqbal can work around him.
Yeah, look, I mean, Galami's a hard hitter as well, but not like that. That's a good shot down the ground. Nothing that Ahmadzai could do about it. But and well, if he came up with the ball before, but he's also a careful batsman. He doesn't really doesn't play any rash shots. He picks the balls on the merit, and then sometimes will take a few chances, but generally he's just very solid. And you're right, Iqbal can hit the ball a long way, so hopefully he can get him some strike as well. Anyway, Galami's 20 off 7.
That's going to go all the way. It's into the pads, and Gulami, risk-free shot, opens up, clobbers it, sweet out of the middle, sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai. Says Carreras, both acha shot Maria, Mukhtar Ali Gulami in it. That's 6 more.
He's hit that very, very nicely. As I said, he just picks the right ball, doesn't he? Comes Safar again. Goes slightly across the line that time. Should just be a single. Yeah, the desserts we had yesterday. It was one of them was called brioche perdu. Brioche perdu, which means lost brioche. So basically, what it is, it's well, we'll go back to food talk after this. I think we'll.
Let's see what happens. This ball could be an important one. Slower, up in the air. Fielder coming across. Both but the chance. Parlia! And Iqbal goes, thanks to a clever bit of bowling from Mohamed Rafa. Both but the catches. Both opportunity. Fielding the catch Parlia. And एक बहुत तगड़ा batter. Zafar Iqbal bar aa gaya, and he'll go for just the 8. That was a big moment, but no mistakes at all from the fielder. Holds onto the catch. That wicket falling right at the halfway point. So no heroics this time from Zafar Iqbal. As we welcome you into the Igloo. A big match here. This is the final. After we've had 33 matches, it comes down to this. And I think it's fair to say that the 2 best teams, really, are going head-to-head in the final.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I know that Royals had won that Group A, but PUC, we know their quality, and they're really taking it to the at the moment. Lost a couple of wickets, but that man, Gulami, is still there. And so we're hoping they're getting a total to be able to defend, because they've got some pretty good bowling, especially the spinners.
Yeah, they have. Look, run rate at the moment, I think they'll be happy with. If they go at the same again and they put a 130 plus score on, I think in the final, oh, this could be huge. Mukhtar Gulami puts it up in the air. Rafa gets there, holds on to the catch. Really good catch. Mukhtar Gulami will be furious with himself because, well, for Drew, it's 2 in 2. Not only does Rafa take the wicket as the bowler in over number 5 to remove Iqbal, he's then there and he's quick as he sprints in from the boundary, gets himself in a good position, holds on to the catch. You can see from that shot there, from the shot from Gulami, the ball wasn't quite there. He was reaching for it. That's why one hand comes off the bat and he's going to go. That is a huge moment. And basically now, with 4 wickets down, you've got 2 new batters out there. William Singh is joined by Abdullah Anwari.
They can both bat, but not like Mukhtar Ali Gulami can bat. And, well, the 2 big guns are gone. Faisal Safi basically didn't really help the score much. So this is hit straight. Could be another one. Gone. 2
in 2. And Tahsin Ullah Safi comes into the attack. And he picks up 2. Well, not only does he pick up 2, remember, he was the man who took the catch to remove Zafar Iqbal. So what a moment of play for him. That's a team hat-trick, by the way. That's 3 wickets in 3 balls. One, of course, came off the last ball of Rafa's over. And now Rafa has obliged by taking 2 catches for Safi. Once again, I like the way. I wonder if we can see that catch one more time, please, Chris Taps, because he does it perfectly well. How many times do we see fielders running unnecessarily from the boundary and then get caught? But you see the way he does there. He watches, he waits, then he comes forward. Great technique, great catch, and just like that, PUC are in a spot of bother. And also, well, we've seen a team hat-trick. There's a chance for a genuine hat-trick here for Tahsinullah Safi. We've already seen 2 from Drew. We know that Nabi did it. Mohamed Rafa did it earlier today. Are we going to see another one from Safi?
Well, I wouldn't put it past him. First 2 have been pretty good. But 62 for 5 now, pretty much at the halfway mark. And just played the point. No run. Oh, that's cheeky. Yeah, it's hit the bat of the batsman. And cricket etiquette goes out the window.
Ball gets thrown in. I think it might be Hamza Niaz is out there. Has a shot at the stumps. We see it again here. He has to go back. In comes a throw. And yeah, it does come off the bat, but they say, hey, we're perfectly entitled to run. They are indeed, but you do see a lot of times in the modern game they say, nah, we won't go, but
well, it's not the modern game. I think it's the old gentleman's game.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
It's no longer quite the same game, is it, Rico?
Game has changed a lot. And this game's changed a lot as well with those 3 wickets falling. Well, if you blinked, you've missed it. If you went to put the kettle on and you've come back, well, you'll have to just go back and see what happened. 3 wickets have fallen in 3 balls. That's a great slow delivery. Beautifully bowled, and yeah, I suppose in the end, Ahmadzai manages to keep it out.
I wonder if that's a little bit of smoke coming from the forest, Rico. It's not low cloud, that's for sure. Just above the tents.
Ah, I see, yeah.
Oh, we'll keep an ear out for you. Oh, it's kept a little low. It's been a good over from Safi. Very good over. 2 for 2. Off that over. 6 overs gone. 64 for 5. PUC.
Yeah, we haven't seen too many that have misbehaved, but that one definitely does stay lower. And yeah, what an over. And of course, we saw those 3 wickets in a row with Rafa picking up 1. And then we saw 2 there from Tahsinullah Safi. And Ahmadzai is having a chat to the umpire about something, and it looks like, well, he's maybe the umpire pay attention to his boot. And I think he might be saying, I think I need a shoe change here, umps. Well, let's wait and see what happens here. And meanwhile, I can once again maybe just talk you through those wickets that have fallen here. So the key batters, we saw Shahid go early, went for 17 when Nabi came on and got his wicket. Mukhtar Ghulam, we saw him hoik out there to Safi, well caught by Rafa. Faisal Safi just hasn't really got going here today. He went for 1 of 6 balls caught by Hamza Niaz on the boundary from Kamal Ahmadzai. Zafar Iqbal, no heroics from him this time either. The hard hitter all-rounder would go for 8 of 5. And we also then saw Anwari go for a very first ball. Well, that's the smoke that you're talking about there. And it's nothing to do with our barbecue this time.
Yeah, there's a bit of smoke. It's not too drastic. Not going to get burnt out here. I don't think there's any risk of that with some of the rain we've had this week. But it is curious. Well, will be Kamal Ahmadzai bowling to William Singh, the left-hander. It's nicely played down the ground just for a single.
Yeah, William Singh was talking to him a little bit earlier. And, he was telling me how, of course, remember last year he was the captain for PUC, and saying just concentrating now, mainly playing more the shorter form of the game, T20s, not playing so much in the 40-over matches, and of course this tournament taking a bit more time out for work and family. That's in the air. Oh, wow. When I was looking at this, Danny, I just thought he went down a bit early. He's now saying, it looks like he's saying he slips, but he did go down earlier than what he needed to. Watch here now, he just starts to go down, and I think he's saying he slips. That would probably explain why he ends up a lot lower where that ball was, but that is a chance. Big chance.
Excuses. Oh, it's a big hoik, the bowling by Kamran, and he's such a useful member of the squad. He's very settling as well. He's got a lot of experience. It's all gone a bit slow, going about 10 and over. Have to score quite a few in the next 4, 3 and a bit actually. With help, high. I think.
Rafa! Oh, you beauty! Oh, you beauty! Mohamed Rafa, what a catch! And we've just seen a few minutes of magic from Mohamed Rafa. First he's bowling, and now, well, 2 catches before this one, but this will make the highlight reel. What a great catch. He leaps like a gazelle, holds on to it, and then at this moment he just puts a few fingertips down there to stop him going over the boundary rope. That happens right in front of us, more or less, Danny. What a great catch.
Oh, fantastic catch, and well, he's well aware of where he was, and he turned around and put that hand down, and I can't keep him out of the game today. He's been so good. He's probably close to man of the series for me.
He's been going well in batting. He's been in immensely good form. With the ball, he's always done something, and his fielding here in the final has been exceptional. He's been involved in 4 wickets, and it's happened in no time at all. Ahmadzai gets the wicket of William Singh.
All right, he's on the Devils number, 6 for 66. PUC, we're in the haunted woods. Hope he hasn't summoned anything. Cameron will come in, bowling to Kapoor.
Bad on ball, but no run. Well, it might be now. It's probably unnecessary to throw that one in. And, well, it's not going to probably hurt them that much. I suppose they're just keeping the batter interested. So here comes a throw, but you can see the batter's easily in. And he does have that bat just over the line, actually. Well, it's worth having a look at that again. Can we just, I wonder if you can zoom into that while the umpire puts the stumps together. I mean, he has to have the bat past the line. I suppose the umpire's right there to see it, but...
there's no real appeal, so it can't be out.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose there is just past the line, perhaps.
Yeah,
well,
that's
having a look at this now, you know. Can you zoom into that? I mean,
You
is
can't
that
tell.
bat past the line or not?
Cannot tell.
The line belongs to the fielding side. Now,
No, you can't tell from that angle. There's no way they're giving this out.
I mean, you'd have to. I mean, what they might be saying is, "Hey, it's a close one." How did you see it? And I think umpire Vignesh might be asked to. Well, he's given it not out anyway.
Yeah.
So if it does get changed, it would have to be on this evidence. And from that angle, I mean, it's close. But can you see the bat past the line or not?
No, this would be a terrible decision. In my opinion, you cannot tell whether that is on the line or over the line.
Well, they're having a good look at this, Danny. And
What is a chat thing?
the third umpire is umpire.
I reckon the
Ashok.
chat has got just as good a reason to give this out as the umpire.
I think they've in the end decided not conclusive, and the umpire on field would obviously have said not out. That's why they went to that. But close one, but not out. They continue, but in a lot of trouble at the moment. It's dragged away. Ahmed's, I remember, was lucky himself. He was dropped, and I'm going to get a couple. End of the over from Ahmedzai. He's been good. 2 for 18 from his spell. And Drew at the moment are well in control of this final. 7 overs completed and 69 on the board.
Yeah, it's looking very good for Dreux to go back-to-back champions here in Dreux. So this is what's happening tomorrow. It's an ECS from Malta. It's the MCEDA Warriors against the Southern Crusaders. There's a gentleman with a large camera comes and takes a picture of us. That's the first match. 5 matches tomorrow from Malta. It's a lovely facility there as well. Tina Golf will bring you that series before Rico joins her on Tuesday.
Yeah, and all those teams we know pretty well on the network, Southern Crusaders. They'll be disappointed that they got pretty close last time around with Cedar Warriors. Have been, oh, well. And you know when you get it wrong, that is a classic example of getting it wrong. Manish Kapoor wants to get funky. He wants to play a little bit of sexy cricket, but that's Gandhi cricket. As his stumps are shattered, it's full and straight from Safi, who'll pick up his 3rd wicket. But this is just not a good option. Look at the stumps, and you know what? I've never seen the stumps go so symmetrically out of the ground, either side of that stump. Watch this again. Arriva, Jabardast bowling, but Bolt Perry batting.
But to be fair to the batsman, the shot was sort of on because there's no fine leg, no deep fine leg, so the shot was on. But you've got to be able to execute it as well. That he just exposed all of his stumps. 2 of them got ripped out of the ground, and he's just walked back to his dugout. Brings in a new batsman. It's Haris Shabir to join the other batsman who I'm searching for. Well, I'll get there. Oh, it's Ahmedzai. It's Sammy Ahmedzai out there with him.
Safi in the final, incredible. 3 wickets, just the 2 runs, and I suppose he's going for the kill here. That's a nice looking shot down the ground. It should be stopped, and Rafa's not missing this, and not the way he's been fielding today at the moment. I think you're right when we talk about him. We were saying that surely, I mean, his name has to be in the hat for the MVP. Just a quick look at,
Especially late tournament.
look, he's 3rd in terms of runs with 224, not that far behind Usman Shahid, who's probably around about 270, I'm going to guess at. Gets played away, and then yeah, he's been active with the ball as well. So yeah, and he's catching and fielding's been great. So he's definitely going to be in the talk, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. And he's been untouchable with the bat in the last couple of days. So Safi's been good with the ball. 3 for 4. 3 balls left. This is a miss here. Just be a single.
And you can see at the moment They're ahead, they're enjoying the cricket, everything's going to plan, smiles on their faces, and the home supporters are definitely enjoying the way this is going.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of bye celebration. Pretty firmly down the ground. It's just a fielder by Mohammad Rafa, just in front of us. Fine afro he has too. I think one of the finest heads of hair we have in the tournament this year.
Yeah, Dave, I'll be honest, I didn't see your question. A lot's been happening here in the final. And you know me, Dave, I sort of tend to be watching more what's happening out there than the monitor, especially when there's a lot of activity. That one might have just caught the bat on the lid. You can see Zahir just checking he's okay. It's the end of another over. So I do apologise, Dave. I mean, I do have a quick glimpse at it. So I didn't catch the question. I apologise. You can put it, look, I'm watching it at the moment. If you want to put it in again, Dave's put it in a few times about his question. I think it was referring to a really quick bowler for Druid 2023. And Dave, if that is the question, then I think who you're referring to is Mohammad Rafa. Now, Mohammad Rafa was very, very quick, lightning quick, a few years ago. And as you notice, Dave, he has got a bit of an injury on that his right elbow, and he's been struggling with it at the Cardamom Oval when Drew were there in the European Cricket League. Again, we didn't see him bowling fast. So here he is now. You can see he's bowling sort of these loopy deliveries. That's going to go just for 6. Just clears the boundary rope. You can see the umpire looking for confirmation. He gets it now. There's Manos arriba. Thanks for your question, Dave. And if that was the question, it was indeed Mohammad Rafa. He was firing in quick and fast. But because of that injury, he's slowed it down a tad, but still pretty effective. Though that one goes for 6.
That barbecue in the background still going. Moving a little bit though. Oh, it's another 6. Well,
this will help. This will help them once again get, past that 100. And Dave, thank you. Dave did put it back in again in 2023 when Khartoum they had a gun for the fastest bowler at the ground. Can you remember? And I think, yeah, we're talking about Mohammad Rafa there, Dave. He was quick, but of course that injury has slowed him down somewhat. Thank you for your question. Actually, the chat is really buzzing at the moment. I know we can't keep up with it because of the action is quick and fast as well. Frenzy of action happening here at the Druid ground. Game for 2,
trouble.
And that I feel is out. And the umpire has no hesitation to give it. So Ahmadzai trying to get back on strike. You can understand why, but in the process of trying to do so, it's going to be the 8th wicket to go, and Ahmadzai will add one more to his 18, but he won't complete the second. Another one goes. It's a very good throw from the boundary, and we know that man. He is their top fielder, and it's good to see him in the action as well. That's Alexander Harkuk.
Yeah, it's a good piece of fielding. He did well to get across the boundary rope to cut that off, and then the throw was exactly where the keeper wanted it. Have a look at this. So you see the keeper coming in, and nice general throw, and his nice dive, but unfortunately just a fraction late. So new batsman is Munib Afridi, and you can see there but, a little bit disappointed as the outgoing batsman.
I spoke to Harkuk before the match actually, and I was just sort of joking with him, saying, "Hey, we're going to see you have a bowl." He says, "No, I field." That was it. No, I field, and yeah, we know that he's an outstanding fielder. Right, that's short and horrible, and it gets belted out of here. Well, most people, Corey will say this: if your name is Baba or Afridi, then you hit your first ball for 6. Is part of the contract, and that's exactly what Muhib Afridi does. First ball, boom, shakalagia, 6 carreras.
What happens with the second one, Rico?
Normally out. Well, let's see, Rafa. No, it's not. It's played well down the ground. Take a single. Shabir at the other end, 3 balls for 2. Rafa he's really struggling.
He is, isn't he?
We've seen that. I saw this from him also there. Yeah, look at him, the way he's holding that arm and he's feeling it all the time. He was like this at the Cardamom Oval. So obviously he needs to, he seriously needs to get that sorted, because he can't go on like this, because pretty soon it'll also be affecting his batting and we won't see him play at all.
Yeah, there he comes in. And that's hammered.
Oh.
Shabir, shaboom.
Well, maybe this is Shabir instead of Shaba. And you know when they say use the long handle, this is what you call using the long handle. Oh, he's given this a wallop. And there he goes. Thank you very much. Big hit. And, well, 9 overs complete, 99. So it's going to be kind of maybe what Raw 94 managed to get to against Dreux. They did get 103 for 8, but Dreux, they knocked them off pretty easily with 24 balls to go.
Well, see, it's Nabi. He'll come on for another one. And I think, to be honest, I wouldn't have bowled Safi. I mean, Rafa, because his arm really is about to fall off, and he is vital with the bat. I don't think it affects his batting much, not apparently anyway. Oh, that's gone as well.
Arriba. And well, maybe they've reversed the batting order slightly. Who knows? But Afridi says, no, Rico, it's not 6 and out. It's 6 and double up. I'm going to get another 6 here. He moves to 13 and is rubbed off on Shabir as well, because he's crunched a big one. So, all right, PUC, a big finish here. Who knows? Nabi. Yeah, gets a dot ball, as I think Afridi just gets a little bit carried away. You don't want dot balls at this stage. You've got Shabir at the other end, who can also belt the ball pretty well, can crunch it to the boundary. So try and get bat on ball. If it's not a boundary, take that single.
Yeah, look, it's, I don't know, 105, looking at it now, 105. If they get it to 115, 120 even, which is a push, especially in seeing that's a dot ball. Say 110, 115. I don't think it's enough against Dreux. We've seen them struggle with the bat at times, but there's always someone to afterwards to come in and save them if the top order goes. And well, PUC have got some good bowling. You mentioned the spinners, and they're no doubt open with the spinners, and they might cause a bit of havoc in the top order. But then, do they have the depth in the bowling PUC to trouble the rest of the lineup?
Hit well, and Cameron Ahmadzai can't deal with it. As he's struck by this, I think probably struck on the shin. It's going to ricochet off him, go to the boundary. It's another boundary. Nabi's not happy. He's giving Ahmadzai that look. Is this one? Yeah, he should have dealt with it better. Look, the way to deal with that, we know it. You push the ball forward, keep it in the field of play. And Cameron Ahmadzai is trying to catch it and hold on to it, and he's got away from him. Valuable runs.
It's a miss hit to the leg side. Cameron picks it up.
110.
It's been a little bit scrappy with the bowling and a little bit of the fielding here from Dreux. 1 ball left. Still pretty good, and it's a basic target to aim at for Dreux. But it has been just a bit scrappy towards the last few overs, I think.
Well, we have this saying on network, all happens in the 9th, and it did. And it's happened pretty well in the 10th as well, as Nabi gets blasted for the 3rd boundary. What a good finish. 26 came on that 9th over from Mohamed Rafa, even though a wicket did fall in there. And then the last over with that Maximo goes for 17. And that just helps them get to, it's still not a par score, but 116 is certainly something that on your day you can defend.
Yeah, well, look, again, early wickets. They PUC is still in this game with that late flurry. The last couple of overs have really pumped up the score. 115. It's not terrible. It's under.
And this is where things change, because Safi, first he holds on to the catch, then he comes on to bowl and takes 2 wickets, 2 in 2, and that would be a team hat-trick for Drew.
Yeah, it was a catch by Rafa at the towards the boundary. Look, it got bogged down because of the wickets in the middle overs, but there was a good comeback. This was the one that went down, and there you go. Blames everything but himself.
What about this catch? Is this the one? The magic from Mohamed Rafa? Yeah, I mean, what you don't appreciate from there, and of course you see it when you're where we are, he had to leap a good height to get that. You just see him taking it when he's coming down, but it was a great catch. And this one was the one we had a good look at. And in the end, the batter only just survived. It would just as well, because Ahmadzai, he would go on and score a valuable 19. But Kapoor got a little bit carried away, tried to get funky, and didn't just lose one but two of his stumps. But it was a good fight towards the end. As PUC, well, this was a great throw from Alexandre, and a desperate dive there from Ahmadzai to try and get in, but he wouldn't be able to make it. But they did rally round, and it was a cracking over. Over number 9, well, there's a saying on the network, it all happens in the 9th, and it did. It went big. 26 came from it. And then Nabi's last, well, there was a couple of big hits in that one as well.
Yeah, there were, and it just got that score up to something which is defendable for PUC. They can at least bowl to a target. It was looking like it was going to be about 85 a couple of overs ago. As we see here, the overhead shot and the scorecard. Usman Shahid, 17 off 10. That was a big wicket. That was the one of Gulami. Then lots of little nothings really, little single figures. Ahmadzai with 19. He was vital to this total, but right at the end, Harashabir and also Mohab Afridi belting the ball around and getting that score to something reasonably defendable, 116.
Yeah, we've seen scores like that being put up here, but I mean, to score low scores like that and go on and win the match, it's probably pretty unlikely, especially up against a team like Drew, who, when they bat second, are pretty devastating. But those 43 runs that came in the last 2 overs could be pretty big. Here's those overs. Mohamed Rafa, 1 over for 26, certainly puts a dent in his overs. But just look at Safi's 2 overs, 3 for 6, and then also Kamran Ahmadzai. He's 2 overs, only go for 18, and he picks up 2 wickets there as well. So Drew, there'll be still though. I think if you were to say to Drew, you're going to be chasing 117 to once again win this European Cricket Series, they would say, "Yep, we'll take that."
Yeah, absolutely. It could have been a lot worse for PUC. It probably should have been a lot worse, to be fair. There was some easy runs given away with some hit me bowling and that misfield on the boundary by Kamran. But 116 is what it is. 117 to win for Drew, and their quality. It should be fairly routine for them. However, there was some good bowling for PUC, especially with the spinners up top, and William Singh. I'm sure we'll see him opening the left armour coming around the wicket. And back in a few minutes' time for the final innings of this tournament to see if Drew can get the 117 they need to win, or whether PUC can hold them back, get a few wickets, and cause a big upset in the final. See you soon.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
So welcome back to the final innings of this tournament and of this final between PUC and Dreux. And it is the innings of Dreux to come up. 117 they need to win. It seems pretty routine by the standards of this club and also of T10 cricket. But you never know. And here's a total on the board. Didn't look like they were going to get there to that sort of total at all, PUC, with that lull in the middle and the wickets for Safi. But they did it with some lusty hitting right at the end. And that's enough maybe to put a bit of pressure on the batting of Dreux. There's a pretty good batting lineup though. As we all know, Hamza Niaz is up top. And with Nabi as well, who's been in, well, not great form, let's say. But, let's put it this way, I think Nabi has bowled better than he's batted in this tournament. And for a batsman of his calibre, it's something to say. So I think to have a good chance of winning this game, PUC need big wickets and early, especially Hamza Niaz and also Mohammad Rafa have been in good form for Dreux and scoring lots of quick runs. It's a good bowler up front, and William Singh who'll try to dent the ambitions of Dreux. And if they can do that, if they can get 3 or 4 wickets within the first 3 or 4 overs, just to put a bit of pressure on the batting lineup. They do bat deep, do Dreux, but you can never know what happened. Here comes the first ball of the final innings. A bit of appeal going down leg, but seem to miss. Nice start from William Singh. Rico's here in the igloo with me.
Yeah, I think Hamza Niaz, the way he plays is placing shots. He's not going to be intimidated by William Singh, and I think they know they're going to get this spin. I think they want to try and hit the spin out of the attack. That will be their plan. And at the moment, though, William Singh has got 2 dot balls in here, so they want to try and get PUC to change their plans. Maybe really go big at the spinner and make him make a change.
Comes in again, and he's hit that one pretty well. Fielder coming around, won't get there. 6 runs as we have another mystery white van go past slowly in the background. It's a nice shot there from Hamza.
Yeah, Singh gets going. Gets hit for 6 after a couple of dot balls. You can see he's a little bit frustrated the way he gets that ball back. He's annoyed, but he'll continue trying.
A little quicker, straight down the ground. Player coming around, stops it. It's Anwari and bring Nabi on strike. By the way, I think Dave was calling for a lurker alert. So any lurkers out there, it is the final innings. Says clipped away, found the gap, 4 runs, nice shot for Nabi.
There's a big cheer from the team sitting to my left, and of course that is Dreux, because they know that Nabi needs some runs as well. He's had 6 innings, he scored 55, which of course is way below what Nabi would be looking to get to, but he gets a boundary and he gets a big cheer from his teammates. That's the captain.
55, he normally does that in 2 overs. Oh, he's on song today. Well, this is the Nabi we're used to.
Nabi. And good hit. Look at the way that bat comes all the way back over the shoulder. And, well, Wolfie Mars doing a little bit of one-handed fielding there. It's the end of the over. And Dreux, a solid start. 17 off the first over. Started with a couple of dots there, William Singh, but then 3 boundaries come off the over. And Dreux make a firm and assertive start to the innings.
They do, and well, it looks like Nabi might be back. Long way to go, though, because his form hasn't been the greatest. But the first one he hit, and he timed both of those. He didn't try to overhit it. Well,
shot. What a great shot this is. I mean, if you want to know how to play the spinners, it's all about footwork. And the footwork here from Hamza Niaz is absolutely epic. What a lovely shot that is.
Yeah, beautiful. That ball's still going up, I think. That's a huge hit.
Now, I wonder if Zafar Iqbal will feel he's going to try and do the same again. Let's go a little bit quicker and wider.
Maybe. It's found the gap, 4 runs.
Yeah, it's a good shot from Niaz. Good player, isn't he? And I know he's always fondly watched by his father. Of course, the president here of the Drua ground, and a very proud man he is. And he's there somewhere watching his son. And whenever there's a shot like that played, he's saying, my son is my son. And he's every reason to be proud of him. That's the one they were after. And they might have him, you know. I think this could be out. So. This is exactly what I thought that maybe Iqbal tried to do. Hamza Niaz, he feels that he's made it. He's not going anywhere, but this is going to be close. I feel he might be gone. Oh, look where he takes it. Oh, no. Where does he take that ball? I think he gets back anyway. But where does he take the ball?
I'm just wondering whether he flicked the ball under the stumps.
Yeah, so this is it from the side. Now, wonder if we can see it side on. Where does he take this ball from? It's close, isn't it? I think he's probably okay.
But what he does here, he flicks the ball onto the stumps. So it's not when this, so it's not here. I don't know when you can't tell when the stumps are broken.
Yeah.
So because it's not the gloves, it's the ball that gets flicked onto the stumps. Have a look from front on.
Let's see if we see.
From front on, and he flicks it onto the stumps. And that's where the ball hits the stumps, not the gloves.
Yeah, by that time, looking at that shot,
unless it's the gloves that hit the stumps afterwards.
Yeah,
anyway,
not out the decision.
Not out.
Close one. They probably go with on field. Not out given. Close. And now it's big. That's the reply from Hamza Niaz. He goes big into the trees. That one sails. 6 more. Niaz, he's looking to finish this in a hurry.
It's like he was offended that they had the audacity to go for a stumping from a wide. And he's made the bowler pay. And, well, that's gone.
Well, no celebration at all there from Zafar. And that's going to be Hamza gone. And Hamza, it's a bit of a soft dismissal. It's almost like you can see what he's trying to do. Let's have a look at this. He's just trying to clear the infielder and just ends up hitting it flat. Doesn't get the elevation. Look at him. He stands and says, oh, Maki, he kind of did that. And, well, Zafar Iqbal just turns around and walks away. And there's no celebration from him. But they do get a breakthrough. Look, a wicket. We already saw in the innings of PUC, 1 wicket could quite easily bring a few others. They lost 3 in 3 at one point. So it's a start for PUC. They send back 1 dangerous batter, but 1 goes. And a batter that's been in tremendous form, Mohamed Rafa, replaces him.
Well, if they get him, they'll only have about 8 other very good batsmen to dismiss and still keep it under that 117 mark. But that's 1 down. Oh, it's a bit of rubbish and have to be bowled again. So yeah, Rafa's been excellent late tournament. Comes in again, and that's a beautiful shot.
He seems to time the ball from the word go, and he makes it look effortless. Just watch this. I mean, it's again, the ball is there for that shot, the slog sweep. He's down the leg side, but he just has a wonderful eye, does Mohamed Rafa.
Yeah, it makes it look easy, doesn't he? Well, it's going to be a wide. Lucky not to end up in the trees there.
Yeah, interesting what Zafar Iqbal's trying to do here. He's floating it up, but down the leg side. I think he'd be far better off going with a bit pace outside the off. And it's up in the air. It's going to get that over. And 6 is signalled by the fielders. So that's going to be 6 more as he plays a bit of the uppercut here. Goes back, hits it on the up, and it goes over the boundary. It's going to be 6 more runs. And Mohamed Rafa just takes over from where Hamza Niaz left off. And the over comes to an end. The score 48 for 1 off 2.
It's, yeah, well, good start. They're going at 24 and over.
That's supersonic, that over.
It
must be, yeah,
crazy.
31 coming off that over.
Yeah. It's, all right, we have a new bowler. And it is Abdullah Anwari. Good bowler, Anwari. We'll have to bowl to a couple of superstars in Ahmed Nabi and also Mohamed Rafa. Nabi is going to bowl to first. He's timing the ball pretty well. Well, just as I say that, it's a swing and a miss.
Yeah, this is one shot. Yeah, look at this. He's going to try, is Rafa, to go over and have a chat with Ahmed Nabi. Nabi will not stop playing this shot. We've seen it a lot from him. He says, no, I am going to get it. I am going to hit it. It will go big.
It's such a nothing shot. He's really not moving towards it. It's just, it's down leg side, could be called a wide. It's just a big swing at it. Just hopefully he'll connect with the white thing. But he's just, I don't know if he's not watching the ball or what it is. The first two shots he played were fantastic because he just, he got to the pitch and timed the ball.
What do you think of Anwari's tattoos here, by the way? He's got the old tattoo sleeves on.
They're interesting. I saw them earlier in the week. It says hit firmly for 4. Still got a bit out of shape, but and I didn't really time it. It was just a big hoik, but at least he got the bat on ball.
Yeah, I think with this one, at least you see. I mean, I was going to say, at least he looks to try and play it on the offside, but maybe he gets a bit fortunate that it does go there. But he gets another boundary. There's Ahmed Nabi.
Yeah, they're sort of cheating tattoos, aren't they? And you don't want to go the commitment. Well, that's more like it.
Yeah, well, leave it to me, says Ahmed Nabi as he moves to 20. And that one was exactly in the slot, though, wasn't it? That's where Nabi, when you think he's swinging, and that's his swing, that's the Nabi swing. And if you put it in that zone, you got to kiss it goodbye because it sails. That's 6.
Shiraz Ali's made an interesting comment, and I'll come back to it in a minute. And, well, this is going to be out as a good catch.
Great.
Oh, he's dropped it.
Oh, Danny. He has it, doesn't he? But when he hits the deck, Afridi, it pops out. He's made so much ground to get there. It would have been a great catch. He's covered the ground beautifully. He's full length dive. He has it. But when he hits the deck, watch here, out it pops.
Oh, unlucky. So good effort there. It's Muhib Afridi. Bowler comes in again. And that's clever.
Chases on the Iba, but can't get there. There's Rafa. Likes this shot, doesn't he? Rafa just picks the ball, which is a full delivery. And just the little scoop. And he's going to get a boundary here. So Anwari, he's in the process of perhaps going magical himself. 16 off the over. The last over, by the way, just to confirm from Iqbal, even though there was a wicket in it, did go for 31.
Short, and
it's out of
another
here.
6. So just going back to this comment from Shiraz Ali. Let's in a fast bowler might have a chance. I agree with you, but then you say silly decisions by PUC lost the game because of their own decision makings all day. Have you been watching them today? They won their 2 games by a total of 200. They won the first one by 93 and the second one by 107.
Yeah, well, Shiraz Ali,
Taskmaster.
I think he's been watching
Something else.
Definitely, because PUC, apart from this match, have been pretty on. They've been quite fantastic. In fact, they won both their matches, one by 93 runs, one by 107.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Shiraz Ali, I think you're probably confusing your teams, maybe. That's going to be.
That's
absolute
rubbish.
That's going to go over the marquees there, and it's still going. Ahmed Nabi, well, he's probably thinking, finally, at least I'm going to have something to smile about. Now, remember Nabi, and I know there's a few lurkers there, Vinny Sanders there. Remember this time round, last time we were here, Nabi had to be taken away in an ambulance and couldn't even feel the taste of victory because the ambulance insisted in taking away when he got hit by a ball. So now Nabi's doing the hitting. That's going to be 6 more. He's back, everybody. It's Nabi time. Nabi can be heard going around this Druid ground as the home supporters are getting in the act. Nabi relishing the moment. He wasn't able to savour it last time. He's making the most of it.
And Well, you got to say it, this bowling. Oh, it's a better ball. It's high in the air, and it's long. Well, I think we're going home early, Rico.
Well,
start the car, as Phil G would say.
The power play was worth 70. And one thing that Drew have done, it's quite incredible. I think you touched on it. Only once did they not get all the 4 points in the match. But if you look at their run chases, most of them were done well inside the 7 overs. It's quite incredible. Their chasing ability has been brilliant. And Nabi goes down the ground again, and he's going to get another 6. Ahmad Nabi closing on, not just on a victory for Drew, but also on a half century. And he moves into the 40s, 45 of just 10 deliveries. This is the Nabi that we know. This is the Nabi that a lot of people that watched him demolish teams in 2023 at the Kardama Oval remember. Shazad, the young bowler, being taken apart. This one's going to go over us. It's 6 more. And what a way to bring up your 50. He's done it in 11 balls. There's a saying, in sport, that form can come and go. And Ahmad Nabi, well, his form, maybe it went for a while. Maybe it went for longer than usual. But he is back. The master blaster, Ahmad Nabi, gets a 50 in 11 balls.
Well, the 100's come up as well. And there's still a ball left of the 4th. 30 have come from the over. And Shazad, I don't think can quite believe it.
Well, the young bowler Shazad has gone supersonic the same way that Iqbal did, but there's still a ball to go in this. And the young man, you've got to feel for him, but look, it's all a part of the learning process. The under-19 player, remember, so far in this tournament, remember he took 4 wickets in one match, but he'll learn from this. It's a lesson. It's a painful one, but he'll learn. Nabi. And just blotched this out. And now it's a little bit of showboating from the captain of Drew. 100 on the board, the end of the over, and maybe a little bit of respect for Sedikula Shazad. And he decides not to go after him this time, and maybe he goes easy on the young man afterwards, but 100 for 1 at the end of 4 overs.
Well, you look at the man at the other end, Mohammad Rafa. He's 22 or 4. I mean, look at this. Look at this. Remember last game how the worm was deep underground. This time it's soaring like an eagle. It's going 25 and over.
The way things are going, this could be the last over. It's a big wide to start off with, as you can see what the bowler's trying to do there. And this is Afridi coming on the bowl. He sees the movement from Rafa, so tries to go a little bit wider. But unfortunately, as we know, the wide line stays where it is, doesn't move with the batter. So an easy call for the umpire. Afridi. Oh, well, it's an impossible task here now, you would imagine, for PUC. It's another big wide, so hiding it probably ain't going to work.
That's what he's trying to do, just get it towards that tram line to get a couple of dot balls. But you're going to need 6 overs of dot balls, Rico, to stop Drew, because anything that's hittable is being absolutely launched.
And talking about launching, that's what we're talking about. It's the launch pad is out in the middle, and that one I think is going to go through the fence. As I think they'll say to the fielder, leave it there, we'll get another, because that's going to take a while to get, and the signs say danger, do not enter. It's a short, straight delivery. Mohammad Rafa, well, he may be in pain when he's bowling, but there's no pain out there when he's batting.
Yeah, it's they've really put an exclamation mark on this tournament, have Drew. It's their tournament. It's at their home. And they're going to win it again. 2 years in a row. Oh, well, that'll just annoy him. Leaving a bit of a bruise. And Rafa, where's he going to put this one?
Well, where's he going to put it? I think Rafa is going to be looking just to... Probably I get the feeling. Here you go. I think he's going to play that funky shot again. I think he's going to go down on one knee and just clip it over that. that man on the 45.
No, he's going to smash him over cow corner.
All right.
Oh, halfway to Paris.
Let's see. I can see him going wide outside the off stop here. Let's see which way he goes.
Oh.
Well, he's going to go down the ground. In fact, we were both a little bit wrong here, but he takes a single. And Nabi, well, I don't think he'd be looking to play the forward defence shot to this one.
Yeah.
8 would win it from here.
2 balls. Do you think he'll do it in 2 balls? He's batting beautifully. I mean, this is the first time I've seen Nabi bat, because I've been here for, slow ball, good delivery, well dug out. Yeah. This is the first time I've really seen him bat, I mean, live.
Yeah.
Because it's been a struggle all week for him. He's lost his wicket pretty easily, to be fair. We saw it, 55?
Yeah,
in
50. Well, he started, before the start of this match, with just 55 in the 6 knocks he's had, and he's on 52 here already.
He's done that off 13 balls.
Yeah.
So, or 11 balls, I think, was the what you said.
Yeah, the 50 came up in 11. Yeah.
So it's it's good to see the Nabi show. Not so good if you're a PUC player or supporter. And Rafa, he's slowed down a bit. He's 29 off 8. Pretty good over this. Another good ball. A couple of wides first up, but apart from that, and the dodgy bouncer, they got smashed for 6.
Yeah.
But apart from that, not bad.
He's taken it into another over, I suppose. Has a Freedy, 10 runs coming from it, and gets the benefit of that. Not that wide, 110 for 1. And Nabi. This is, by the way, what's going to happen after the 5 matches that we'll see in Malta. We're going to see 2 matches where our good friend is going to be taking us through the action. It's there in Belgium, the night series. And, Phil G will be in the house once again.
Yeah, it'll be a good series. And again, night series in Belgium. Might be a little bit dewy there, I think, with the night series in, one of the wettest countries in the world. Nice 6 there from Nabi, 116. Golden ball, Rico.
Any run would do it. I think it's Siddiqui Shazad, maybe he was the one who said, I'm bowling another, I don't care. Or, well, maybe it was just the captain saying, well, you want it? And the young man says, yeah, why not? If I get the wicket of Nabi, I'll be happy with that. Well, he won't with that one, that's 6. And Nabi, he's taken the bowlers to the sword. Jungi Shittirberi as a bowler. Nabi's back, and we look to finish it off here. And he doesn't want to take the single, or will he take the single? In the end, reluctantly, he will. And that will be the...
Is he running out?
Well,
there's no way.
Is out or not? They're going to go upstairs here. Well, if this is run out, it's the slowest and craziest run out, and that means that the game stays alive. Nabi never wanted to go. Then reluctantly he goes, and that's out.
Oh.
He's a goner. And Rafa is going to be run out in the most bizarre of circumstances. And, I mean, they could have run 2. They spent ages to run 1. And Rafa, 29 of 9, he has to walk off, and that means a new batter goes out there.
Rafa's looking at Galami, the captain. He can't quite, but he's looking at him again. I think he's saying he's got words. And thinking, I think Kalami's having a bit of a chat to Nabi as well, their teammates.
It's a crazy one, isn't it? Because, I mean, maybe we can just see it again very quickly, because he plays the shot. They decided not running, and then in the end, Nabi sort of reluctantly goes. So does Rafa, but the throw is sharp, and it's a wicket. Not that it's going to make much difference, because only 1 run was Saddle it. And
comeback,
Cameron Ahmadzai. Well, he's not waiting around. He's going to finish it with 6. And this is celebration from Cameron Ahmadzai. Nabi has to watch from the non-striker's end. But as I said, Nabi, he'll be grateful that at least this time he is here at the ground and on the field. He had to be dragged off last year. Remember, he got injured. And the fireworks are going off. Well, we can maybe see those to the right of the ground where the spectators are. Well, maybe that's where the smoke was coming from. Fireworks going off. Well, you could probably just see them going off there. Drew and their supporters, they will be celebrating late into the night. The party is starting already. handshakes in the middle there. Drew are the champions. But let's talk a little bit quickly about PUC. I mean, they had a very good tournament. They finished second in the group stages with a 4-1-1 record, just falling a couple of points behind Raw 94. But the way they played here today was absolutely superb. 2 pounding victories for them. But in the end, I suppose, once again, Drew, they're just, for me, Drew, the few little tactical changes they made. For example, Nabi, when he bowled that second over, the few positioning they put in for somebody like a Faisal Safi, they just had the upper hand over PUC on this occasion.
Well, for sure. And look, you knew that if PUC were going to win this game, they had to have a good start and get a lot more runs to put a bit of scoreboard pressure on Drew. And it was Shahid that went pretty early. Gulami tried hard, but then when his wicket fell, it was pretty much it after losing Faisal Safi and also Zafar Iqbal.
I think we'll just stay with this a moment because I saw Nabi having a chat with the players. He said, hey, we're going to do this, then we're going to do our celebration, and I'm pretty sure that's coming in there. Here we go.
Bye.
There we go. And bowl. Well, I don't know about bowl. There was definitely a lot of boom booms here. Cameron Amatai says, come back, I want to do some more, but let them celebrate, let them have some fun. The home supporters are enjoying it, and I don't think I've quite seen the fireworks going on before. There they are, your 2025 European Cricket Series champions. It is Drew. They do it again, 2 years on the spin. Cameron Amatai's got something. Well, there we go, one more time. Mohammed Rafa, well, that arm doesn't seem to be bothering him anymore, and I'm sure it won't. But a great all-round performance from Drew. Once again, Danny, when you look at all their performances, I mean, there was never a doubt, was there?
Oh, I mean, they're a top team. They're a really, really good team, and there's a reason why they won they were the best team in Europe a couple of years ago, and just too good for everyone here. And I thought that if any team was going to push them, it would be PUC. Ended up getting a score. Wasn't enough. Didn't put enough pressure on them, and then they blew them away with the bat. And finally, Nabi comes to the party with the bat, and we can see him do 58 off 15, and just tore it apart for Drew.
Yeah, he did play some lovely shots, didn't he? I think in this innings there was just that one occasion when he played that sort of, I think we call it a bit of a nothing shot. It was more hope than anything else. Well, maybe he heard you, maybe he heard us, but he changed his way and it all came good in the end. Hamza Niaz, well, he survived that, and then he would give his wicket away in quite a soft manner. But to be fair, it was still a bit of a hiding that Iqbal got in that over. It went for 31. And when you got 48 on the board after 2 overs and 70 in the power play, and you're just defending a score of 117, you know it's not going to go well. You know it's only going to go one way. But look at Nabi. I mean, that takes you back to that special night back in 2023. And don't forget Nabi. You know, he's been on the network a long time. We saw him back in 2019 when he smashed the ball all over the place. It's good to see him back. You know, he's somebody who has struggled, and he's worked on it. I know that he's been talking to a lot of people about, you know, what is it? What's happened? What's gone wrong? The thing is, it all comes back. It all comes good in the end. That is going to do him the world of confidence. That won't do Rafa too much good. But Rafa himself, I think we talked about it, he's certainly going to be right up there when it comes to talking about the MVP, because his name's got to be in the hat.
It has to be. It has to be. He's, especially in the last couple of days, he's just been the dominant batsman for Drew. And also, Hamza Niaz has had a very good tournament as well with a bat for Drew. As we see, hopefully the last white van drive past. A bit sick of talking about these spooky white vans that keep on circling the ground. As we see here, this is coming up in Malta from tomorrow, the European Cricket Series Spring Series in Malta from the lovely Marsa ground. It starts at 9:15 in Central Europe time, 7:15 GMT and 12:45 Indian Standard Time.
Yeah, and some good teams in action straight away. Mosquito Warriors will play the first 2 matches. You see, Southern Crusaders, a team that be looking perhaps to get their hands on the trophy this time. Gozo CC also in action. A lot of people will remember that it was Gozo that, well, they have the lowest score on the network of 6, but they are much improved since then. And the Bajiba Blasters will be hoping that they'll return to blasting ways and also be right up there this time and contenders for that crown. So we've got that coming up, of course, during the day. Tina Goff will be talking you through the X, and then, of course, Phil G will be talking you through the matches in Belgium. A quick look at that scorecard. And Nabi is back, everybody. That's what a lot of people will be talking about. Hamza Niaz, 23 of 8. Mohamed Rafa run out in bizarre circumstances on 29 for 9. But very comprehensive performance and a very good and well-deserved, you have to say, no qualms about it, a well-deserved victory for Drew.
Absolutely. And look, they're a dominant team here. They're on their home ground. And it's hard to see anyone beating them, really, with some good performances from quite a few teams throughout this week-long series. But we thought that these were the two strongest teams, and they are. But there's a bit of a gulf when it comes to ability, I think, and confidence. They've been there before at the biggest stage of Dreux, and they showed that they're a quality side, just full of talent.
Yeah, they've done it again. And of course, we will have the trophy ceremony coming up probably in between 10 and 15 minutes when everything gets ready here. So do please stay tuned to that. And I'm pretty sure that there'll be, once again, some celebrations happening there from the Drew side. But if you are leaving us now, once again, thank you very much for watching. Thank you for your support. And remember that there is plenty of cricket still coming up tomorrow. We've talked about it already. So yeah, do stay tuned. Tomorrow is the start of Malta. 5 matches coming up from Malta. And then of course we do have 2 matches in the night series in Belgium. And it's the first time we're going to that Belgian ground. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that looks. But once again, a big thank you to everybody that's got to leave early. But if you're going to stick around, please do so, because we do have the trophy presentation ceremony coming up.
Yeah, so again, congratulations to Dreux. As Rico said, the presentation ceremony coming up. From me, though, I think it's going to be au revoir, and thank you very much for watching. And you'll see Rico do the presentation. I'm going to sit aside and start packing things up here, because I know the boys want to go home.
We've got a lot of packing to. Danny, it's been an absolute pleasure.
Has been.
Thank you very much. It's always great to have you in the box, because it's not just about the cricket. You had so much more about other things, especially this time around, because you know France really well, having your own input, talking about not just the cricket, but about France itself and the food and places to go has been great. And I know that our viewers have enjoyed it as well. I can hear the music playing, so we are going to go straight to the highlights, and then stay tuned, because that presentation ceremony coming up right afterwards.
Thanks, guys. Au revoir. À la prochaine.
my body back and forth. Move 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 my body. And forth. Move my body back 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 and forth. Move my body. Move my body and forth. Move my body back 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 and forth. Move my body.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the trophy presentation ceremony of this European Cricket Series in France, in Dreux. I'd like to start by saying it's absolutely fantastic to be in a wonderful country like France at a beautiful venue like this one in Dreux. Not only can the world see the great cricket that the country has to offer, but also such a fantastic facility. And I think it's important that we acknowledge that we're only able to do this because, of course, the help of our fantastic partners. So without any particular order, I want to give a big thank you to our partners, of course, with it's Rado, HCL Software, 1xBet, and also Victorinox, Grizzly Bear Sports, Bizway Travel, and Locker Lifestyles. Let's hit it for our partners. I've mentioned this facility and I talk on behalf of our team, and I said already on comms earlier that this has got to be one of the top 5 locations that we have. Not just do we have wonderful playing facilities, not only do we see great cricket from teams and players. I love the way that you play and the passion that you show, but the Federation, what they've done here, and I think as players, you should be very happy, very proud and very grateful that you're able to play at a ground like this. And I want to say on behalf of the European Cricket Network, a very big thank you, first of all, to the Federation. I know that Savannah is here and Pooja is part of that as well. And also, I have to say a big thank you, I know the Deputy Mayor of Dreux is here as well, for everything that you do for cricket, not just here in France, but of course in Europe. And let's give a good round of applause to the Federation. And also to the organisers here of the Dreux Cricket Ground. I know that Niaz is around somewhere. It's always part of it. He's behind me. There he is. Give him a round of applause because, and as if the work that must happen behind the scenes to put on a show like this is vast, and everyone part of Dreux here that put the work in and the Federation should be congratulated. So come on, one more time, give them a round of applause. Thank you very much. It's all about teamwork, not only from the players, but also from the people here at the ground. And one team, and I think you as players will appreciate this as well, because one thing that I've found with cricket is that the game, the team and the players only get as good as what the officials are. If you have good officials, the game grows in the country. Now the game here in France has grown a lot, and that's thanks to the umpires that you have here. I know that Stefan Gooch has done a wonderful job with keeping the umpires in good shape and teaching them all the time. That's one of the things that our tournament referees do, and I think give Stefan a good round of applause for his work, the tournament referee. But most importantly, I know that we've had a number of umpires that have been doing the official duties. Let's give them a great round of applause because they've been excellent. From one good team to another. I think the captains amongst us will know, and of course most of you players, that to put a show on like this, a lot of work has to be done and hard work done behind the scenes. And the European Cricket Network and their crew work very hard. So let's hear it for, we call them the Blue Army, the ECN crew. Of course, I want to give a special thank you to a man that's been keeping me company in the igloo, and of course my commentary partner and good friend, Danny Hudacek. Danny, thank you very much. And of course, we've seen some amazing things in this tournament. And I know that you all have got families which are often close by, some are far away, but they can stay in touch with your efforts, team efforts and individual efforts. And that can only happen thanks to a very good production team that we have. Let's hear it for our production partner, Two Circles. Okay, let's move over to some of the presentations now, thanks to, of course, our trophy partner, to Locker Lifestyles. But before I go on to that, I just want to congratulate all the teams that took part here today. It didn't go well for some and went well for others. We saw many new teams that took part in this series, and one of them didn't quite make it through to the final, and that was AC Stir, but they certainly did perform very well on debut. So let's give them a round of applause for their contribution to this tournament. And then another team, and I'm told that this team plays in the second tier, the second division, and I think their performance, Raw 94, really has been absolutely sensational what they've achieved, the way that they played in the group stages, and to make it to finals day, they did very well as well. So let's give them a round of applause as well. We've seen good performances all the way through, and one of the things that, one of the presentations that we do is for the MVP. I know that Stefan Goots, the tournament referee, has a very nice trophy for the MVP. Now, there's a number of players that were in consideration for this. Usman Shahid batted beautifully and always scored runs at the right time for his side. We also saw a century from Nazib Ullah from AC Star. What a performance that was from the captain on debut in this series. Then we saw players who got close to that as well. Of course, Numan Amjad from Zalmi made 92. We saw a 90 from another player from Stir, 98 it was from Shaju. So good performances there. We saw hat-tricks from Ikota. We saw Khan pick up a hat-trick. We saw a hat-trick also from Nabi, who I thought was going to put the bat away and start becoming a bowler, but he's got a smile on his face for obvious reasons today, the captain of Drua. And of course, Mohamed Rafa also took a hat-trick today. So a lot of good performances. But in the end, it came down to consistency. And this man, his batting was consistent all the way through the tournament. He scored runs when his team needed it. And then in the final, his all-round performance was superb. Not just with the bat, but with the ball and also in the field. So your MVP, I'm pleased to say, Mohamed Rafa. And thoroughly deserved. I don't think you can deny that. Great performance. And I know that a few people in the chat were saying, who was the bowler in 2023 when, of course, you guys won the European Cricket League that was bowling with a lot of steam and pace? And, of course, it was you. I know you've got a bit of an injury at the moment, but I think it's still remarkable the way you're still playing even though you have that injury. And hopefully you'll get that sorted and we'll see you back to full pelt. But very well done. Well deserved. Now, of course, we get down to presenting the medals. First, I want to talk about our runners-up. PUC only had the one loss, of course, in the group stages, and that was in your first match. And I know when I was talking to you, Mukhtar, you did say, right, we didn't perform well. We had to come back strong. The way that you came back was absolutely sensational. You took the time to get your tactics right, and you came back strong. Your batting were splendid. Not only did, of course, you play in this series, but also took part in the international series where you had a very good time with the bat. Well played by yourself. I mentioned Usman already. But I think the success of your spinners, William Singh bowled very well, Iqbal also well bowled. But in the end, unfortunately, Drua were just a little bit too powerful for you. Didn't get enough runs on the board. But you're a great unit. You're a great team. I love the way that when you're out there in the field, that you respect one another, the way you play for each other, and I'm sure that your time will come. Let's hear it for our runners-up for PUC. Please come forward and get your runners-up medals. Thank you very much to Pooja. And once again, let's hear it for our runners-up for Paris University Club. Now we move on to, of course, to our winners. What can you say about this team? They've rewritten the history books. We know that from their performances on the big stage, that the European Cricket League, they were the winners here last year. And nobody can deny that once again, that they deserved the crowns of being the champions. They've just played superb all the way through. Nabi, I know that your form at the beginning of this tournament, with the bat that is, wasn't as you wanted, and I know you've been struggling with that form, but working hard on it. But the performance is all the way through. Mohamed Rafa, that we've said, the MVP, you're absolutely sensational. Hamza Niaz, well, we'll remember those 6 sixes in and over for a long time. I mean, once again, you're showing your class. The thing about you guys is that you play for each other as well. It doesn't always work. If the top order doesn't work, somebody else comes through. Abdurrahman Ahmadzai, you're bowling, left arm, fast. That Yorker, I mean, it will get many a batter out. Bowled brilliantly well. Come on, Ahmadzai. Again, I know that you were also instrumental in the games that you played in the internationals, but you took that form into this series. The batting maybe didn't click, but with the ball, you've been absolutely tremendous. In a nutshell, you play for each other, you play as a team, and it's no surprise that once again that you're champions. And one thing about champions is when the going gets tough, the tough get going, and I think that could be demonstrated by that performance by Nabi Yu in the final. Nabi is back, and Nabi, I'd like you to come forward and pick up your winners' medals. Please come forward and take your medals. So we see Drew are victorious, and while those medals are being distributed, I want to remind you before the trophy is presented by the Deputy Mayor that the cricket on European Cricket Network does continue. Of course, tomorrow we have the start of the European Cricket Series in Malta. Tina Goff will be there to talk through 5 matches with you. I'll be making my way there tomorrow and join Tina on Tuesday. But it's not just the 5 matches coming from Malta. We will also have 2 matches there in the night series in Belgium, where I know that Phil G will be talking you through the action. So you're going to be sport for action the next few days. Not only will we see the action in Malta, but also there in Belgium. Okay, I think we're getting ready here now for the champions of this European Cricket Series to receive their trophy. I know we do have the Deputy Mayor of Drew here to present the trophy to the captain, Nabi. So ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it. A big round of applause and cheers, of course, for our champions for the 2nd time in a row. It is Drew.